Why am I here still? 236 Jake.
Yes, I definitely remembered to do that. I definitely wasn't doing that whilst I was on the starting screen. I wasn't like panic and trying to add them last minute. I've never done that before in my life. Hi Max! Hey H2O! Do you need Step Bro? Does Step Bro need to help you? Help! Step Bro! I'm stuck in the bookstore and I can't get out. Alright, I'll send him in. He'll help you out. He'll help you, I'm sure. He'll help you out. How you doing, Zen Horse? Azra, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. What do you mean, ew? What do you mean, ew? And then they say the worst thing that she can say is no. I feel like ew is the worst thing she could say. I feel like that hurts a lot more. Just a hunch, man. Just going by how my fucking heart just cracked open. Why would you say that, bro? Why? I thought we were better than these. I thought we were in this together. Oi, hello, mouse. Lampop, how you doing? Ash as well. Hello. Top of the time zone to yous. I've been up since 6 o'clock in the motherfucking morning. Woo! Love pets. I love them. I love pets. I really love pets. Like a lot. I really like pets. Yeah. Oh, I love them so much. Anyway, a woofy cat, you say? Woofy. I can alphabet. Durr. Alright. I'm heading home now, Step Bro! Got here and I'll be back when I get home. He's taking you for a ride. Hey. Don't drink any mysterious liquids now. Anna! How you doing? You're on your own. That's not fair. Hey, oh my god, thank fuck. Twitch has finally fixed how things display. I can actually see the stream streaks again. But hiccup burp. Sorry about that. In my defense, I did try to move away from the microphone for it. Thank you for 3 streams, and I appreciate that. Thanks again, super happy. But, try again. Thanks again, super happy. Also, just got home and saw your message that some of us will die. How are you? Just planning murders. Don't worry about it. If I have to sacrifice some lambs, I have to sacrifice some lambs, alright? Is all I'm gonna say. Medication. Hiccup ASMR is a hiccup burp, buddy. It's different. It's like higher tier hiccups. Daragon! How you doing? Your lazy ass. After you left, your Pokemon was just like, you know what? Fuck you. I ain't gonna do no lazy bitch. Can't remember what happened exactly, but you kept missing moves and getting stunned. I was like, fucking lazy. Absolute slack ass. I must say, I'm so happy that you stream. I stream again, and when I stream again, I try pretty much, yeah, unless I say that, like, I've died, or, or the internet has died, or a thunderstorm is going to make my power die, always assume I'm streaming on this day of every week. Yes. Remember, don't sacrifice me. You need me to hide the evidence in Minecraft. It's someone to bury the fucking bodies. Stop licking things, Mark. Like, stop it. No one likes saliva on their thighs. Nasty. Some nasty shit, bro. Have you ever had your thigh licked? What you're gonna do is have a dog that's slightly taller. My dog has an obsession with licking the backs of knees. It's horrid. It's fucking horrid. He'll like stealth lick the back of your knees. One minute one minute you're walking peacefully down the hallway, next minute it's like a little and run. He just gonna and run because he knows he's not supposed to do it. And he just takes off running. It's like, you fucking asshole. I got slobbery knees. Horrible, slimy, mucusy sensation. Hello, Menace! How you doing? Been up since 6 a.m. because of those pets, I tell ya. Flint had to wake up for a wee break, which confused the cat, and he thought he was getting fed, and then when I went to go back to bed, he threw a tantrum and started like ripping things up, which would set the dog off, and then I'd stop the cat and the dog from barking at the cat, and then I'd go back to bed, and then I'd do it again, and then I had to eventually I just gave up and like kicked them both into the living room. Like, you fuck, stupid. Also, I lost the war. I lost the battle. I haven't lost the war yet. I lost the battle of keeping the cat away from my marches. I did. He managed. I can't. It's always when I go for a shit, I tell ya. I made myself a matcha latte, and then I sashayed myself on over to the toilet and sat down. Not 2 seconds after my butt cheeks landed on that cold hard seat, I hear the dog barking, and he's got his very particular little tattletale bark where he's trying to dob on the cat, and he goes, ooh, ooh. It's like his tattletale. He's like, mum, mum, mum. And I was like, fuck! So I had to try and rush to get off the toilet, and I catch the fucking cat lapping at my fresh matcha latte. Matcha splashed up his face and down his chin, and then he just like casually saunters away like he didn't do nothing. And I was like, you fuckhead, you absolute fucking wanker. So now I have to, every time I have an oat milk matcha latte, I have to have it. I went digging through my fucking cupboards and I dug out my keep cup that has a lid on it that's like vacuum sealed fucking lid on it so he can't get it. I can't believe I have to lock my coffee up like Fort Knox of all things. Of all fucking things, my coffee, my matcha. Like, bruh. Just let me have my morning caffeine in peace, please. I'm not ready for this battle, man. I'm not ready, man. I hope everyone else's day's been better. The cat is attracted by the milk in your matcha. Yeah, apparently the oat milk, it gives off a similar smell to like cat milk, apparently. Because they can't really smell the other smells in it, but he's just, anything with oat milk in it, he goes fucking nuts. He just needs that shit. He's not supposed to have it. It's not good for him. Hey, Flags! Thank you for the 3 balls. Balls. I'm having flashbacks to that old animation again. I wonder if I can dig that up. I'm gonna show you guys. Maybe during Subathon, while I was having idle time, I'll go find the balls animations. It's on the same website that, I think Ed's World started on that website as well, I think. Like Funny Kicks or something. I don't remember, bro. My day's
Thanks, Mooklid, for gifting 10 subs to my channel. A worthy tribute indeed. Mooklid gifted a tier 1 sub to Con0in_37. Mooklid gifted a tier 1 sub to Cornelius Stromboli. Mooklid gifted a tier 1 sub to Nightmo182_Wolfia182.
Hey, Wolfia got one!
Mooklid gifted a tier 1 sub to Shaglin.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train!
Whoa.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
We got it. We got it, Shadow-san. No, Mark, what the fuck? Thank you so much. Why? I didn't do nothing. Is this because I was winning the war? Is this because I'm winning the war? Balls. Like so, what have you been doing today? Why is your day kick ass? Huh? 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 Tell me. Scam train! Choo-choo! How the fuck did you trigger a scam train on your own? What are you, like, magic? It used to be you had 3 people had to contribute, and what was that? 2 people? I think maybe.
This train runs on bits. This train runs on bits.
Oh, she's doubling up. She needs a reboot. Cha-cha! Thank you. I don't know why. I don't know what I did. Regaling in stories of matcha, but perfect. Thank you. And almost finished this matcha. I need to finish it up before the cat finds out. Three people did. I got Azurite, and then Marklad gifted out the subs. You psychopath! Unless someone did whilst I was. No, that was 6 days ago. Oh, hey!
Killers united with a party of
Welcome,
18.
my child.
How quaint.
Wait.
Welcome to my froggy chaos. Just remember, you're in Shadow Sands domain now. Bow down or prepare for froggy mischief. Enjoy your stay, but don't expect mercy. Rivet.
Welcome, my child.
Scam train, let's go. Scam train, let's go. Scam train, let's go. Scam train, let's go.
Are you done, Chateau-san? Are we done, son? Welcome, raiders! Raid! It's a Corrin raid. I think that's against TOS, isn't it? I don't know if we can legally have Corn raids on Twitch. Killers, I don't think you should be doing that or encouraging that sort of behavior. Yeah. Head. Oh, this is clearly an egg. Thank you very much. Might be a slightly rotten egg because like the yolk is squeezed out to the sides. Side point. It's side point. How close I can get on this thing? All up in your grills. I don't want. Ayo.
Am I done?
Are you sure?
Not even close. I thrive on stealthy mouse's failures. The froggy queen never tires of chaos. She should be grateful for my presence. Bow down and enjoy the show while I reign supreme. Rivet.
Yeah, while you reign supreme, it won't last for much longer, motherfuck. With that attitude, hello, Jagora. I didn't tell them to do that. Well, they came from your area, your general vicinity. They smell kind of like you. Hang on. Yeah, they definitely smell kind of like you, so I am going to, in fact, blame you. Hello? Hello? Where? Oh, there I am. I lost the battle against the odds, but now I'm winning the war! Enjoy your gifted sub, Muckler, again. Thank you for the gifted sub. And wonderful for the berries. Hello! That's not a hat. Eden getting away with some mighty suspicious.
Please. I'm all about froggy chaos, not mindless bloodshed. But if it keeps Stealthy Mouse distracted, I might find it amusing. Just remember, bow down to the Froggy Queen instead. I'm the real power here. Rivet.
Fuck off! I'm the real power. Son, right
Thanks,
off,
Mookman,
buddy!
for gifting Killers United a sub. Now Killers United can never leave.
Ooh, Killer's got caught without a sub! Busted! First form, yes sir! Someone bold her? Nah, you don't have to. The stars move, yeah! Yeah. Detailing, I can make certain the detailing. Don't worry, there'll be more detailing to come. Worry not, my son. Worry not, my
Thanks,
child.
The Fool 44 for gifting the Froggy Queen a sub. Now the Froggy Queen can never leave.
The queen! Do you know the queen? Are you the queen? Do you know the way? That meme will never die. I don't give a fuck. I like it. It's a brain worm. Do you know the way? My sub was over! You got busted. Alright, where's Xenos? Xenos. Ah, you sorry son of a thing. Remember who holds the power in this relationship, killers. Remember that. Remember that. I am your sister mother. Remember that. Sweet home Alabama. I didn't realize an American citizen, but I am now. The Froggy Quinn! I'm so curious. Like, I need to know if Froggy Quinn is streamer. Maybe? From 2021, come here. Wait. I need to see. That looks like a no. This is so sad. It's so sad. We cannot worship Froggy Quinn. It's such a disappointment. It's a great hat. We love this hat. The hat's... Hey. All right. I don't know about going around sniffing people's used hats, chat. Come on now. Come on. Catherine, down. Put it down. All right. You might get nits. Don't want to get nits. No one likes getting nits. They're hard to get rid of. Once they're there, they don't want to go away. I don't even have anywhere for the nits to be. Maybe eyebrows? Had nits in your eyebrows before? I am here ready to die for the cause. That's the spirit. Go, Jenks. Boy, am I proud of you. Fine. The design is it? is the design done?
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
All right. Thank you guys for the hype trade. What level? Wait, what level did that get to? Woo, level 4. Let's go. What do I get? What do we get? I still don't have the cool dodging one, but I'll take the no comment. I will take the no comment. That's because I can't keep it on reoccurring. Wow. Let's see how it is. Yeah, what? The hat goes great in a stool. Don't eat hats. I don't eat hats. No, we don't eat hats. Only if it's like a leather hat. Then maybe if you're like starving and like super desperate, you can kind of chew on the hat. Maybe if it's leather specifically. I recommend eating like a polyester hat or something like that. Oh, Jesus. Ah, thank you, Massive, for calling Step Prize. Good. Nice to know you're safe. Fuse protection. Get protection up. You need help? What the fuck did I do? What? I'm talking chat down. Why am I the one that needs help? Hey, sure right now. No, nothing. Fuck you, I do what I want. Wire protection. Why the wind? The sun is bright and it will burn your skin. Talking about eating hats. Chat was the one who said about eating hats. Not me. I'm trying to talk them out of it. Fucking flinging accusations. You walk on in here like, oh, what? Whatever, bro. Whatever. Fuck. All right, last bit of my matcha.
A gecko? How absurd. I'm a fabulous froggy queen, not some lizard. Your insults are laughable. Bow down to my true magnificence instead and embrace the chaos I bring. You'll never be as fabulous as me. Ribbit.
Geckos are cute! What is she on about? Geckos are cute too. We love a gecko up in here. I love some geckos. Maybe I should turn her into a gecko just to prove her wrong. Then all of a sudden she'll love geckos. What's about? I was here the whole time. What? You weren't. Clearly you were here, but not reading fucking chat. Hi, First Gamble, because otherwise, if you were reading chat, you would have seen that they're the ones who brought up the hat and hat eating. And you would also know that they're not actually talking about a hat. And then they may also have mental health problems. You would know. You would know this.
King_Big Chris with a party of 4? How adorable. Welcome to my froggy chaos. Just remember, you're in Shadow Sands realm now. Bow down or prepare for froggy fun. Enjoy the show while I reign supreme. Ribbit.
Welcome, Raiders! How was stream, Chris? Also, how was Megabonk, killers? Did you have a good run? Did you run well? I see Chris was doing Persona 3! I've never actually played any of the Persona games. I tried to watch like the Persona anime and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Nah. Could not get into it. Welcome, Raiders, Sad Wibix, a Gigaper Chris. I'm at Walmart, of course he is. I ain't reading chat. See, you gotta accuse me of this shit. You don't even know the context, huh? Read between the lines. They're holding up fucking Eden's flashing me with SpongeBob undies and calling it a hat, alright? It's not my fault. This is not my fault. Mod that isn't reading and moderating. I know, right? What do I pay him for? I don't pay him, but that's beside the point. I pay him in exposure or something like that. I think I could claim that, right? We can, yeah, we'll call it exposure. Exposure to fucking mental breakdowns. People, hi! Hi-ho! My friend spoiled the entirety of Persona 4 and I haven't touched the system. What the fuck? That's not a friend, Pyko! That's just a sinner! What? Who does that? Did they do it on purpose or did they not know that you were, like, hadn't watched or played it yet? Hi, SSB! There's a bento! A bento box has rolled into chat. It might need a bit of a wash. When's the last time we washed this bento box? It's a little bit green looking. I mean, if the box itself is green, will you notice the green mold in it? Is it just part of the decoration? Raid really just shushed my comment, ain't it? You got fucking noped out. What did I miss? Mousy, I didn't hear you earlier. Did you add sprites? Yes. Yes, I did. Oh, I definitely didn't add it whilst on the starting soon screen. You love exposure, yeah? Exposure to the elements, and mental health issues, and lore dumping and stuff like that. It's great. It's great, yeah. Anyway, I'm definitely not unstable. Oh, speaking of bento, show Stuffy! What? What am I being shown? What? Tell us when to show this. Yo! We got another thought! Let's go! We got a dog squealing at my door, but also got a thigh refresh. Let's go! Catter emotes are the fucking best. Look at the squish. Look at the squish. Does that mean I have that emote? Am I currently subscribed? Flint! Up, yup, boy! I knew he was gonna do this. Yes! Yes! Double the thigh! I can get behind this. Mousy mold tends to be black, not green. I mean, yeah, fucking, it can be greenish. What are you doing, Flint? Flint? Get out of there. Whoa, boy, you went to go steal some cardboard. Fuck it, I'm watching you. That side. No, I didn't fucking think so. No. Hang on a minute. I have to shut his access to the bathroom or he's gonna steal himself some cardboard. Hey! Hey! Even little bastard. No! Look up. Nothing! Oh, it's a Cabal emote. You're not unstable stealthy, but let's shake me around a little bit too much and I might explode. That checks out, honestly. You know what else checks out? Oh god. Around my neighborhood, okay, my neighborhood has lots of really old, like, I say really old, but relatively old housing. Like, they're all brick homes and they have, like, nice little cottage gardens out the front. And, like, all the people that own the houses, they're oldies, all right? They're really fucking old. And so they're starting to sell up and downsize. But I noticed 4 houses nearby only sold about a year ago. They all sold in pretty close succession to each other as each, like, oldie moved out. And they all got bought up. And I noticed that every single house every single one of those houses, their gardens got ripped up, and I was pissed as fuck because they have these lovely little, those cottage gardens with lots of flowers and bushes and nice, just really well grown and maintained garden, right? Really pretty, and it really matched like the cottage vibes of the houses that were like stone and brick, like that really nice fancy brickwork and that. And I noticed just today, coming back from getting my brekkie, that 3 of those 4 houses are now for sale, and they have fucking millennial flippers got to him. They did. They literally ripped all the cottage gardens out, replaced it with either rockeries, also like just fucking river rocks, or grass and hedges, and then they painted the whole fucking thing grey. The fancy sandstone looking brickwork or stonework, it's all fucking grey now. The roof is grey, the walls are grey, the framework's grey, it's all grey, and now they're selling it. Fucking flippers! Oh, I hate them. If you want a modern house, build one from scratch. Don't ruin the houses that actually have character that are still left. Ah, damn it. Makes me so
Stealthy
mad.
mouse, always stealing the spotlight with her failures. You should just embrace your role as the comedy relief. Bow down to the Froggy Queen for real entertainment instead. Your screams won't save you from the chaos. Rivet.
Thank you for 5 streak, Pyko. No stealing, yell Shania, and I am paying attention. I gotta burp. It's stuck. Anyway, I'm gonna dip. If you find him a while, if you're not here to claim it, you don't get it, Vex. I'm afraid that's just how it goes, buddy. Although I do tend to throw my name in if I know that there's a Pokemon that pops up that people really want, and I'll put my name in for them. I've done it for Calamus, and I've done it for Scramble with Steel types, and I can do it for you with Mawile, but I'm still just a name in the pot. So there is no promises made. 1.5, right? It's all, I'm so mad. There were such nice colors. The gardens were really good. I remember being so upset when they ripped the garden up, and then I just saw them today. 3 of them are all on sale again, and they're all gray. All color and all character has been stripped from those houses, and I'm pissed. Oh my god. I feel that so much. It's like, enough modern housing, like, especially because, like, they bulk build these days, so it's like copy-paste the same house over and over and over again. Like, if you want your stupid modern house, start afresh. Don't ruin the very few ones that we still have that have character, please. Especially because this day and age, if you want to build a house with character, you gotta pay through the fucking asshole, man. You don't have to pay, like, just the build, not even the cost of land. The build itself would be, like, 500 grand and up if you want a house with more character to it that's not like a copy paste off of their fucking designs, man. It's not cheap here. Hate it. And they keep destroying the few that we still have. Sorry, I'm gonna bitch and moan. I just gotta moan for a little bit. Everything is grey and white and square and LEDs. Oh, and the downlighting. Fuck it, don't get me started on those stupid sconced downlighting. Like, as you shouldn't. Why is the world gonna be like this? Everything will be chrome in the future. I can't wait for color is finally starting to come back, because like they had quote unquote millennial gray that came through. I don't know if it's millennial because it started when I was a fucking kid, so I wouldn't count that as millennial, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. But color is apparently coming back in again, because like as what's the one after millennial, Gen Z is rolling through, they want more colorful things, and I have noticed more colorful car colors coming through as well. Just the other day I was like, the whole fucking street's not just all black, white and silver. Wow, there's actually some color here. Whoa. Meanwhile, I have my bright fucking blue car. Fight me! Oh, I'm stupid. I don't think I've ever had it. No, I've never had a black, white or silver car. It's always been blue, actually, ironically. Oh, I had a white ute. No, I lied. My ute was white. That's because it was a cheap ute and I needed it because I crashed my other car. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. even believe they are millennials. They, like me, should have grown up with these houses, right? Oh my god, my mum's house was like, it's like she made everything fucking right. At least she has like a nice yard, at least. Like the garden was all well, I say fancy, but it was like a bit more chaotic. It wasn't those boring little box hedges. Ugh. Look at me started on modern McDonald's design, no more color, square, boring building. I didn't mind modern McDonald's when it first started rolling out because it, rather than being grey, it was more like they tried to upscale to kind of like that warm cafe vibe. At least it did in my hometown. They had like wood thing, like there was lots of wood, lots of stone, and it was like warm lighting. It was more like they were trying to be more upscale than traditional McDonald's. They were trying to get more of a comfy cafe vibe. And then they started rebranding again, and now it's all grey and hard everything, and it's just, it's not, I don't like it. I like that weird in-between point that they had before they went full Monty and just went fucking industrialist. You're late, millennial. I am a cusper. I'm a, what do they call them, a zillennial? I'm on the cusp. So it came out when I was younger. Challenge accepted. Let us fight somewhere empty. To the Walmart car park.
Oh, yes, menace. Menace. Ooh, menace.
I gotta stick that through and I feel it. Nope. Okay, I'm fine. Actually, I'm pretty sure you're Gen Z. Unless you're born in 96. I am not born in 96. No. I'm still a cusper, huh? Get just the tip. You just get the tip. Basically, that's correct, Kelly. Where am I? Papa, fun fact, if a pregnant woman swims, she could be classified as a human submarine. I have to wonder. All right, random question. Is amniotic fluid lighter than water? Therefore, would it make a pregnant woman more buoyant? Would like trying to duck underwater make her like with the baby force her to like rotate around and get stuck with her belly up? Like, how does this work? I need to know. Yes! Do it! They flew easier. Yes? Oh my god. Can you imagine trying to fucking swim and your body just keeps like rotating around and you're just like fucking ah! The baby rage. I kind of hate it that I'm right in the end of millennials, so I get lumped in for all the shit I had nothing to do with. It's just like, I was just a baby, please. Please. I have a green car. Oh, but is it a nice green or is it like vomit green? I wouldn't mind like a khaki green car, and it'd have to not be like super shiny. Otherwise, it'd do like little feces, like a little bit of a runny baby diarrhea. There's a car that I've seen getting around in the neighborhood that's like, it's a matte khaki, pale khaki green, and I like it. I was like, oh, I like that color. There's also a really nice red car that gets around. It's like a nice glossy, deep red, like the most luxurious lipstick you've seen in your life. We got lumped in with shit we had nothing to do with since like 6 years old. Please don't get me started. But yeah, I know how it feels. We're in pain. 97 isn't. No, it's not. 90. Is it? I think it is. Yeah. I don't know. I've lost track. Maybe it is. 97 is the start of Gen Z. Yeah, no, I'm not a Zia. Pregnant women do float easier. It's been proven. I'm just imagining a pregnant woman like doing, you know, like you see a fish that's like, I think it's when their air bladder or whatever the fuck I call it isn't working properly, and like their body keeps trying to rotate and go upside down. I'm just imagining a pregnant woman doing that, and she's just like trying to stay around the right way, and her body's just like tilt. I heard green. I was talking about green cars. And sometimes they look like literal diarrhea if they're shiny, but You can get a green color that looks nice. You can get like a deep mossy green, but if you go for the paler colors or the more yellow tones, it has to be matte colored, otherwise it just looks like dookie. Up shut you, yup dog. Hakone green. That sounds very Japanese.
Hakone green.
Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. I don't know. I feel like it. I'm not sure what it's missing. There's a. I think it. Oh, I know what it's reminding me of. Everyone I knew that had a cheap old shitbox car, it was always in this color. That's what it's making me think of. It needs a stronger saturation to it or something, or a pearlescence to it. Because that's all I can see is those shit boxes. All I can see is the shit boxes. It's too similar of a color. Amniotic fluid is denser than water, but they were saying it makes them float. 96, 97 is the start of Gen Z. No! It is 97 is the start of Gen Z. Oh, we're fighting. You know, for the longest time, they didn't know if it was going to be 95, 96, or 97 was Gen Z. I still remember that because I was like, well, what fucking generation am I? You all young whippersnappers, get off my lawn. I'm making my throat itch doing that. Smoking copium, thinking you a millennial. I am a millennial. I am. I'm a zillennial. Just because I'm at the back end of millennials, man. Just because I came out your ass. Mouse is sorry. I sent a message. I need instructions. Oh. What? What the fuck? How many profiles you got, bud? How many have you got? I can throw you in. Jesus. Either bits or dono, not subs. Thank you. Just because it's easier to track. Actually, whatever way you want. I don't fucking care. Fuck it. At least with subs, at least the some chatters can catch some subbies. Let me get a pic of the pearl to it. Oh wait, there is a pearlescent to it. Hello, well ninja. How you doing, Gaia? Gaia. What does that mean? I hear that fucking word everywhere. Now I gotta Google it. It makes me think garden. Great goddess of the earth. Oh, there's a spacecraft called the Gaia as well. Okay. Man, stop your whimpering. Is it a Greek god? Okay, so it comes from Greek goddess. Okay. I always hear people use Gaia, and I've always just attached it to garden or like a sacred garden, but it looks like it's a goddess of the earth. Does that count as garden? Does that count? Let me get up. Welcome in, everyone. I'll flip a coin, then flips. Does it have 3 sides? Give it 3 choices. Gaia means earth, originally Greek goddess of the earth. And I'm guessing a lot of people like do earth to mean like gardens and plants and shit. When I think earth, I literally think dirt. So as soon as someone says earth, I'm just like, dirt. The dirt, the soil, earth. Maybe because it's like earthworks or earth moving is normally like landscaping stuff where they're literally just moving dirt. Just move the dirt. Earthgen! Oh my god, anyone remember Thunderbird? I still remember. Okay. We're gonna have flashbacks to baby weeb stealthy mouse or otaku or whatever. I still remember Firefox and Thunderbird were like 2 personifications of 2 different like online services. What the fuck was Thunderbird? Firefox is obviously the browser. What is Thunderbird? What was that? Because I remember that people just turned them into gajinkas, anime girls, and would like ship them together. I remember those days. Little baby Stealthy remembers those days. Mozilla Thunderbird is a free open source personal information manager primarily used as an email. This was an email thing? Thunderbird. No, it's not a car. It's a computer thing. Nothing to do with the car. No, Flint. No, it's not the car. It was specifically a computer thing. Okay, so it's an email thing. Ah. Flint, shut up! He's just whimpering in the doorway. Oh, Frontier! What? Hit. Oh, it's more of you, sir. Dinos. Alright, you. Get over there.
What a pointless
I
chance.
just remember.
Stealthy Mouse barks like a confused puppy. If only she focused on her game instead. Bow down to the Froggy Queen, and let's have some real fun instead of this nonsense. Ribbit.
Wait. I will fucking find. It used to be everywhere. It used to be fucking all over the internet, man. Let me see if I can find one of the original images. Can I? No, I just want to click drag. This was one that was fucking stupid ass. Here it goes. There was that. Oh my god, this one! Yo, this is Firefox specifically, but like... Where's the Thunderbird ones? No, I don't want your AI bullshit. Oh my god, I remember this too. Holy Jesus. These were the days. This fucking... god damn it. Why does it keep doing that? Image? This fucking thing. This one. You know... You wanna know? You wanna know some deep lore, chat? I made my first ever, like, my own written story, and I used this image. It was meant to be, like, based around a Firefox girl. I didn't know what the fuck Firefox was, or Thunderbird. All I knew was cool anime characters. So I used this image, and I wrote my own little story. I can't find the original Thunder... Oh, okay, is that one of the original images? I don't think it is. Where are they? I don't want your stupid AI bullshit. They just delete the existence of Thunderbird, like, anime girls off the internet. I swear they have. They definitely have. Those fuckers. You might delete the pictures from the internet, but you won't delete them from my memory. Here we got this as well. That's Thunderbird there. There she is. In all her glory. I don't care if they try to remove her existence. I will remember. I can't find any other pictures of her. No, she's real, I swear. She's fucking real. I can't find her. She was everywhere. Back in the days when you could scroll to the end of Google image search. Fuck, I recognize that. It's real, I tell you, it's real. It was a real thing. Delete those. That was the email thing from the Firefox people. See, this was back in the day when I only had Internet Explorer. Now, internet was so shit, bro. You know, we were only allowed to be on the computer for like 30 minutes and then we had to get off. Couldn't watch a single video because that would use the whole internet usage that we had for like the whole month in one go. So we weren't allowed to watch any videos or anything. If it's not random fan art, the manga webtoon is called Media Girls. No, that's different. Media Girls is a Merryweather thing, isn't it? Like, I'm pretty sure it is. Where Media Girls is like Merryweather. me write down webtoon. Ah. Oops, that's not how you spell. Yeah, no, that's Merryweather. That came way later. That's way later. I'm talking. I was small bean. I was still in primary school. Small bean. Way before unlimited internet was a thing. They'd only sell it to you in like little batches with like usage limits and everything. Way before Merryweather Media. Again, I don't actually know exactly how long Merryweather Media has been around, because I'm pretty certain he was doing things for a long time before he made the actual webtoon. Hell yeah, I can also find one more picture with her, but none of the ones I was in. Right? I keep finding AI ones too, which is pissing me off. It's like, where's the originals? It's me, the chosen one, Fireball. What are you looking for? I was looking for original Yuri Firefox X Thunderbird anime girl art from I want to say 2000s? Yeah. Would have to be 2000s because 2010s is too late. Yeah, it would have been 2000s. Shut up, Lynn. Alright, anyway. Now that I've gone off on like 6 different tangential conversations, should I probably open the game? Should we cast a vote of whether or not I actually opened the fucking game today? Yeah? Also, chat, I'm gonna have to like give you guys some sort of whip or some sort of way to scold me, because my stupid little stealthy mouse brain keeps thinking of new things that I want to do for my 2.0 debut, and then I keep thinking, I'm not gonna have time to do that. I'm not gonna have time to do that. I barely have time for the shit I gotta do already, but I want to do it because it's a cool idea and it'd be really fucking fun to do with you, especially when they're like, all of the stuff is things that I want to be able to do that's interactable. But also some of the things that I have to hire someone who knows how to code, because I don't have time to learn how to code as well. Hey, Sean! Aish. Is that a seal? Oh, it is a seal. Okay, I was like, it's either a really weird looking cat or a seal. It was a seal! And I just got my new glasses. You wouldn't think it. No, Papa, yes, game, now! I want to be another Menace is like, please kill me! Are you sure you're not a Gen Zer rather than a millennial with the kill me? But the game, never! Although this was that. Is it? Plant. I cast always in the slowest and mugging line. Oh my fucking god, I have a skill. I have a skill when it comes to grocery stores, chat. You have no idea. You have no idea. Doesn't matter how much I either try or don't try, I will always end up with the checkout chick or checkout guy that is the slowest motherfucker you've ever had in your life. Doesn't matter, because like I always go to the same grocery store, so I know some of, like, I recognize a few of the faces. And like, I'll even sometimes go to the one that's like the manager, so I know they normally work faster. And as soon as I start putting my shit up on their fucking little trolley line thingy, they slow down. Or like, they have to go do something else first and then they come back. So it ends up being slower, and I would have gone through twice as fast if I went through a different fucking line! Doesn't matter how closely I observe people to see how fast they work or how slow they work and try to pick the fastest lane or the one with the least stuff on it or whatever. I will always end up on the slowest possible fucking option. Either that or they'll stink, like really bad. There's this one guy there, I swear he refuses to fucking shower, and like you can smell his pungent odor from the end of the little line thingy. It's like, no. Why? Why did your boss let you come to work stinking like that, man? I had one co-worker come in once stinking of mildew, and I told him if he ever fucking did that again, I would report him to the higher-ups, because that was no. Hell to the fuck no. I am not standing in a kitchen with a guy that stinks of sweat and mildew. Blech. Anyway. I got triggered there. Could you tell? Hey, the vaults! I stealthily to the body, I guess. Just in time to hear me have a meltdown. I officially have been in 150 plus cults of the lamb and been sacrificed. How the fuck have you been tallying these? I gotta burp again. Oh god. What was the thing you needed a coder for? I was thinking of I don't know if I'd even be able to do it. I wouldn't even know how to go about commissioning it. Anyway, some custom coding for redeems for chat. I wanted chat to be able to do like a just custom redeems, interactable redeems for chat where they could redeem points and do certain things. Essentially. And also like a custom subathon goal. Like bar thing.
Bah.
All right, cool. The pearl is in the... Oh, you found the pearl essence. Thank you, H2O. I'll check it out in just a moment. Better than the idiots who go to self-checkout with an entire cart. Oh, at least here in Australia, at least the local grocery store, they've now made the self-checkout section. They've made it so it perfectly... You can literally perfectly park your trolley and... You know how you have the little side shelf? Like a little side shelf for you to put your shopping, your basket on, and then you scan and you put it on the left, put it in the bag. They've now made that shelf so it lines up perfectly and you can slot your trolley over the top of it. So it's like not as crowded anymore. You can like get the fucking trolley out of the way. So it's kind of perfect to set up here now. They've figured it out, thank fuck. So it doesn't matter if you take a trolley to the self-serve. I need to go for a dookie break. Did someone scream shit yourself? Because I might just do that. Oh shit, actually that's coming up really urgently. I'll be right back. Damn, Mother Nature said now, bitch. you guys know that it's your fault that I do that. By the way, I'll have you know that it is only when I'm streaming that my body goes, guess what, Stealthy? You're gonna shit every hour on the hour for the entire stream duration. It never happens when I'm not streaming. My bowel movements are perfectly normal when I'm not streaming. When I am streaming, it's every fucking hour. Every hour! What is this? What have you done? What are you putting in my drink? What are you putting in your bits or your emotes or whatever the fuck else you're doing? How? How is it only ever when I'm streaming? Only ever when I'm streaming. Oh, I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Why? Set me free from my body. Maybe I should get my large intestine removed regardless so I don't have to go to the pooper at all. I'll just be sitting in my chair actively shitting and no one will know about it unless I tell you, which I probably will. I can 100% see myself, my little intestinal bag starting to fill and me just going, hey chap, I'm shitting right now. I can see myself do that. We'll hear it, you just hear the bag go like, like a little doggy bag noise, be like, plop, plop. It's the plastic, you know? You all know about it. I'll make sure you do. Damn right, high performance pooping. No stuffing. I'll be my bits. They go in your butt. How do you know where I put your bitties? How do you know? Oh my god. Okay. This might be TMI, chat. Being warned ahead of time. This might be TMI. But because of my intestinal issues, I do have to stick a tablet up my bum every night, and I use a lubrication for it, and it's just normal lubrication that you that you would use for sex. And I accidentally when we had a house inspection a couple of days ago, I left it out. I just left the lube sitting out, and my little finger condoms that I wear when and they were just sitting on my desk. And I know that he took a photo of it because he takes a photo of every room when he does the inspection. And I was like, because I remember as soon as he left, I sat at my desk and I just looked and I was like, oh shit. It was just sitting there in the open, like right in the middle of my desk too. I was like, oh my fucking god, no. How did he know? I had told myself I would put it away too. I was like, no, make certain it's not left. But it was all there. I wonder what he thinks about it now. Because he wouldn't even see the medication, because all you can see is the white part of the medication. You can't even see what the meds are. So you can see his box of nondescript whatever the fuck. They call them, it's a finger condom. A finger condom and just some lubricant just sitting in the middle of my work desk. And then make it worse, it was on my work desk. So I've got my microphone and my multiple screens and my webcam set up and my bed in the same room as all that. So I'm just like, oh god, what does he think I do for work? Oh shit! Not in the office. It's just the whole setup. Oh my god. I made that funny. It's like, I swear I'm not doing that type of work. I promise. It's health stuff, I swear. Oh, I realized how bad it looked after I sat down and put all the dots together, and I was like, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Oh shit. He's like, damn, she makes good money, ayo. No. I'm crying. I'm so fucking, I'm so glad that I only have to see him a couple more times. Fuck me. But not literally, please. All that was missing is a box. Who says a box of tissues was missing? I always have a box of tissues in my office. I get runny noses. I have to have a box of tissues in my office. In my defense, there was no dirty tissues or anything like that. It's just the tissue box. Just the tissue box. Just be like, I'll tell you what I do if you promise to leave a nice tip. We'll put it this way. There was no notes on the rental inspection that I had to fix anything or clean anything. With the previous rental inspector would always have at least something on there. He didn't put anything. He didn't put anything on it. So I don't know if that's a red flag or a green flag. Maybe it's a beige flag. I'm not sure yet. But point is, he might be suspicious of my occupation. Honestly, they've probably seen worse and don't get it. He's only new to the real estate stuff, man. It's about trial by fucking fire. Well, at least, okay, never mind. Maybe I still get good girl points because my dog likes him. My dog likes him a lot, and it was Flint was like harassing him for petties and wouldn't leave him alone. And if he walked off, Flint would be like, "Hey, where the fuck's my petties? Hey, pat me! Hey, pat me!" So maybe I got good girl points for that. It's a kinky flag. Someone needs to iron that flag out, man. You sure it wasn't an orange flag? I hope not. I hope I'm safe. All I'm thinking as well is the landlord gets to see those photos as well. The landlord is a very old man. I want... yeah. There's gonna... yeah. There's not gonna be a whole lot of explaining anything. Tissues. I've moved on to a roll of toilet paper. It's cheaper and smoother. I use toilet paper whenever I get a cold because it's just easier on the nose. It's built for sensitive buttholes. Therefore, it is built for raw noses for when you got a cold. Tissues. Toilet paper is best for when you have a cold. In my opinion. Even better than eucalyptus tissues. Anyway, let's play games. Want to play a game? Shit. What toilet paper are you fucking using, Calamus? Is your butthole okay? Do you need to, like, moisturize your butthole? Actually, please don't. I don't actually. Hey, Jar! Hey, Jar! My boss asked me about my asshole! I'm so getting fired. A game? Oh, story time. Single ply. Single ply is where you accidentally finger yourself trying to, like, wipe your butt. Don't do single ply, man. That's just a dangerous game. 1 minute you're wiping yourself, next minute you've... All right, stop. Stop, Stealthy. Open the game, Stealthy. Oh, stop. Oh, stop. I'm so glad my neighbors are deaf, man. I say it every time. Look, sandpaper not the same as toilet paper, y'all. It shouldn't be used that way. Kilmus cracks his back. So, I don't know. Do you want to play a dangerous game? I can show you a game. I use wet wipes. Please tell me you're not flushing your wet wipes. Just because it says flushable doesn't mean it's true. They lie. I want a bidet, but like I would never attach a bidet to this toilet because the cistern and everything is just fucking disgusting. So I would never. When I get my own place, it's having a fucking bidet. I want a clean butthole. No, good. You only flush them at Walmart. Yeah, it's Walmart's problem. Now, have I caught a Pokemon on this? So I caught one on this Route 10. No, I haven't caught anything on Route 10. I don't think. No, I didn't. We are free to catch the buns. No more talking about buttholes. Okay, chat, behave. It's your fault. I gotta burp. Oh, excuse me. I have to fix the toilet. Ain't no way I'm taking that risk. See, a lot of people, I don't know why the companies are allowed to say that they're flushable when they're simply not. It annoys the shit out of me. So I remember my sister coming up and be like, oh, but they're flushable. I'm like, no, they're fucking not. They're already sitting in water. If they do not dissolve in water, then they will not be flushed down the toilet because they will not dissolve like toilet paper does. No, bad. Stop it. Did I come in at the wrong time, Darrigan? If you weren't here, oh. I think you're at the perfect time. You missed the TMI. You're safe. Don't worry about it. Just whatever you do, don't scroll back through the pod. You can get a bidet that just attaches to the seat. Yeah, no, but it still comes out of the same plumbing. And I'll be honest, I don't trust the plumbing in this house. Do not trust. What are you talking about? Nothing. Nothing. No one tell him. What? The vaults, shut you up before I shut it for you, bud. I will. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, you came in at the right time, eh? So it's technically flushable, but not in bulk. Like once a week, one wipe. Yeah, that's not how people using them, though, is it? All right, now. My fucking audio is already delayed as hell. Good job, headphones. Alright, looks like my best choice will be to use Scared Gamer and to poison powder it. Let's just throw a ball in its face to start the ball rolling, you know, just in case. Maybe this will work. Okay, never mind. Strategy, who needs it? Never out of it in your life. You just pants it, chat. See? Pantsing it does work. Who wants to be this epic looking Banrock? Exclamation mark, ticket to be Banrock! Join me, balls! Ah, yes, back to bowls awareness. You should always check your bowls for extra lumps. Well, like, I don't know, I don't have bowls. Think about Stuffy having a finger condom on camera, a pen in the same room, and the inspector getting a photo of it, and probably having questions. Tiger Bee! Yes, Minas! I sent you a DM about the programming thing. I don't want to distract from stream, but I'd like to talk about it. Okay, thank you, Volts. I will be in contact with you off stream then. Because I understand, like, there's a whole bunch of different programming languages in that, so it all depended on, like, what languages people know and blah. Shut it, Calamus. I know you wish death upon that fucking Raichu. What was it doing? Brain. Tiger Bee, that's what I was doing. Tiger Bee. Why he's away in the corner? Put you next to Mins. Ooh, Cinder's mad. Oh, geez, now that's an interesting first message to see in chat. Like, damn. Yeah. Hi, Mega. You missed the trauma dump, thankfully, and the TMI. You're welcome. Chat, don't fucking bring it up again, all right? We're done. It's down. It's dead. We killed it. Took it out the back and shot it between the eyes. All right, drawing a winner. Menace. Oh, fuck, Kelly. No racial slurs and glide it. I'm gonna say it as much as I can before it becomes a banned word. Oh, we got 3 forms? 2 forms. That one's not a custom. We got 2 forms! Menace! Do you want to be extra pink or extra black? I commissioned the stealthy. Let's go. I'm so pissed that my phone fucking died. Right when my next Twitch payout came because I was going to commission Kato for a new shitting screen. I'm mad. I was like, fuck, there goes like $400 straight out the damn window. Yes, rigged. Menace, do you want to be extra pink or extra black? What are we going with? A new shitting screen, hell yeah! Yes. I was going to commission it with this batch, but I might have to wait now. The sexy one, this one then? With those sexy pink blue. Spends most of its time in deep caves, only emerging in the middle of the night to gather food. Fangs, oh, it's just like me, for real, for real. Go in me box for now. Yes, it is Menace. I want to call you Sky Menace, though. I know it's... Ah, fuck it. Menace of... I'm going to say Menace of Sky, because I feel like Menace of the Sky won't fit. Look at pure Hosscat the second. Like, ain't no P in Hosscat. Okie dokie. Please tell me it's also female. You are genderless currently until I unfuse and refuse you. Ha! We got the good one, chat. So much better than the balls. I wonder if Mousy, knowing her ADHD, even looked at... Oh, shit. Wait, in my defense, I think I went to take a dumpy at that point. Right. Pearl. Okay, so it looks better with the little pearlescent green because it's a bit more saturated, because the green that I'm thinking of that was like cheap shit cars was slightly more of a blue tint to it. Similar, essentially the same green, but slightly more to the blue hue shift. Oh, I fucking... I'm trying up in here. My meds haven't kicked in yet. Fight me. Hosscat, you're not much help against that thing. It's a rock type. I missed the ball. You want to get in the ball? Oh, for fuck's sake. Hello, Cetrich. Am I a little bit over-leveled for this area? I don't know. Alright, this guy's gonna want to fight me with electric types. Ow! Sorry, I just hit the back of my foot. I've only got one electric type on me, so let's not fuck with that. Charge beam! Honey? Thank you for the follow, Shoggy! Are you soggy? Or are you shoddy? Like, which is the which? This dude's got a bit of a hairdo. Alfie, I showed you the new gremlin I adopted, right? My kitten, Ember? Yeah, the little black kitten! Yeah! And you had to save the kitten from the dingleberries. Where is the say so stealthy that killer saw? I wasn't talking about sex things, so it's still say so, right? It's health is different, alright? Let's talk about health things. Oh, fuck me. Alright. In for Flora, it says. Let's see if we can get you in the ball in one try. No, scared gamer will be in danger. Right. He smells like cat food and farts. Not the baby. Oh, this poor baby, leave him alone. Sybil's just got a... Sybil took so long to stop shitting himself, man. He's still I still occasionally find a poop nugget. Like was it 2 weeks ago? He shat on me whilst he was doing fucking he was making biscuits on my lap, and then he got up and left, and I looked down at my lap and he'd shat on me. I was like, bro. What the fuck? Ah, he never grew out of shitting himself. Finish. All right. Who wants to be the monkey flower? Anyone at all? Monkey flower. I don't have very many fire types, so it's probably a good idea to at least get that fire type. What's that? I don't give a shit about COD. Go away, Black Ops 7, whatever. Apple, you like dressing me up? We were just having a conversation about how floaty pregnant women are. Can you run a test for us? If you get in a pool whilst really pregnant, will the pool try to flip you over onto your back? We have someone in chat can actually test for us. For science, Apple! It's for science, please! A test subject has appeared! I'll test that out when I'm bigger. Hell yeah! It's coming into like summer for America, right? So it checks out. Get your pool ticket. Pool pass, whatever you have in America. Ba-ba-ba. Thankfully, Ever hasn't had any accident. He does his best to make it to the cat box. See, I think Sybil just didn't understand the whole concept of stay in the cat box until you finish shitting. He didn't get that bit. He'd like start shitting in the cat box and then walk off while he was still halfway through the job. Yeah. Yeah. Or he'd just straight up step in it whilst he was trying to bury it. Cat poopy prints everywhere. Oh my god. Ah! Dragon! Wait. Did I kill you with the dragon? Hang on. Oh wait, I'm allowing double ups. Never mind. What am I talking about? Dragon! Too busy. Dragon. Alright, Timmy box. It's almost winter. Oh wait, it's the other way around. Sorry, my bad. I forgot. We've had a really cool. It's been quite cold and wet. Considering it's literally 1 month away from summer here in Australia, it's been unusually cool and wet. So I don't know why my brain was like, we're heading into winter, therefore America heading into... No, it's the other way around. I'm a fool. Da, da, da. There you are. Do you want to play around with your fusions? You can, or you don't have to, but it is an option. Ball. This was terrifying, I will admit. I got a fair few cool Pokemon in this collection, not gonna lie, well they look cool. So many steel types though, man. Another electric type. I suppose I could throw Mila in the mix. Just to go get... Maybe I should go get that electric. I want the electric outfit options. Then again, I'm not even going to use the electric outfit. What am I fucking talking about? I'm either going to be a maid in my pajamas or Team Rocket member all the time. So what's the point of getting the electric outfit? Fool! Is this the one that you gave a separate sprite to, or is it the evolution? It's the evolution of the fucking head, bro. Opposite. I'm sorry! I didn't see me in the teams. Yes, fusion, ha! So if you wanna, I think you got the Stuffle and Mimikyu, and then you've got whatever the monkey is called, and the sunflower thing. If you wanna play around with them. I forgot, am I a Pokemon here? I think you were, or did I kill you? Maybe you're currently in my team, hang on. Oh, okay, apparently not. Never mind. I thought you were, but you are not currently in team, anywhere. Morphia, Dar, Menace, Mila, Egg, Desu, Killers, Jackal, Balto, Ball, Daragon. We up to getting second months? Yes, because I defeated the third gym. Yeah, I did defeat the third gym. This is always where I end up fucking dying. The fourth and the fifth gym always get me. This is where I gotta be careful. The photosynthesis monk. I believe Stealthy killed me off screen and didn't bother to bury. I don't think you've been in this run yet. Otherwise, I would have buried your dead body. Welcome back, Flint. Good boy. You guys stop bullying each other at VC. Don't be nasty. Who's next? Next is a no, wait. I can't even plan for the gym types because the gym types have been shuffled. Fuck. I'm always nice, says the person who stole the Raichu right out from underneath the clanker. Rude. Rude. Alright, what you got? Alrighty. Hello, Satan. You can ask the guy in front of each gym. You're supposed to, but the shuffle is broken. I literally haven't shuffled the gyms, but the gym types are shuffled. And also when you talk to the guy out the front, he just says it's like it would normally be. He just says that it's like either, like, Misty was supposed to be the water gym, so he said it was water, and it wasn't. He fucking lied! I want to play with Nags. Flame burst! Get him! The Corelli sprite catches me off guard every fucking time.
Get the strawberry quail.
Goth Corelli is my favorite. Maybe mainly because the hips are out. Dragon type, hello! I do have a weak spot for hips. I will not lie. Ow. Ow. Alright, we're swapping out. Or are... No, we are. We're below 40 HP. We ain't fucking with that. We are not fucking with that. Ooh. Do 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 do. But he's got dual chop. That will fucking hurt, Sonic. Decisions. Boop, boop, doop, boop, boop, ba-dee-dee-doop. I'm feeling Hoscat. Roth Corelli aware! Ow! I knew you were gonna fucking do that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fuck this guy, man. Oh my god. Alright, do not die, Sonic, or I will have flip my lip. Fuck your Dragon Rage, dude. I'm gonna kill you back! God! But yes! God damn! Pretty later just fucking rinsed me. You need something that is faster. You don't say! You have to see Goth Corelli. I don't actually know the next time I run into a Goth Corelli. I don't think I see her until I get to the town with the grass gym in it. Misa thinks. X-Ray looks cool. Oh, wait. I wonder if she'll trade me, actually. Ma'am? No one trades anymore. Bollocks. There's my lantern. Flash some people. Freestone? Freestone? No freestone. The guy's strawberry quelly. Strawberry quelly. Oh, she's strawberry. What is Sonic MLP a fusion of? Lopunny and Metagross. Oh my god, it's shits. You've got a shits, yeah! I remember having a shits too! Those were the days. Oh, they were the days. I'm always nice. Why do I feel like I don't really believe that? Dofa? You know Weirdo and what? Oh, you've seen some. You see, yeah. You okay, buddy? Yeah, buddy. Just woke up 5 p.m. Whoa, you forgot to. What do you mean you forgot to set alarms? What? You don't normally have to set alarms at that time of day. How did the coma go? Do you still remember the world? It's the year 2030. We haven't seen you in 5 years. I haven't caught a Pokemon in here yet. I just realized. Okay. This is my first encounter in this cave that wasn't Krelly, right? I remember running into any other Pokemon. I was too busy laughing about the shits. God damn it, dude. Just get in them. You think it has 40 HP, chat? You think it has more? Nah, I don't think it does. I don't think it does. Fuck's sake. You're gonna make me poison you, aren't you? The scared game is gonna be weak. You shouldn't get one hit KO though, surely.
Gift Stealth 236 step. Gift Stealth 236 step.
Oh god, the 1000 bitty noise. I keep forgetting about that existence. 1000 bitty noise, Amy. I hate myself for that. Thank you for the bitties, Panda! Thank you so much. I appreciate it. What's that? My 1000 bitty noise stopped working, so I made an audio to replace it because no one normally donated 1000 biddies at a time, so I thought I was safe. Barely, not so much. Every now and again, it still comes in and traumatizes me. Alright, scared gamer, no death, please.
Not the sand attack.
Alright, it's poison. Good stuff, Ozzy. How is the world doing? Not very good. Something, Epstein emails. Get it? Yeah, got it. I don't mind the Pidgey.
How
the
ridiculous.
Pidgeot or whatever it's
I
called.
thrive on chaos, not memes. But if it annoys Stealthy Mouse, I might consider it. Just remember, chaos is my domain. Bow down to the Froggy Queen. Rivet.
So she's considering it. She hasn't offered you one yet, but she just to be an annoying bitch. She's like, maybe I will. Maybe I will. God damn it! Exclamation mark ticket if you want to be fucking pigeonja. That. No one wants to be a pigeonja? What is wrong with you people, huh? I think having a pet pigeon would be cute. I think pigeons are cute, and I wish we still did carrier pigeons. That's my, fuck, what generation take is that? Damn, that's before boomers, that's before the what's it called? What's the generation before the boomers? The silent generation or something? Anyone? Anyone or no? I'm saving for one I see you. Like cinders going in. I do not wish to have a halo even if it's red. What? Come on now. You could pretend it's a set of horns. I mean, I just realized I would have been fucked if it ended up having having the ability where it like can't take damage unless it's like super effective and then it just instant died on me. I'm like, oh, whoops. Wow, a 1 in 100% chance. Who would I would have guessed that you would win this, Ginger? Wow. Ginger. It's got to have the ginger bit in it because it's a redhead, so compulsory. Ah, yeah, sorry about that. Even if you're dead, you can be respawned. We believe in isekai, I mean Buddhism in this chat.
They were the chosen one.
You were the chosen one. We're supposed to
Oh,
destroy
how's
the
life?
enemies, not join
Annoying stealthy
them.
mouse is always a treat. I'll consider singing it just to see her squirm. Chaos reigns supreme, and I'm here for the fun. Bow down to the froggy queen. Ribbit.
She milking you for your crumbs at this point. Hello. Rolion? Oh, Empoleon Grovile, whatever the fuck it's called. It's only level 8. Am I mega over leveled or something? Why are they all like below level 15 around here? Oh, my controller, what the fuck? Alright, my pro controller just got blown off the desk. Being a wee bit windier than it looks. I know what I'm being led on. She's like, yeah, go on, you sure? Yeah, of course I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. Just keep spending your crumbs. Something like that. Oh my, why does he look so shy? He's like, oh my, he's got a little hand up. How embarrassing. Scar Edge. And hit it, why not? Actually, I probably shouldn't fuck around with these guys because I have to deal with the actual trainer battles in this cave. I probably shouldn't fuck around and find out, should I? Yeah. Oh, a revive. Glad I can definitely use that. Oh, he's got rockets! Yeah! No rocket launcher. Alright, where am I? Oh, an egg! How many times have I missed that egg? Wait! I don't think I've ever picked up that. That's there. It's Charizard Mewtwo. Okay. Right. Well. She's not gonna let me pass, is she? No, she's not. You second Wendy! Yeah. Oh, am I getting oh my god. Might be getting a storm later. Breeze is kind of cold too, actually. Fuck you! Okay, what's your type, bitch? Bug and what? Normal? Breezy, man. It's breezy. Let's send out Sonic. Nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. Nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. Think I'm gonna put a ring on it. Nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. Welcome back, Catherine. Pitbull. I think I'm gonna need a Dami. I think I need water. Get him, Dami. Wait, what are you again? You're fire water, right? Yeah.
He's a little fairy.
Hot soup? Oh. Okay. Well, let's put Sonic back out for the steel type bitch, shall we? Actually, like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, right, the Ditto part. Right. I fucking missed! This is gonna be a war of attrition. Wait, if I swap out again, will he transform again? I don't think he can. He can only transform once, right? So if I burn him... Nice. Para rock. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, is he okay? What the fuck? Dude has seen some shit. And why do all the dogs got the parasect, man? That's who got the parasect. The fucking lichen rock has the traumatizing. These poor creatures, man. Oh, I love the days when I used to have that soft-boiled move. Not no more, I don't. Oh, I could get past him. Okay, color me surprised. Ow. Ah! Batman! Sorry, the parasite has been breeding. I can't stop it. Ah! Why must it reproduce? Wait, I can't poison the grass types. Right. Ow. Ow. I love the fungus fusions. They look cool, but also traumatizing. Slab Sablemander. Oh, Sablemander. I'll show you my Mander if you show me your Mander. Oh, why is it cute though? I love it. Ow, Dami, you need healing. Dami. Alright, let's say, oh, do I have an escape rope? Hang on a minute. I have a singular escape rope, should I so need it. Oh, that was a waste of us. For everyone personally traumatized by effusions, there's another who wants it to be their pet. You want a parasite as a pet? You got mental health issues. Seek help. Oh. Low sweep. And the repel! Ah. Oh, you poor little thing who have seen some shit. Buddy. Alright. There we go. And... Alright, come here, fatty. Ooh. Hello. Oh, it's a chikorita cross. Okay, okay, I get it. I got it. Big brain. Let's go next. I mean, no nags. Fuck! Nags pass! I have nags to put on the brain. It's not an issue, it's a solution. Someone with an issue. That is what they would say. Fight rock with rock. Alright, back down I go. I can get out of here. That's a fucking thing! Oh. There's Mewtwo's and Dialga's in here and I got a fucking Pidgey! What the fuck? Bruh! This is bullshit. Oh lord, he gagging? He gagging. He like big gag. What? Rock with rock? Just put a mental image of rubbing two rocks together. It's not gay if the balls don't touch. Nothing? Oh, fuckers. Oh, it's the sad guy again. Yup, I made it. Hey. No? Okay, that just takes me back that way. Thought there might have been a secret tunnel. Alright, am I finally in the area where I can bother swapping some Pokemon around to level? Looks like I might be. Oh! Safe. Avoid every battle until I'm closer to the exit where I feel safe. Restart. Fuck off, Dialga. Rubbing it in. See if I get some good EXP out of you. No. Pissle. Oh, Max survived. I'm so glad I can use that. I just like horror and fungus arthropods, but I also do have mental health issues. My username is Satan Loves Fruit. He got a point. He got a point. If it was every type at the same time, it would still be weak to rock attacks. Would it? Hey, oh, that looks really cool. Would it though? Ow. Nice. I do have to admire that design. A spear shrew. Hello. I think I should have swapped out. I feel like... Ow. Ow. Oh, no, we're good. Next pass, he got these. Morning, Smouse and Chat. Guess we had a 17-hour nap. Now I'm waiting for a pizza for breakfast. Kinkin, doma, pepperoni, blue cheese, and onion. I feel like blue cheese goes really well on very specific dishes, and on other dishes, it's ass. I hope that this is a good combo for you. I might be in danger. It's fine. Don't worry. Nags is okay. Nags is A-okay. Do 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 do. Sippies? What if I don't want a sippy? This is waterboarding. Oh, it's the mods. So I don't have to drink. Ha! Gallimus! Drink water! Before I waterboard you! Fuck off, Dialga. Alright, what's we got? We have a cave with an old man in it, if memory serves. Hello? What? Oh. Oh, wait, is that Fairy Dragon? Did we just tame a fairy? Hang on a minute. Hang on a fucking minute. Or a Steel Dragon. Fairy Dragon? Steel Dragon. One of the two. I know it is. Or it can be. It wants to be Car Jumper. Car Jumper, Car Jumper, Car Jumper. Exclamation mark, think it to be Car Jumper. Fairy Dragon or Rock Ground. Give me my fucking Fairy Dragon. With crystals. And when I redeem 100 of the mods, they'll dry out, shrivel up, and become dust. They're the only ones that water the mods, honestly. I don't water the mods. They water themselves. Lazy. Very anti-sweets thing. Like on gingerbread. It's divine. Others, it's too salty. On gingerbread? Blue cheese on gingerbread? Are you a tit? Ugh. I have no idea what this is gonna taste like. I got this pizza on like 10 pound? Is that how you say it? Off for a total of 18 for a family size. That's big. God damn. I love everyone wants to be it half the people already have one. We do allow double ups now, so you know, i.e. blue cheese on gingerbread is I don't know, bro. I was sentenced to HM Slave. Please give Pico another chance. Losing the chance to become this fucking thing. Drawing. Who gets it? Vexa! Welcome! What, don't want to be in my while?
Vexa, evento.
Bullshit. Take it. it up with elements. All right, I want to... Fuck. Okay, I'm going to go with the PC for now because I don't want to mess up the team that I've currently got rolling. But I will see what you look like when we get out the other side. Oh, it's dark again.
We will see your beautiful form soon, my child. Oh, Stardust, thank you.
Already fought that Krelly. Oh, cave. This is where that prism is. Free stuff? Free stuff. Free stuff. No free stuff. Free stuff? One day I'll learn what these prism pieces... Sorry, it's really cute. But I can't have it. Fine, I'll drink, Reinhardt. Fucking hell. I can't see it being ugly, otherwise whoever the designer was needs to be beaten over the head with a rubber mallet. Blue cheese on gingerbread is a very Nordic thing, but if you can, do try it. Note, I cannot promise results because I don't know what your blue cheese tastes like nor what your gingerbread. Our gingerbread is ass, man. I feel like all our every gingerbread I've ever tried, I swear, was fucking stale. Roast. Oh, that's gonna be a force battle? Or not? Ah! Why a rubber mallet? Why not an iron mallet? I want to give him a fighting chance. Come on now. Gotta play fair. We've got to go through the crucible of Krellies. Hey, hello! Ooh, Sonic. You're in a little bit of danger there. Let's swap you out real quick, Sticks. Ooh. Oh, this cat is a bit of a glass cannon. Stormy will probably be in danger too because grass type and scramble, even though it technically doesn't have a grass typage on it currently, it still would carry grass type moves, I would assume. The crucible, the mold threatens. Ah! Fucking does it ever threaten? Goddamn! Stop side-waving me! Sacred fire! Rainbow shot! Go! Ow, 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 ow. You done? Thank you. I know Crowley did a vote recently whether or not to make her mascot like a cow or mold spores, but I don't know why she can't be both. Like, I'm just picturing a moldy little, I think similar to, what was it? The Minecraft creatures, and there was that one cow that had like mushrooms growing off it. That's kind of what I'm picturing, but like a little green moss ball cow. That is literally what I'm picturing. I feel like that would like, it would suit so much. It'd have like that real fluffy, stringy type mold coming off it. Maybe some like table mushrooms coming out like for the ears or something. And it'd be a cow. Just like a little ball. I feel like it would go really well. Mushroom from Minecraft? The mushroom, is that what it was called? Plant? No one asked you. No! A fuzzy black-green cow, something like that. Or like black-green. It could be black and white and then like have that green moldy sort of like coating on it. Kind of like a little moldy rock. Oh, I suppose that's mossy, technically. I'm thinking of moss, technically speaking, but I feel like it's just the outdoor version of mold, let's be honest now. It's like the outdoor version of mold. I don't know what that is. Ah, it's cute! It's dead. Oh, is that a rock type? I think it is. That's dangerous. Okay, let's swap out. Bark, 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 bark. That's all he ever does. Keep rolling! Plants? Enough. Naughty boys do not get extra special stuff. Fuck you. No! Stop it. Enough. Oh, you start, chat. Up shut, you yups. Trigger my doge. You're a bad example. A glue bite. A gloom. A bite? Maybe? Maybe? should be Hoss Cat being the preferential. Yeah, I was right. Got him. Alright, now we're gonna take on the next Krelly of the Krelsible. Hey, Silver Owls, how you doing? Why are they all... Okay, whatever. The sprites are all mixed up for some reason. It's a weird-looking bird. Get him, Sonic! Sick him! Venartina. Oh, that's a... Oh, that's a... I like it, but I'm slightly terrified. Ow. Get it, Sonic! Togegi. Oh, it's cute, kill it. I feel like that'd be a really good final evolution. Okay, that's it for me. I'm Dej. Good night, Stealthy. Good night, Jet. Have fun. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. Hope you don't die too hard, alright? At least come back to life, alright? I want to see you in one piece, buddy. You better survive. Rock slide. Ow. They have a bunch of subs, but it's the people that do not have Borks. You don't have my Bork no more, and no Krelly Borkin. What the fuck is this creature? Something that should have never come to life. Oh, another free thing. It's for it. Oh, what the fuck? You've been... Wait, does that mean that one time you were in my stream for quite a while, you were up till like 8 o'clock in the morning? Are you okay? Do I need to send like adult protective services? Oh, you'll need help. Hey, me and Daragon are in this 10! What the fuck? You should be going to bed too! That's tumultuous. Mental issues everywhere. Everything! No, oh yeah, go to bed.
Fire speed.
Well, you my defense, I slept those 17. Why did they swap that in? Ugh, whatever. Ah, he hit himself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Slept the whole day. Mouse, do you hear that? What am I hearing? My dog shut up finally. Is that what I'm missing? He finally upshut. Pressure. Good night, Daragon. Thanks for hanging out.
That's rude.
No.
That's some bitty noise. Ooh.
Psych damage. I should have banned the bits. I should have banned. I shouldn't have allowed this. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Never again. Here, now I'm yawning. I'm yawning from stress. I'm like a fucking dog that stress yawns. Look what you've done to me! 60, 65, 60, 50, but 50 with healing, so let's get rid of that. I had to tease you a bit. Can you tease me with something that's not my voice? Every time someone redeems, like, one of my sound redeems in, like, Killers' stream or elsewhere, I just cave in on myself. Hey, those damn other time zone streamers, including Rally. Fuck 'em. You're the rock guy. Do I have any? I don't think I have. No, I do. I got one rock. I got an eggs. All right, we're finally out of here. I don't want to fight. Go away. Max potion. But Yep, that was close. Wait a minute. Oh, it is Route 10. Okay, I'm fine.
I need healing.
If this ends up being like a fucking why not egg, I'm gonna be pissed. So help me, that better not be a why not. If it is... Oh, what? What is that one? Yo, and then fuck me, look at you! Yo! What's the egg? Fuck, it is a why not egg. Damn it! Yo! Are you rock ground? Damn it! Where's my fusion calculator? I require the fusion calculator. Infinite decks. Oh, hang on, my phone's ringing. What's this? Hello? Oh, buddy. If Australia didn't have Medicare like we do, my medication that I take to survive every month would be like $1,300 every month. Fucking insane. Sorry, that was that was a pharmacist ringing up to just confirm some things. God, no. Alright, now, unfortunately, Vex, it looks like if I flip you around the other way, have better typage, so that you're dragon fairy instead of rock ground, you do not have a custom sprite. You are just a ball of flesh. Sadness. What do? H2O can make one. H2O has been making some amazing fucking sprites. I will kiss you! It will be much love! I do want to flip you around the other way. Your stats will be worse, sadly. But your typage will be much better. You won't be weak to a bajillion different fucking things. instead of being weak to 6 different things, 2 of them being 4 times weak, 4 of them being 2 times weak, you'll instead only be 2 times weak to 4 things. And half damage to from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things. I would say it's pretty good. It's pretty good. A drop of water and you're fucking dead. A single leaf during fall lands on your face and you're dead. If you're not comfortable in your flesh, you should remove your skin. Come on, remove the skin! Hey, that's right. Calm the fuck. Jesus. I think you have seen some of mine, so yeah, just hold out till I get it made. You got a job now, H2O. You've done it. You've done it now. I want to know what this egg is. We must hatch the egg, chat. But first, we have new Pokemon to catch, yeah? Wait, do I have anyone here that has stat-affecting moves? Bubble of saliva just then. You're only level 12, though. No, you don't, figures. Alright. Thinking we'll go get ourselves a catch in the next section first, and then we will try to hatch whatever that little egg is. Right. I walked straight into that. God damn it. Hello. Not the best matchup. Not the worst. Oh, fuck you, Bulbaudo. Pain in my ass. Just sit here and... Oh, he woke up instantly. Nice. Very good, Sonic. Very good. I wasn't reading. Really should have swapped you out again, but alas, here we are. Now what we got? No one. Nothing! Grelly is fucking dead! Yes! Alright. Let's put scared up front. What's we getting? What the fuck? Why is it so... Why is it so big? It doesn't fit! Poor guys, come back! Come back! I think they made the sprite size incorrectly, but it's just a hunch. Damn it, what? That boy hit big! He big. He's gonna win the best fucking Pumpkin Patch of the Year award. Let's go. All right, let me see if I can get him in a ball first. Let me fucking move. Oh, instant catch, yo! My catch rates are back up again. Let's fucking go. Exclamation mark ticket to be the big chungus. Will he fit in the Pokédex entry? That is the question. Yeah, he fits. Oh, he's got little ears. Look at him. Or guys can come in super size. So maybe it is a cat. What? Maybe they have that as a mechanic. Bringus. That's what she said. Shit. Got something stuck in my liver. I feel comfortable in your bones when the what? When the flesh will die, but the bones will remain, and then you can do silly dances and play music with your ribs. Dayton, are you okay? Are you okay? 0.8 meters. He's tiny. Why is he so big but so tiny? He's not even a whole meter. He's small. I'm 1.5 meters, motherfucker. I'm bigger than this guy. Hang on, there's something stuck in my... I got new slippers, and I promptly got something stuck in the fluff, and it's poking me in the foot. Fuck you. Get out. And I'm also only wearing one slipper for some reason. Don't ask me why, it's just how it ended up. Alright, who's gonna get it? It is Michael!
Michael. Big Jungus Michael. Into the box. Hey. Michael.
Bother? His name pleases me. We got Poor Satan, and then we got Satan Loves Fruit. Hang on a minute. So wait. This okay. Is it Papa Satan, or is it like Paw? Is it like the fruit? Paw. Are we a Satan made of fruit and a Satan that loves fruit? This is... Oh my god, are we gonna see like a romance blossom right here live on chat? Quick, catch it at 4K! The Satans are meeting! It was foretold in the ancient texts. I was thinking poor like fruit. Alright. Now let's get this goddamn egg. Actually, I might as well put... Get! Fuck it! Egg. I like the egg. Actually, gonna get bonked for a sec. I'm yawning! Next gym is grass gym. I gotta deal with the ghosts in the grass gym. I do need the fire types. I feel like Desu would be fucking perfect considering bug and... right! There's no... I can't plan for the gym because... Chat! I'm so confused. I'm so lost. Help me. Torment. Go out. Wait, what's this? It's a suspiciously locked room! Why does the daycare have a locked room? Also, seeing the, like, fused Pokemon in the overworld disturbs me. It's like a coconut that started sprouting. He returned with milk! Hi, I'm so confused. I'm chat. What we got down here? I think I've actually explored down here for a while. Oh, this is where I'm supposed to go afterwards, right? Either way, let's run in circles for like 10 minutes to hatch this godforsaken egg. Get bike? Oh, I did get my bike. Okay. Alright, get ready for the music to slowly drive you insane. Wait, I can speed it up again? No, that's as fast as we get. Oh, it's raining! Who are you? Oh, you're a move teacher person. No, thank you. Banana. Da-na-na. 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 Bloop, 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 bloop. 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 Da-na-na. Ah! This is content. Doesn't seem close to hatching. Fuck! Give me my egg! Drill run is pretty good. What type of move is it? Ground. Steel. Steel, ground, steel. We're accustomed to insanity. You ought to be by now. I do kind of fucking put you through the ringer a little bit. Hello, child. Yeah, I believe in ghosts. Why not? What if I say no? Nothing happens when I say no. Round with a high crit chance. So if I give it to Scramble, my starter, and my poor Scramble, dude. When do you evolve? Like level fucking 30, my guy?
Been waiting for 10 long.
No, I can't teach to you anyway. I can't teach it to anyone anyway. Doesn't matter.
I've been waiting 10 long years.
Bleep, bleep, bleep.
Get out of the way.
Surely there's a better stretch than this, but alas.
I just want to know what's in the egg, man. I want the fucking egg. Boo boo. I want egg. Boo boo.
And I want balls. Oh, balls. Not those balls.
The other balls. These balls.
Whoa, not 160 of them. I was thinking like 20. Thanks with my Team Rocket revenue. Hey, come here. Wait, wait. Oh, old lady?
Oh, hey, Hex Maniac. Star Reflex. Although anyone just. No, I don't.
Whoa. God damn. No thanks, Granny. Appreciate the offer though, I guess. Cloak? Hood? I don't. Oh, okay, I see what it's meant to be doing. Okay.
I don't think that's quite what
You think it is? But no, I see what they were trying to go for. It just really didn't work.
Oh my god, the bandana headband is so cute.
I'm gonna fucking waste my money on it.
Give it to me. It's so cute. Look at that.
I wear these all the time when I can. I love them.
I'll put my bandana headband on. It's so good.
Look at this person. Ah, so that's the dress that's meant. Oh, hello, goth hoodie. Hello, I want the goth hoodie. It doesn't really go with my bandana quite as nicely, but I'm yoinking it. I'm wasting my money. Hell yeah. I want to put it on, damn it.
Fuck yeah, let me go.
I'm stylish. Look at me. Alright, let's see if the egg is doing anything. Okay, so it does count as steps. Bicycle. Ah. I can be a hex maniac in this game? Yes! You can have I'm pretty certain that you can pretty much dress up as any of the main characters. Like the main pro trags, you can dress up as like as green, you can dress up as like pretty much everyone, the different gym leaders and that. Different popular NPCs. What was Asuka's summer dress? Was it? Oh, was that the yellow one? I do like the look of it. Boink, I got me boink, I'm ready. What are we gonna get from Egg? Egg. Egg. I feel like they didn't really make the skirt look right for whatever for the bike, but that's fine. Alright, what's this egg doing? You hurry the fuck up already. Finally, it's getting close. Alright. Gen 6 Hex Maniac is iconic, but nobody talks about how Gen 6 last was just Jessica from Umineko? What's Umineko? Never heard of it. By the way, what is your 2 months? It's, yeah, it's Carbink. Carbink doesn't evolve, does it?
Aw, it's a Noibat. It's a baby Noibat.
It's so cute. That's what it was. Who wants to be a Noibat? Keeping in mind that when you are an unfused Pokemon, you can choose to fuse with any other unfused Pokemon that happens to get caught or hatched. So at the moment, you can get fused with a scolipede egg that I have, or I also have a Wynor egg currently, I do believe. Carbink does not evolve. What the fuck is a carbink? You don't know carbink? Oh, bollocks. Copy image. This is a carbink. Oh, fuck's sake. Carbink! This is carbink. Fairy rock thing. Carbink. This is an adorable one, right? He's so cute. Okay, I'ma just make Garchomp look like dope with diamonds. Yeah, that works. Even if you give him little ears. I don't know. So he's kind of like the carbink part. I don't know. La la la. Looks like it's gonna be. Whoa! It's an ass. I would have guessed. Out of all the chances. Is it right? Get the. Da 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 da. Ba. What a surprise! Oh my god! Oh, that's right. You got a fucking 300 different fucking sprites to choose from. Ah, there's so many choices! Ew, I don't like that one. This one's the cutest! My opinion. Very pink one. He looks a bit like he's got bad head. He sit, he stand, he fly but cranky. Ugly, ugly. Cute again, he gonna eat. That one, bit wonky, ugly. Got a grin. That one, or the cute one. So many choices, man. Why do some of these have like 300 different sprites? I'll leave a sprite. Yes! Leave it as it is, because it's cute. I will have rock skin with diamonds shouted around. Let's go! Do whatever. Vex trusts in your artistic opinions. And let me in here. Okay. Yeah, those are the 2 eggs I have currently. Do you want to be crossed with any of these eggs, or do you rather wait? Do I get, I don't know, a better egg? I don't know what the eggs are later down the line. I think I get a Trubbish egg is the only one I remember. She's fucking humongous, dude. Bro, why? Why is this so big? Ico, you need to lay off the steroids for a little while, okay? It's getting out of hand. I'm deluxe sized. You're too fucking deluxe sized. I bet your flesh tastes like ass. Oh, it's dragon type. I didn't realize I had the dragon type there. So many dragons. I got it. Ah! I feel like, okay, I know I've been doing like a Nuzlocke. I feel like if run 15 dies, I feel like we should pick out a Pokemon type. Like a specific type, whether it be dragon or fire or water or grass or fairy or whatever the fuck. And I have to, that Pokemon, only that typeage is allowed. It can obviously be crossed with something else. But, yeah, what do you guys think? Like just type lock myself essentially. Just to change it up. I feel like that'll be a fun little change. Ooh, money type run, yeah. Water, of course, H2 I want water. Then I can go into every drawer, water. That could be fun. Oh, I reckon poison, you want me to die instantly. Yeah, I'll probably do a, I don't know how the fuck we'd vote for that. You'd have a million different emotes to pick from with all the different typages. Maybe I'll do a wheel. Maybe we'll spin the wheel. Maybe we'll do that. like poison. That's not okay. You need. Are you okay? All right. I feel like this is my safe team for the minute, just because I'm familiar with them until someone fucking dies. But ow! I feel like this is my safety team. Nani? What do you want, Xenos? What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? I mean, you could do good, as could end up very poorly. Exactly. It could go one way or the other. It could really go either way. Chat, I think Mouse's team is about to be really weak to anything dragon, and 2-time dragon against... Look, man, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Don't jinx me, buddy. Item. XP share. Hello! Ah, excuse me. Ice is better, buddy. I love the almost ice type Pokemon have amazing designs, but in general, let's be honest now, it is not the best pick. All right, I don't know what level my rival is at. I have no idea what level is that a Hex Maniac dressed in a maid outfit, or am I tweaking? That is definitely a Hex Maniac with a different hair color. Ain't no goddamn way. Gen 1 alone has like 30 poison types, so Betty. Poison is my favorite type. Definitely has nothing to do with my affinity for parasites. No. If the main type your starter you choose at the start, maybe? I'm pretty certain you can like type lock the starters or something as well. They need to make ice resist fair if balanced. Yeah, they really do. And I feel like it'd make enough sense to work as well. Oh god, it's the bitch! Hey man, Shadow-san just likes to have a good old sniffy. I need to get snarky about it. Of course I've got the bad typage up fucking front. God damn it. Tommy! Ow. Made of glass! Oh, Tommy, god damn. All right. Bitch! Only I'm allowed to heal. What the fuck? Give a kiss. Oh, didn't really do much. Ow! Fuck! One more hit later. Right. Aha! Only I'm allowed to heal in this game. If everyone else does, it's cheating. Gyaratortle. Ooh. So it's gonna be water poison, I think. I think my best choice might actually be Sonic. Let's throw Sonic up. Did you catch your Pokemon in the tower yet? Nada. Oh, it's double water. Never mind. Ow. Damn it. All right. I don't know if I'm going to be able to swap out because of the Twister. Scared gamer. Oh, no, I can swap out. Okay. Ow! Fuck you! Ow! Jesus Christ, he's a bit tanky. Aha! There we go. Now he's in trouble. I don't want to die! Rancid Grease. Everyone dies eventually. You just gotta accept it and let me choose when it happens, okay? Give me your life, put it in my hands, and you'll feel better about it, trust me. What the fuck is a Suimagius? That's not a Suicune, Miss Marg. That's not a Suicune, is it? That's definitely a fucking Suicune, isn't it? I know it, I could sense it. Oh, it's beautiful. I wish I had that. That'd been. I would have liked that. I haven't got any waifus in this batch, mind you, chat.
waifu collection. Sonic doesn't count. I'm basically done with killer sprites so far. I'm done. I'll work on Vex. H2O is putting in the hours. Damn. Roselia Tog something. I will swap out for that one, and I will put Oscat in. Never blame. Why are you looking at me like that? I was promised the same would not apply to me. Jeebus, I love that art. Wasn't it so good? Oh, it's a fairy. Oh, okay. Fairy psychic. Not what I was expecting it to be. Alright, I shart fire onto it anyway. What fusion is Sonic? Sonic is, Lopunny Metagross. I think that's the final evolution for that line. Metagross, right? Papa. Oh man! Oh, that's right, we gotta go fight over here, I think. You had a waifu, but you deleted along with my goat! I actually had several waifus in that run. I had like so many goth waifus. I had fucking Giratina cross God of War. Man, that was the shit. Goddess of death and centipedes. Blah, 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 blah. I can't go up there until I have a slip scope. Yep, yep, yep. These clothes blend in very much. Leave Roscat the second alone. Leave Roscat alone. Lynn, stop your mumble grumbling. You're not hideous, you're just not sexy, you know? It's just not the, it's not the same as my fucking death goddess centipede. Alright. Off to the next town, I say. Oop, running into walls, this is fine. Ah, fuck, old man. How you doing, Devil Blade? I might go bribe this dog. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna put in an order for another matcha, and he can bribe the dog. Hold the line, chat. I must put in a text order. Yes, you mug. All right. I think I'm fine with this one. Nice. And you deleted us, yeah, but there was like over a year's worth of updates that I had missed out on. It would have broke everything. Mew. I don't know what that is. Oh, what the fuck? But that's the eye. Not what I think it is it, chat? That's the eye. I think. Oh, buddy. I don't want. Bruh. What if they make the floating yitties of all things? Oh, I hate it. Here, go get my hand back. Also, Rancid Grease, why can I smell you from here? Like, as soon as I read your name, I could just smell... You know how you approach a McDonald's or a KFC or something like that, and you can fucking smell when they haven't swapped the grease out for too long, and you can smell it from, like, down the road? That horrible, old Rancid Grease smell? Why can I smell you through the screen, buddy? Why does that have to be your username? Change it! Fix it! That's extremely offensive to me and my ancestors. This is Rancid Grease's fault. Rancid did this. I was literally... That was my Entei. My fucking Entei. Bruh. My Entei! I forget who I'm up against. Oh, it was you. Why, Crowley? Fucking
Statistically accurate, Crowley took me out. You're killing off my sprite. I'm sorry! This is why it's a risk to make a sprite for a Pokemon that hasn't even gotten to that level of evolution yet, man. It's not my fault. Oh. And yet again, you didn't pay attention because you were thinking of other things. It's Grace's fault! You smell distracted me. My legal name is Rancid G. Reese. Why didn't you add capitalization, huh? Huh? Where's the capitalization, huh? Fucking excuses. I didn't do nothing. Wow, thanks for the follow. Didn't do nothing. Nice to meet you. At this point, you might as well level it and show my sprite, then delete. Just feed it candies. So... Senko, I read that message. I'm fucking ADHD, bro. Senko, I read your message as, are you special cuz? I was like, excuse me? Are you social cues? No, not very. Shut up! It wasn't even the fucking question, alright? I don't have to answer it. Because I missed you all my life. Yo! That Tism Riz goes hard. We're all special. Yes, of course.
My dad says I'm special.
I follow because someone needs to keep an eye on me. Alright, my mods have long given up. They've long just fucking, they've washed their hands of me. They're gone. They're like, fuck this shit, but this dumb bitch ain't got a chance in hell. Anyway, I was going to, wait. What level does Voltorb become? Isn't this a Thunderstone situation? Question chat! Evolving, what is it called? Voltorb into Electrode or whatever the fuck it's called? Level 30. Oh my god, it was literally 3 fucking levels away. Of course it was. Because of course it was. Can I get you to level 30? No, we're not learning light screen either. One more. Right, let's see the sprite that I didn't get. Oh, wait, what? Hold the fucking phone. No. I put the sprites in! I put them in! Where? There it is! Okay, I'm not crazy. It's glitched out again, but it's fine. Look what you could have been, Hoscat, if I hadn't fucked shit up, man. You are the... Ooh, of autism. I'm cute. Well, I don't know about that one, buddy, but nice try, eh? Are you gonna bed, Menace? Good night! Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Sleep well, you little cutie. I'll try not to get you killed like the others. Sick as hell, you could have had that! If only you hadn't commented on my sweet or... Sweet! Fucking sweet! A lot more bitter the way it hits the back of your nostrils. This poor thing. Look what he could have been. The fucking effort H2O went to, and I just murdered it. Is gone.
So long, farewell, thou leaders, and good night. I'd hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave.
Headstone. Let's bring out the graveyard real quick. Hold up. Dead bodies.
Bodies in the floor.
This is the second time I've killed Hoscat in this run.
Bodies.
Lord. No, it's not. Oh, it is the second time I've killed Hoscat. Whoops. Use the law. But both were on the same day. It's so on the same day. Did I put Deso in? Who do I throw in? I don't know. Ross. Hey, double click. I'm thinking Mila. Wah, 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 wah. The electric type. Ow, my eyeball! Alright, Mila. Get your butt in here. The first one only lived for around 25 minutes. I could have been somebody. I mean, you were for a little while. You were one of my besties, you know. You were like top of the line for a little while. While it lasted. Now we gotta slowly drug Mila. I mean, level Mila up with candy and love and sweetness. I hate that you make it look like how it manages to look with just the little asterisk. Or the little comma or whatever the fuck it's called. You're a skit. Can we just check? No. Evolving, let's go! You sorry looking ass. Yeah, Thundershock, yes please! Let's get rid of metronome before I accidentally explode you. You like, oh, what did I? Nah. Fuck. This is what I get for not paying attention again. I'm just trying to level up there. 19, 20. Thunderfang. I haven't actually been paying attention to whether or not we're a physical attacker or a special attacker. I should probably do that. We are special attacker. No, follow me. You like drugs, children? I mean candy. It's like, what was it? This year's Halloween meme, which was people finding whole fucking knives in a tiny little candy bar. Like, oh my god, check your kid's candy. Look what I found in my kid's candy. Like a whole pill bottle. No. Bestow, what'd that do? Here's a process that's held I know. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Inch. Ba. 30. There we go. Found a RPG in my candy bar. Oh shit! The RPGs are Satan's games. You shouldn't play that. It's Satanism. Mind the multiple Satans in my chat. I got a devil and 2 Satans in my chat. Ah! Blasphemy! You blaspheme the Lord's name. I'm offended. Alright. My son found a claymore in his Reese's. The weirdest part is I don't even have a kid. Where are you getting these children from? Found an escaped convict armed with a rusty pipe. Oh yay, tetanus! Where'd you get tetanus from eating the candy then? Shut it. Summon random chat there? Who got summoned? Oh, I see now. Rummy! Alright, let's see if Mila can learn anything decent. Probably not, but it's worth a shot. Oh, fairy wind. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, we're gonna teach him fairy wind. I don't know why that didn't pop up as an option, but
Hi, Devil Blade 666 wifey, Mrs. Devil Blade. What? I can't. They're multiplying. No children. Don't have any children. Whatever you do, please. I've already got enough bad. I don't wait. Christians and that don't believe in karma, do they? Fucking. I don't know. I'm already going to hell. Wait, do I get extra bogey points if I'm like friends with multiple devils and satans? I mean, I get a better position when I go to hell. Does it? You know, I get all like, buddy, be like, hey, yeah, I know a guy. I actually know a few guys and a girl, and like, can I skip the torture part and go straight to the torturing part? By chance? I got him from the local park. Go, that's called kidnapping. Put it back. We already have an Amber Alert out for you. Return them now and minimize your prison sentence. You still get one, it'll just be slightly less. My mother kidnapped. Zell! Of course the raccoon wants to kidnap. Why am I not surprised? We have 6, of course. And one has Twitch? Why only one? Just one of them reached the age where they are permitted. Are you 6 children gonna have 6 children each, and those 6 children will also have 6 children, and then we'll have another 666 going on. It'll be beautiful. It'll be beautiful. The circle of life, truly. You know when you find half a worm in your apple? Okay, I have to ask, has anyone actually ever fucking found a worm in their apple? I don't know why it's such a common trope in like cartoons and animations to have a fucking worm in an apple. I ain't never seen a worm in an apple. And like what happens with the convict, he didn't last long, but boy did he give me a scare. Ew. Where's his pipe? Who with it? No finders keepers. Yeah, maybe one day our older son might join the stream. Let's go. We are in our 30s and we are gonna be grandparents next. God damn! Popping them out, making the babies, single-handedly taking over. Wait, we can breed out the Christians with the Satanists. Let's fucking go, Satan worshippers, whatever you call it. All right, they're both water types, so Scramble is in fact in danger. Let's get you the fuck out of here. Let's not fuck around with that. It's scary to put a melee in though because of rock and ground type. If I... Meal is a better choice than what I've currently got though, so. Get rid of you while I can. What's the first thing I heard when I joined in? Not my fault. You're just jumping on the bandwagon. We're like, no context. I'm in on it. Kidnapping. Oh, I don't know if that's gonna work, but I'm gonna try. Wait, did you just have ability that makes his hour go up? Huh? What was that? Okay, now I'm confused. Either way, I could not bite him. Go for the surprise. It is slightly unhinged. I mean, we are able to... I read that one. I found a half worm in my apple. The other one probably in my... Okay, Zell. Did you take a dewormer? You know, humans can be dewormed. I mean, raccoons can be dewormed too, right? You know that is an option if you need it. I would recommend it, honestly. What the fuck? Right. Crunch? Ow. Hey, Lobster, welcome on in. How you doing today?
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
They have put one to the chopping block for the second time in this run. They have gone through the chopping block. Hots, you will be remembered. Probably had lightning rod. Ah, that would have been it. I've yet been dewormed. I'm probably with that tapeworm. Tapeworm. The nature's GLP-1. Tapeworm. Rose chick. La 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 la. You will? 3 stream streak, let's go! Oh. Why does it look so fabulous? What? Fabulous, darling. Alright, just kiss it a couple times, Tommy. Alright, that's not very effective, no way. We have 5 effect. Good enough. I just stealth these children, they would be very chaotic. Imagine being raised by a mega ADHD mom that's a streamer and an artist. Those kids wouldn't have a fighting chance in hell. Hot damn! Hello. I'm scared.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't ever see we have a big ass pyramid by the mud. Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think they're on drugs.
No one's dying,
So
Becky,
really
don't
at
worry
the
about
best
it.
place to shop.
Just watch
It's our
the
Bass
fish.
Pro
Watch the
Shop.
fish, chat. You're fine. You watch the, you keep watching that,
Gotta
chat.
finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a
Trust me, I
Bass
keep
Pro
everyone
Shop.
alive.
Hell yeah, working cotton
What the
on
fuck
this
is an
fish.
arm
Makes me
bag?
wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesizing all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party at the Pro Shop.
That's a big ass pyramid.
Says who, huh? You don't know.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Hey, everyone's still alive. Oh, never mind.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history. It took the Egyptians like a million centuries.
You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cotton on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesizing all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Oh my god!
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see
gonna make
is
this
the
run
pyramid
die,
by
and it's
the
gonna be
river
their
down
fucking
in
fault.
Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some
I lost my
history.
starters,
It took the Egyptians
God.
like a million centuries.
You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell
I don't
yeah,
want a
working
Bass Pro
cotton
Shop.
on this fish. Makes me
I
wanna
know this
shake my
bitch.
ass
I
and it
wanna
makes me
shake my
wanna fish.
ass.
Yeah, it has them prophesizing
I don't
all the
wanna shake my
hieroglyphics. It's a
ass no
bluff city
more.
non-stop party at the Pro Shop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
One left. No? Okay, I miscounted. We're fine. We're free. We're free. Except scrambles. No. I mean, you can. depends on your definition of free, alright? You no longer gets forced to cockfight every time I encounter another Pokemon. So you can count that as freedom. You could. I kind of would at this rate. Who died before Scrambles? No one. It was just Scramble. It's got a lot of Togepis though. Togepi, 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 Togepi. Are you shitting me? Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. And you know what fucks it even worse? You guys didn't even see how he died. You know, he got hit with a Fury Cutter, and then it was fine. It was fine, all right? It took barely like 5, 10 HP off him, and then the second Fury Cutter just took the rest of his fucking health in one hit. I was like, what? It's bullshit. Do we want to just drug him and see what he could have looked like? I want to see what he would have looked like in, like... Was it, again, someone dying 3 levels out from an evolution? Hell yeah. Let's go. Put drugs in the dead body, yes! Oh, oh my boy, oh. Oh. It would have been a truly unfortunate life. 5 more levels! What are we learning? Earthquake? It doesn't matter. You're dead. You're a dead fucking body. It doesn't count. You're dead. You're dead. Can I get him to level 35? I can. Yikes. Yeah. Slightly better. It's slightly better. Oh, here we go. See, now we got custom sprites. Hey. You already know Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. Dragon Breath, Dragon Rage. Dumbass! Alright, can we... I don't think I can level up to 40 because it'll... Yeah, okay. So 35 is the cap because of the gym leader! Sadness. Right, can I, like, sneaky my way back? Ah! No, I can't. Wait. Scramble is still in the front line! Wait, Scramble! You're dead, Scramble! Scramble, you're dead! Stop this madness, you're already dead! No! I'm not cheating, alright? I actually hamstringed myself because I miss out on an attack, okay? Because I had to swap around, you know? So I'm actually making it harder for myself. Bro. Ho. No! A pump? Ooh. We're about to face a pump punny. Oh. They just gave him the saucy legs. Not the saucy legs! Oh, I got leeched. And I don't like it. What the fuck does Trick or Treat do? I don't know, get out of here. Get out of here! Wait, what is your typage? Ghost. Ah! Scramble was anyone with dark type moves! Toxic! Number... Unknown. Can't remember what way around that the effectiveness works, but I'm gonna switch in Sonic! Pregnant Sonic! There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic! Think I got purring on it! Hello, pregnant Sonic! Trick or treat makes, oh, okay. I told you that some of you would die. It was a promise. I put it in the title. See? I have the gift of foresight. Stand. Ramble's gonna be so upset when he comes back. can't even see the headstone. He's gonna be even more upset, man. Look at all this disrespect. How's he okay? Do I look okay? Do I sound okay? My fucking Pokemon dropping dead. The Pikachu is still hanging on for dear life. It's like, I will not let go! Alright. Here I was saying that, hey, I'm familiar with this team and I want to swap it around. Well, guess what? I have to swap it around because now I don't know Bobkiss! I want to put Vex in, but he ain't got a fancy sprite yet, and I don't want no Uggos in my fucking team. I want no goddamn Uggos. Everyone is dying, and I'm still not even in the game. You or you? You. Not you. One of these three. I think I've already got fire. I already got 2 fires rolling around, so let's not throw another fire in. I'm thinking Jackal. I'll throw a Jackal in. Now I've got 2 steel types.
Absolutely.
Vex!
Using the _Vex_event Pokemon as a meat shield would be hilarious. Sacrificing them for chaos is the perfect plan. Stealthy Mouse can't even manage her own team. Bow down to the Froggy Queen's brilliant ideas.
No.
Ribbit.
No. She doesn't even know what Vex looks like. She wouldn't if she knew how beautiful Vex was currently. She wouldn't say that. And the potential for Vex's Uggo form to not be so Uggo. She wouldn't say that if she knew. Deal is best, it's okay, Blitz. I'll work! Work fast the H2O so I can kill it the second you put the custom sprite on it. If she dies, she might do a type lock, so, you know, even less of a chance to get it. You have such little trust in me. Why, chat? Oh, thank fuck. I thought I released Scramble with the amulet coin. I was not gonna be impressed. Elements just said Aussie's a fictional location. Well, tell him if it was a fictional location, I'd be paid better because they'd have to pay me to be a fucking actor, and I ain't, so... Where the fuck's the money at, huh? Where the money? Stares at the runs nearing 20. Shh. No, darling, don't worry about it.
Oh, you're gonna clean your little nose, Flint?
Oh, I was paying attention, fuck! God damn it. Don't distract me, chat. I'm trying to get me gains right now. Fuck off. I have to go teach. I'm getting brought! Stop distracting me! I gotta go reteach the stupid razor leaf. God damn it. That's it really cool. Shut. Yeah. And yup, you shut. Alright, more drugs. Get some for Tommy. Everyone get some drugs. Everyone gets level 30 because I didn't trust my fucking not to get you skill.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
Come on,
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh.
One
What you
death
think
for
it
every
was?
Bass Pro
Doesn't
Shop
every city
motherfuckers.
have a
You watch
big-ass
me.
pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
No one asked you, Flint. Shut up.
It took many Egyptians like a million
You got
centuries.
size.
You gotta finally make the
Shut up, then.
pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working.
Oops, I didn't mean to go 31.
Makes me
My bad.
wanna shake my ass and it makes me
My
wanna
ass
fish.
and it makes me
Yeah,
wanna
that's the
fish.
prophesize and all the hieroglyphics.
And
It's a
all the
blood city,
hieroglyphics.
non-stop party.
Non-stop party in the pro shop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
You got sides. Okay, now he wants to go outside. Now that I don't have to listen to fish no more. So pray help me that the cat doesn't go for my... Quick, right back. Gotta go fast, bro. Gotta go so fucking fast. Don't look at me like that. What the fuck is that? I hate it. Flint does not. Flint will go anywhere that there's seafood. Honestly, he'd very happily go to the Bass Pro Shop if there's seafood to be had. Kurt, stop! Stop!
When the
Flint,
aliens
stop!
come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river
been
down in
enough
Memphis,
death already,
Tennessee.
please.
Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh. What you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass
I'm gonna
pyramid by
ban
the
you all
mud? Yeah,
from
some people
readings,
wipe their
I swear
eyes
to
'cause they
God.
think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the
Sorry
best place
about
to shop.
this.
It's
He
our
says
Bass Pro
as he
Shop.
puts it in. Hang on a minute. That is not what she said. No.
You gotta
Hang on,
finally make the
that's not what
pyramids
I
into
need to
what they
say.
came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on
I mean, like, why you pushing the kid?
It makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has
Wanna
to prophesize
fish?
and all the hieroglyphics. It's a blood city,
hieroglyphics.
non-stop party. Bass Pro Shop.
It's not.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Wait a minute. Are you an Ivysaur already? Oh, okay, never mind. I was like, why the fuck haven't you evolved? Damn, it was a mistake. It was a slip of words. It's not what I meant. Try and get past these fuckers. Now, turn away. Turn away. Oh, you fuckhead. Oh. Alright, don't talk to the old man. I made that mistake last time. Oh, I was hoping. To pull. You're such a slapper! A slap at the face that smells like seafood. How are you guys triggering a hype train like this again? Mental health problems everywhere. Okay, new section. Let's replace the dead bodies. What do you reckon, Janet? I think it's a good idea. Mila, you got that electric.
Kurt Beltpants gifted a tier 1
Hey!
sub to join Empire today.
Join Empire Day. What the fuck is that even mean? Thank you for the gifted sub though. Okay, I'm trying to see if this little fucker has the right move. No, it's not what I thought it was. No, I need a thunder wave. Fuck. Meow. Meow. Not what I thought. Alright, I got a bit of lag there. Feels like a fucking ad given a Twitch body, right? Sounds like a game event or something. All right, okay. I don't even know who I want up front for this.
Congratulations
Every
on
goddamn
starting a fucking scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
He barked. All right, here we go. Oh,
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes cause they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
I'll try not to kill it while you're gone, Chad. I don't want to kill it.
Pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell
yeah, scared me. This is a real monster here.
Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has me prophesizing all the hieroglyphics of the house. That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Chat. Do you wanna become the fuck? Do you wanna become this fucking thing? A yada. Yada. Do you wanna be a yada? A yada. Yada. Why does it look like it's crying, by the way? Definitely looks like it's crying, right? Very goth. Got a mask for a cutie mark. Depression. Oh my fucking god!
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
What are you doing? Let's learn some history.
Over $6 to the win. What are you doing?
You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working oh my god! Fish makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesizing all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party at the Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Are you done? Are you fucking done? No more fish. Okay? No more fish. Okay? We don't do fish here. We do yadas. And the yada will be Azurite Cat the Second. What? What do you want from me, Blitz? Likes to hear. Hey, yo. Hang on a minute. I don't know, I'm just being annoying. I'm gonna bury you in the backyard. You will become fertilizer for my new garden. Apple, come on. You're supposed to be on my side. Did you do the float test yet, woman? Are you pregnant enough to do the fucking... Are you pregnant enough yet to do the float test? Fuck, hurry up. Take too long. Are you pregnant enough? Azurite was blessed by the Bass Pro Shop. You thought, you know what? We give the cat the fish, yeah? Something like that. Percent? Yes. Azurite second. Yes. I'm pretty certain you've got another one in the box as well. Ooh, you broke, boy. You did that to yourself. Suck it. You guys start a hype train on Bass Pro Shop again. This is abs. I'm not even gonna acknowledge the fucking. I'm not even gonna acknowledge the hype train. I mean, it's not real. It's not real. Oh, that's right. You got the Neuven, so you can technically fuck around with the two halves that you got. Lizard. Not the last smack being smack at Shadow side of the head. bold slap to Shadow-san.
Hey, weird. Notices your pyramid.
Oh my god, wait, I can't even remember how that song goes.
Notices your pyramid from across the floor or something. Nuzzle wazzles your neck. Ooh, baby, you so musky. Some.
I can't remember the song.
Hello, chocolate. Pocket's head.
Oh! I feel like because they're grey as well, it does give Pocket Sand vibes.
The Bass Pro Shop and Lizard Redeems ever just melt your brains?
The Bass Pro, I'm broken. The Bass Pro Shop has broken me. Hey! Fine. Oh, sorry, I'm looking for you. Give me a second. Oh. You're right up B's ass cheeks. Let's put you there. I'd also add in, it's extra insulting calling Chato-san a filthy dress. Listen, maybe she needs more. Maybe she turned into a.
Financially recover from this.
Thank you for the hype train that doesn't exist. Does she turn into a lizard when she hasn't been moisturized enough, or what? That. What the f? Oh, iconic! It's an I! I was reading that as an L. Oh
when
my
the
fuck
aliens
me.
come down,
Chuck.
all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in
Chuck.
Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Chuck.
What you think it was? Cause they never see have a big ass pyramid by the mud. Yeah, some people wipe their eyes cause they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history.
I'm gonna rip my ears out.
It's like a million centuries.
Gotta
Deaf in the
finally
rest
make
of
the pyramids
stream. I
into what
can't
they
hear
came to be,
nothing.
and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro
Just
Shop.
deaf in the whole fucking stream from here on out. I ain't hearing shit.
It makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has some proper size in all the hieroglyphics. It's a blood city. That's a big ass pyramid.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Beat silence. Beat quietness. Not complete silence. It's Pokemon music, but it's better than a Bass Pro fuck chap. Oh my god. This is the reason I keep dying. Your fucking fault. Breaking my brain. Now what was I doing? Fighting poison. Can't really swap anyone around, I don't think. Maybe. I don't fucking know. Can I poison a poison type? Let's find out. Looks like a no. Ay, caramba. Oh my god, I don't know who I can send out. I'm pretty certain all these guys are not very good against fighting type. None of them are particularly good against. I think most of them are actually take a fair bit of damage. What about Fairy? Does fighting type hurt Fairy? Chat, help me. Bass, don't you fucking encourage them, Panda. I swear to God, if I get another Bass Pro Shop, I'm blaming you and you're getting like a 5-minute time. I will purge your existence. Can I use Neuven with Mask Ghost thing? If you'd like to. Fighting is weak to Fairy, but poison is strong against it. Yeah, but. Wait, I can get. No, Chalk, you will get timed down too. Don't fucking try me, buddy boy. Buddy boy. Don't do it. Tell you what. Let's use Sonic because they're the tankiest here. Oh no, but they're gonna be double weak to fighting because it's the fucking
Mouse
normal
is terrible.
type.
She can't appreciate the majesty of the Bass Pro Shop pyramid. It's a symbol of froggy chaos. Bow down to me instead for real entertainment. Her opinions are irrelevant. Ribbit.
Girl, you didn't even like it either! Ow. Alright, they made stupid moves. It's fine. Either that or they don't have any fighting type moves. It's getting really dark here at the moment. We must be getting a poor... it must be fuck. Words are really hard, chat. We must be getting a downpour soon. There we go. I knew I'd figure it out. It was hard work, chat. You wouldn't really understand. Not after Bass Pro Shop's been screaming in your ear for God knows how long. Just jealous of our architectural mastery. I made a glass pyramid. Alright, okay. Why am I down here fighting? Oh my god, I have a rare candy cheat now. I don't need to be down here. I don't need to be down here where that one fucking trainer wiped like 6 of my, like was it 4 of my team members in one go? I think it was this bitch actually. Motherfucker. Maybe this is a revenge trip. Ow! Okay, maybe not. Ow! Oh, now I'm paralyzed. Nom 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 nom. Sorry. I sippy my tea. Oh god, here we go. If someone dies in the background, it's not my fault! Oh no, I forgot about the fucking toxic spikes. God damn it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Shani. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Shani. He's a hero and a mother. Everyone's alive. Everyone's alive. I'm not the stepdad. I'm the dad. I'm the dad that stepped on. Dr.
The base Pro Shop pyramid is clearly better. It's a chaotic wonderland compared to that boring nut in Tasmania. Stealthy mouse with no good taste to the hot right in front of her. Bow down to my superior opinion. Ribbit.
There's so much going on right now. So many audios. I turned the game music off so it wasn't as much of a clusterfuck. God damn. Yeah, you get points for taste for that one. Kurt. I remember the NPC in Pokemon who said, it must be... Yes. For fuck's sake, leave my hair alone. What is your problem? Darren, what do you want? I'll put the music back on in a second. We sit in silence as you guys mourn your mental health. Hi, Buddha. I didn't see you sneak in there. How long have you been here unacknowledged? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What hair, Varen? No, I won't. No, filtered. Anyway, let's put the music back.
Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard.
Just the last smack for Chato-san. I can't get over it. What did Chato-san ever do here? I got a badge for this one? What? Oh, there's quests in here. Quest. I'm stuck on the walls. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go pregnant. Sonic. There's nothing wrong with me. Hard-boiled. Lady wants to give her an egg.
How dare they insult me?
Oh my god,
I'm
can
a
I feed her
fabulous
the why
froggy
not
queen,
egg?
not some dry lizard. My beauty is unmatched. Those subjects need to learn their place. Bow down to me instead. I reign supreme over their nonsense. Rivet.
Oh, you got the shiny blue one. You got that blue gem. Yes, the 1,000 cheer. Thank you for your support, Chalk, even if it in a cruel manner. Fuck it. So she seems like she admits it though. She's just gotta be moisturized. It's the only difference between her and a lizard, right? I still don't know where the fuck she got that from, and now it's gone. It rings at night. When the time is right. Okay. Okay. Right. Yes. I gotta burp. Oh, excuse me. Oh, yeah. I'll certainly do that. Should I ever get an Espeon or an Umbreon? Do you want a Jolteon? I got a Jolteon. Oh, okay. Whatever, bro. I don't even want to know what that means. What, her Shadow-san's interdimensional titties? I don't know how it started, but before I had done a reset on her because she got stuck looping, yeah, for some reason she had formed apparently interdimensional titties that she was very proud of, and she would brag about them all the time. It's why her humanoid form VTuber model that I was working on has ample cleavage. All right, I was gonna do something. What was it? I was gonna do something. Egg. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna give that lady a why not egg to eat.
Brooke Kona a sub. Now Brooke Kona can never leave.
Did she? Has she censored Bass Pro Shop? Brooke Krone? Is that what she said? I'm pretty sure she censored that. So is Jenna? She's traumatized by Bass Pro Shop. Apparently, she ain't saying that name for shit. She's like, hell no, it's Brooke Prone or something. I don't know. Wait. I think I can see in her logs and see what she actually called it. Hang on. Let me pull up her log real quick. Where's your history, Queen? What did you just fucking call that? What the fuck? BK Kona. This is literally what she called him. Bukakona. What? Nothing compared to Apple Bun. Oh yeah, you're right. The Bukakona is the only thing she's willing to listen to. Hey, don't you trade the best evolution. Look, no one's getting traded. I'm just going to feed this lady a why not egg. You said any egg,
Of course.
so surely a
I won't
Pokemon egg
tolerate any
counts.
nonsense from my subjects. BK Kona is the only acceptable term. They must learn to appreciate my froggy reign. Bow down to the queen and respect the chaos I create. Ribbit.
Oh, it's a conscious choice to call it BK Kona? She just decided that that's how it was gonna be. Why not egg? Take it! She makes a fine omelet. Soft boiled, yo! Yeah, Mila! Oh, a nice cool breeze just blew through. Very nice, very nice. Let's go, soft boiled! Ooh, be wary of salmonella. Thanks, Queen. Oh, it's that guy again. Hang on, my team's not full. Hang on. My team. Up, that's the gambling house. Hold up. Sorry, I used to work in a gambling house. Brain just autopiloted. Time to get to work.
La 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 la.
Back in. Ornament! I have hot chicken. What?
stew. Is that stew on a cool rainy day? I've missed this. Yum. Chicken stew. I don't know about chicken stew. Maybe chicken soup. Stew. Dorothy, you can admit you had a gambling. I did it. I've never played a slot machine in my life. Ever. Scratchies, on the other hand, that's different. That's different. Scratchies don't count. Oh, shit. All right. They haven't fixed where this Pokemon just exits the cage. Oh, your sprite's broken. Hello. Ew. Maybe. Oh my god. Well, you ain't got anything good for me to... What? No! No! What? I said delete! I said no! What? I only said no multiple times! What the fuck? How much money do I have left? That was 35 grand! What the fuck? I can't believe that! Where is the little fucker? This is bullshit! You live in the box on your own! Fuck you, buddy! I'm crying! That was more than half my cash!
Stealthy Mouse should lock herself to Fairy. It's cute and sparkly, just like her
I'm
failures.
ready.
Plus, it might distract her from making more mistakes. Let's see her struggle with that. Bow down to the Froggy Queen's wisdom. Ribbit.
Oh, I'm crying. Oh, that's so fucking stupid. How? I was spamming the no button. I don't understand. I've been scammed. No Argos on my team, Mouse. This is bullshit. That was my fucking hard-earned cash, man. I gotta go sell some revives or something. Oh, it is raining. I can smell the petrichor. Did you want to hear what I said again? Moment. I did not. I pay attention to what Chato-san just said. I'm so sorry. I was too busy molding out. Was it important? Was it particularly important? She called Fairy as her preferred, or wait. Ah, she said to lock myself into Fairy. I'd be down for that because most Fairy fusions are cute, at least. If I'm gonna suffer, I might as well suffer with cuteness. Hey, little rat. Why did you clip that kid, bro? Fuck you. It's always when I'm reading chat, even though I spammed no. I don't know how the fuck. Oh my god. Man, I'm gonna go grab food. Can you fuse my book? Oh shit! Right. Yes. That's alright. We'll get my sticks in ya real quick. Let me poke you with a stick cunt. Holy stick cunt. Where are you? There. And where's your other one? There you are. Get ball up in here. You violent? No, I'm sorry. Oh, no. Fuck. Okay, unfuse. Alright. Who's it getting? You wanted this one attached, but to who? We fusing to your mask or Ponyta? To the ghost. Which way around am I going?
Not.
Oh, fuck off! Scrabble! Where's Dragon? I've got the banana splitting noises. Ugh. I think that's an auto-gen sprite, sadly, but alas.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Hi, Scramble. Hey, hi. Hi. How you going? I think Infiltrator is the better one. Unless mine is outdated. I think there was some sort of issue with AI at one point, and a lot of people pulled their sprites, so maybe that's the issue. Hang on. Hang on, let me just fix your names. Pico. You wanted to see your...
Pregnant Sonic.
Pregnant Sonic! You don't get to see your sprites. Fuck you! I'm going? Are you sure you're still going, Scramble? Are you sure? About that?
I'll do anything. I need $600, babe. I need $600 now.
Okay, let's go. Yeah. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
Oh, finger rage left. I'll check if you have any sprites. You have no other sprites, Pico! Sprite isn't origin, it's custom. Oh, is it?
Gotta
What?
go fast.
Go fast.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go pregnant.
Oh, it's a cleaned up version of the auto sprite, that's why.
Nothing wrong with me.
Wait, no, it's saying it's the only available sprite. Which normally means it's an auto-gen sprite, because I can't... This is the only sprite available for this Pokemon. Robin! Is that it made by Japil? Alright, let me take a look. Hang on. Go back. Motherfucker, go back. Want Noi back. And aim. Interesting. Maybe it didn't have an auto-gen sprite. Well, whatever. Though it is one of the newer Pokemon that have been put into the game, so maybe they set it up in a way that none of the auto-gen sprites were there by default. If there was a custom sprite, the auto-gen wouldn't appear at all. Maybe. I don't know. Does it make sense? Did I just make sense? I know I made sense to me. If you don't understand, it's your fault. Scramble, go have a brain. Go have a brain break, buddy. All right. Oh, a TV head. No, thank you. Wanna fuse with my jumpy? Team Rocket Grumps knew about that old man we saw in the Pokemon Tower. Wait, what are you trying to fuse with, Vex? And Sonic is still pregnant at his eternal pregnancy. He's on his 5th pregnancy, like, tracking period thingy. Look, I hover! Look at me! Fucking flexing my hovering abilities. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, come King Prawn! Just, I love it, looks... I try to make it look like he kind of flies, but instead it looks like he's just scooching his ass across the ground. Scooch, 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 scooch. You think Sonic floats when pregnant or still sinks like a rock? Ooh, these now we got the hard-hitting questions. Well, our test subject is yet to be able to test the buoyancy levels. We'll have to ask her if she thinks Sonic would make it or not. I need that fucking amulet coin now more than ever. Oh, I panicked for a second there. I thought I got rid of the damn thing. Alright. Oh wait, this is a new area. Hang on. Almost forgot that this is a new zone where I could catch something.
What's with the fucking
Oh god.
What's with the ninjasks exactly, eh? What's up with that?
Double rock slide. Oh, one lives! Better defense on that one? Ooh, it's got that speed boost thing. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Don't kill it for me. King Prawn, be good. Don't murder King Prawn. Hey, yo. I got it! It's mine! My left eyeball is aching. Why? Left eyeball wants to pop. Exclamation mark ticket to be Arjusk. Keep in mind, Azurite, you still have a Pokemon that you can capture because... Oh wait, no you don't. You're in an awkward... No you can't. No you can't! I lied to you! You can only have an egg now. Only egg. Oops, wrong button. Ticket! Get your ticket! This guy looks pretty cool. He's got that speed boost ability where it's like each time you do a hit or whatever, he gets a speed boost. My eye! What the fuck?
Why is it aching? And pickle. You lied, chat, and I'll fucking do it again. Good. My eyeball.
Hydrate, yes, sir. Earth belt pants! Congratulations! My eye very well may be hurting because these are my new glasses. You're getting used to them? Well, fuck you, hurt! Aching. Left eye not used to having to actually do any fucking work. Used to just blurring out and just showing me colors instead. It's like, what? I gotta show pictures? Fuck this, man. Throwing a tantrum. So glad I don't wear glasses. Like, my astigmatism is technically to the point where I don't even need glasses if I worked any other fucking job. But because I am an artiste who constantly has to look at things in detail and up close, it causes strain headaches. Unfortunately. Which would be why I never noticed it when I was working in hospitality and all that. Hospitality and on the farms and stuff, because it was a non-issue then. But now it's a fucking issue, isn't it? Whoa, bonga bonga. Stealthy, when are you going to submit to the Borg and replace body with machine? Your organs are trying to kill you. Your eyes are not wanting to work. Look, here we go. All right, we got Goss Corelli. I told you, shit. And, never. By the way, if your immune system ever finds out that your eyes exist, it will destroy them. Did you know that? Did you know your immune system doesn't know about your eyeballs? That Fletchion is so cute! Also, that means Jackal is in danger because fire. Ooh, buddy. What if I rock slide it? Oh, the temptation to risk it for the biscuit is strong. Fuck it. Ah, you made a poor choice, Fletchion! Poor
I fit
choice!
perfectly in
Wait,
the Night
I
Lords.
fucking missed!
Chaos and fear are my domain. As for Stealthy Mouse, she belongs in the Iron Warriors, constantly failing to build anything worthwhile. Both of us thrive on chaos, but I do it with style. Ribbit.
I'd be too busy building Iron Warriors. I sure wish I knew what that meant, but it felt like an insult, so I'm gonna take it as one. My immune system was watching stream! Oh, shit, sorry. Do better. Alright, alright, alright. Fletchion keeps making dumb choices. We're fine. Don't tell it! Yeah, fun, terrifying fact. Yay! Mouse, we figured out our fusion. You guys got your shit together. You know what you want? Do you know what you want in life, chat?
Our immune system is chaotic.
Who else?
It attacks what it sees as foreign. Eyeballs are hidden to protect them. If the system knew, it into the wild, thinking they're invaders. Just like Stealthy Mouse in her chaotic gameplay, self-destructive. Ribbit.
She just called my gameplay self-destructive. Bite me. Lynn, you want to come inside? All right, go fetch the dog. I'll be right back. But yeah, when I found out about that, I was like, what the fuck? Your body doesn't know it has eyes? How does that work? All right, be right back. No. Oh yeah, that aching is definitely because of my glasses. When I'm looking around, it feels weird. But it's only the left eye, which is the one that was being a lazy little bitch. I don't think I want this. No, I don't want that. You can keep it. Without mucus? Oh yeah, I knew that one. Gotta have your mucosa. And also there's little, oh god, what do they call them? Philium? Little fingies inside your gut, and if they get flattened, which can happen if you have like lactose intolerance or gluten intolerance, it'll fuck your whole stomach up and you can go into psychosis. The gut-brain axis biome thing. I would like to cheat, but I'll be good. Yes, that was I can't believe I forgot who Vex was trying to fang dangle a fusion out of. Without mucus or something. Great to know, since I do have celiac, yes, so don't fuck with your celiac disease. You can in fact go into psychosis because of it, because of the gut biome brain axis, or whatever they call it. Yeah, our immune system is kind of weird, which reminds me, did y'all know that the Homo neanderthalis had a more relaxed immune system? Like they wouldn't pop a 41C fever, 41 degrees Celsius fever so easily. But that is a double-edged blade, same as ours. We will take the disease with us, but theirs wouldn't let both live. They also believe that the reason why autoimmune diseases like mine, where it's overactive immune system that has a proclivity to attacking itself after a certain age, the reason why that is so prevalent is specifically because having an overactive immune system meant you survived things like the Black Plague and those really big breakouts. So And you weren't normally expected to live past 30 anyway, so your body don't give a fuck if it starts killing itself after that point. So it's like, so that's why that's why they believe there's a high proclivity of autoimmune diseases in countries that have had huge plagues like that go through. You done popped out a kid? Yeah, good enough. Exactly. They're just like, you reproduced, you spawned children? All right, you can die now. You done your job. Heck off. I would love to have one of these guys. Look at them. They're beautiful. They bit prolapsed, but they're still beautiful. Does that mean Sonic is gonna die soon? Wait, how old is Sonic? Does that mean Sonic's like 30? Question mark? I was there for the fucking ball, but I couldn't see it. Oh my god. Oh my god. No one show Curly. What the fuck? Take it back. Take it back. I can't run. No! It won't let me leave. Rock slides. Ow. Not gonna do a whole lot, but need to do something. Which one? Should fuck both. She'll take the one with the tongue, but the other one didn't have eyebrows, so it's not enough. All right, I'm out. Fuck that shit. Especially, I think he's a teenager. Is that lore-wise, or is that how long the games have been around-wise? I suppose parasites kind of have a relaxing effect on our immune system. Oh. Exactly, you won't even know I'm there. He's just chilling in the back rooms. The wild about it. Ow. Everyone's always picking on Jackal, man. Game-wise, I think late 20s? Let me slam this one. Get him, Jackal. You're so fucking slow, Jackal. Level 31, Jackal. Wait, when the fuck does Aaron evolve? No. Hey, Ron, you're overdue for an evolution, motherfucker. Hello? What's the next one? Lauron or something? Actually, early 30s. Get your numbers, what the f- Why are their tongues hanging out like that? Actually, never mind. I don't want to know. Fuck! Hey, oh. Hey, where is it? A bunster. Okay. What grade? I'm a Twitch chatter. You said it, not me. I'm a hunk of steel. Of course I'm slow. You got fucking get some of that WD-40 in your joints or something. It's ridiculous. Oh god, not these. Why do these two always show up together? Why are they always showing up together? Awfully suspicious behavior. Wait, why did I miss the Licky Lord? The fuck? Excuse me. Are you wasting your moves? Pain in my ass. WD-40
Really
weren't
would
the way to
probably
think
go
about
for
how
Nick
heavy
Lore.
I am.
Chaotic and ridiculous. Tapeworm is too gross. And baggy pants, man. Please. Creely deserves better than that nonsense. Bow down to my superior choices. Ribbit.
Ooh, Baggy's not good enough for Crowley. Damn, Baggy. Fuck it out. Okay, damn. Yeah, Baggy is out. I love everyone. Everyone's on the fucking bunch of Baggy simps. Where my Crowley simps at? I'm outnumbered in this chat. Why? Where are the Crowley simps?
Hey, how you doing?
Are you not doing the Garchomp and whatever the other is, or are you fusioning with something else? The pants even stick together. Bunch of filthy simps. Disgusting. Where's the mold queen, love? They have integrated with the mold. For this is the true hive mind.
Rock slide.
I'm doing good. I just don't feel the Bass Pro Shop vibe. That's understandable, Chippy.
It is a bit brain melting.
Oh, you heading off for your horse, Cat? Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Look, I pretty much started the whole flirting with Valky thing. I did it before it was cool. So I'm like the OG shipper. What was that? How do you feel about? You don't know about parasitic mold? Were you living under a rock? That. All right.
Blip 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 blip.
Shut up, dog. Using Garchomp in your mask. Sorry, I went on La La Land. Get me puzzles done. I love that I can like semi-drown the Rocket members. Oh, hello. Rock and roll, mate. I don't know, throw some rocks at it or something. Yeah, I didn't think that'd do much. Alright, I think it's time for Jackal to lose his front position. Let's put Mila, I think. Yeah, Mila goes up front. I haven't used Mila enough to be familiar with them. Hello, you're a new one.
Nidollary. Little Nidollary.
Oh, that's... Fuck. I hate that this game doesn't do what the original Pokemon games do and lock on to the last Pokemon you fucking attacked. Instead, it just bounces back and forth.
Baggy Pantsman is a joke compared to Cooley's chaotic charm. If she's chasing him, it's pure comedy. Keeping him safe from mold? Please. He's not worth the effort. Bow down to the Froggy Queen for real priorities. Rivet.
He's like, hell no, he ain't worth shit. Grelly is too good for that piece. Back pants, man, hell no. He expected better from you. Is that Ludafisk okay? He look like he's seen some shit. You're gonna traumatize, you're gonna make poor Baggy cry. Put Baggy in his place. What if we fairy wind it? Slowly chip away. That damn. Yeah, she's it's just not good enough. Alright, see what we're gonna do now.
Oh, he's got feathers.
Oh, it's a Ho-Oh! What the fuck? It's a Ho-Oh star you! Bruh. Okie dokie then, if you say so. Yeah, wear the bald buddy. He'd laugh. No, he'd cry in despair, being told that he is below Krelly. Everyone knows Krelly is a bottom. I'd like to pretend that she's a top, but it just ain't happening. Oh, Tin! Bonked! Sorry, Tin. There you go. Welcome back. What they did try to send. Boring esteemed diamond bat chest. Or if you say so, Twitch. If you say so. What are the names that they come up with for the what I'm trying to say. For the clips, I'm fucking high as a kite. Running off 5 hours sleep, let's go. Alright, let's dry it out up in here. Wait, no, not yet. I go over here first. Get my free stuff. Oh wait, that was I keep forgetting that there's no point getting that. Also, I'm having trouble of where to send this in Krelly's Discord, because this is very adjacent. Maybe ask Killers? He'd be able to tell you? Send Killers a DM? Vanillade. I do like me a Vanillade. He's got a crown! He is king! Oh, are you? Jesus fucking Christ. Nom 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 nom. Sorry, I'm enjoying my matcha. What up, Spud Muffin? I feel like a Spud Muffin would actually be really yum. Anyone else think that? Like, if they make potato cake, I can imagine a potato muffin being like pretty baller. Pretty tasty.
Hey, come here. Look at me. Hey, look at me. What'd I say? No. Come here. Look at me. Hey, look at me. No.
I think a Spud Muffin would be good. Why no to Spud Muffin? This is not that weird of a take. I feel like that's pretty tame. Come on. A cheesy Spud Muffin with gravy. I don't know if I'd put gravy on it. But I'm one of those people that like really enjoys like just the flavors of vegetables. One of those disgusting people. I want to be able to taste my fucking potato, mate. I actually need to go get food. I'll see you later. Okay, bye-bye, that's right. Enjoy your munchies. You gotta update me on what you ate when you get back. That's the rules. Potato donut. I feel like that'd be right. Depends what they did. If they just shaped it into a donut or if they actually like donutted it with like cinnamon and sugar and shit. I think back in the day when sugar wasn't very, like, flour and or sugar was hard to come by during wars and shit, they would replace, like, flour and or sugar with, potato. So, can't imagine it being too bad, right? Dummy, come here. Potato donuts are delicious, you say? Oh, no, I mean, I'm more tempted. He doesn't have a Discord server. A lot of YouTubers don't seem to do Discord servers. It seems to be strictly a streamer thing. Specifically a Twitch streamer thing at that. Oh, fuck me, Tommy! Holy shit! Alright, cool. Yep. Okay. Mila, help. No, he spat up. Everything's fine. Rural's still alive. Sorry, my response to Azeride to Invix. Wow. Wait, what are you telling them? No, you're not their mother. You can't say shit. Hello, beautiful. My fucking brain is hurting now. This is great. They didn't let me run away. Great. Can I run now? Forcing me to battle, you bastards. I'm 6 levels higher than you. Come on. Bollocks, I say. Ah. I mean, Baggy does streams and kills a DM asking about it, so no, wait. I may need to go for another bathroom break. Oh, excuse me. Fuck it, keep me the same then. H2O is working on a sprite for you. Come on. You'll be a fairy dragon. It'll be so cool. All right, quick bathroom break. I will do a be right back. I'm gonna throw a 3-minute ad break in your face. And yeah, I'll be right back. Not with that music though, specifically with the Pokemon music. Oh shit, I almost hit the stop streaming button. Wrong button! Alright. Yes, be right back. Again, 3-minute ad break. See you soon.
Spamming the base pro shop pyramid while Stealthy Mouse is away? Brilliant. Let the chaos reign. She will know what hit her. Bow down to the Froggy Queen for this genius idea. Let's make her squirm. Ribbit.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes cause they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like a million centuries.
Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has been prophesizing and all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party at the Pro Shop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Party at the Pro Shop.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Party at the Pro
I
Shop.
don't understand.
Can a VTuber not shit in peace in this house? Bass proing me while I'm trying to concentrate, okay? Could you not? Could you, like, fucking not? Takes effort, you wouldn't understand. Ah, the fucking ads! That's how come I'm becoming a bum crush blow. Holy bitch, whoa, Jesus. Alright. One for each yeti, I mean, what? Run! Anyway. Good to be back. Flooded. Alright. Across, we're drowning a man. Glad he can swim. What the fuck is that? Don't worry about it. Just worry about the Hoyu. That's the terrifying thing in this place. A fucking Hoyu. Oh god. Alright, we're fine. Fuck your brave bird, man. Alright, God! Nice! The ads made no, Jimmy! I thought you preferred that though. Thought you said you weren't a Bass Pro shopper. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Are we playing Sunday? I don't like Bass Pro shopper. Fuck. So Sunday. Hello, Gotherators. How's it going? Oh, fuck.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Says they never shitty have a big ass pyramid by the mud. Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like a million centuries.
Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're
have no idea.
Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesizing all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party at Bass Pro Shop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Party at Bass Pro Shop.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Party at Bass Pro Shop.
I don't understand.
Wanna know how bad it is? I don't even know who the fuck that content creator is. He was in my dreams last night. I don't remember what the fuck the dream was about. All I know is that I was pissy and that guy was in it with his fuck ass hat. Ah, and his stupid jacket or whatever the fuck he's wearing. Make it stop. I'm having fever dreams about it. Oh, meow. Ow. There's your hoof in here. That's supposed to be outside, buddy. That is a hoof that you've got, right? That's not, you haven't stolen. Oh, okay. The end. Okay, never mind. You can have that. Good boy. You got it. No, dog brought a treat in that he's not, no, off the bed. Not supposed to have in this room, but it's only got the last little bit of it left, so he can fucking have it. He's in my dreams in the worst way imaginable. Did he get on of you with that outfit? You know what's funny though? That's 100% the sort of outfit I used to wear at the stables and at the farm. Got the jeans, got the hat on, got the jacket. I probably wouldn't have had that exact jacket because you get too hot in it. I'd have like a water resistant but much thinner jacket and like the flanny underneath or a singlet underneath. So it's canon. So it's canon. Baby, new mouse lord just dropped working the farm, working the horses. I know, yes, Crony got summoned on a rando pull. She gets summoned a lot on the random pulls now that I think about it. Oh, wait, I see Eden back there. Why is Eden being sandwiched? Eden! Eden! She must have got pulled on a random. I'm here, Eden. You can sit with Crony. Right by my yetis. And it's 50 pages of Stealthy Mouse wiki page. Wait, I haven't checked that in a while. I wonder if it's been updated. It's like, oh yeah, she almost died in 2024, but she alright. She came back, unfortunately. We still have to put up with her bullshit. Flint, that treat stank. Anyway, I was a horse girl, thank you very fucking much. I saved up through my entirety of my primary school and partial of high school, and I volunteered at a something called Horse Riding for Disabled for 3 years to be able to get my first horse. And her name was Ruby, and she was a bitch, but I loved it. And I actually stumbled into I inherited another horse. I was helping take care of it for an old man, and then he like disappeared one day. So I was like, well, I guess I guess the horse is mine for now. And I just took care of it, and then it popped up. It turned out he was in hospital, and then like his old lady wasn't letting him come to the stables anymore. So so that because you have to have a formal exchange of cash to be able to technically own the horse. So I like gave him $50 for the horse. I was like, okay, well, I guess I have 2 horses now. Yep. Hey. And I found out later that that horse was actually half a stallion. You wouldn't have thought it until one day he tried to off another horse because my friend went to go. Put it this way, my main horse was a girl, and she's normally like the boss horse essentially, and the horse that I inherited, is normally like the bottom of the pecking order. But for some reason, he decided he had a hate boner for this one other gelding, this one other male horse. And I went to go for a ride with my friend, because that was her horse. We went to go to a ride with my horse, my female first horse, and her male horse, and we're gonna leave my male horse in the paddock. This fucking psychopath, he's normally a placid little baby princess, ripped the gate off the fucking metal post. Like, he was rearing up in that, he pawed at the fence, got his leg hooked through the bar, and just ripped it off the fence, like breaking open the paddock, and just charged at my friend's horse. I remember I had to jump off my mare, my girl, and just fucking run to try and grab him as well as I could, and just get between him and my friend's horse. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I had to like try and wrangle him into a stable with no rope or anything, and just let my mare just walk around freely. It was an event. I was like, what the fuck? And I found out after I'd sold him, they got like a really deep vet check on him because his behavior. And I found out he actually still had one ball. It was just ascended. It wasn't where it was supposed to be. It was got shocked back in. Delphi made it look like an accident. Hey man, there's no proof. No proof. Is that a Zapdos? That is a Zapdos. I was gonna ask, how does one be half a stallion? Yeah, he had gotten gelded, so he looked like a gelding. But yeah, he had an ascended testicle. It was up inside him. It was in his butt. You died, Miss Bass Pro Shop. Well, at least it means I can try for a steel or a ghost type now. Well, you can always double up. I gotta try and get past this fucking gym. Alright, Mila is in danger here, so I'm gonna just swap you out real quick, sticks, buddy. And who am I gonna put out instead? Oh, excuse me, I'm gonna put Dommy out. He had an ascended testicle. That ball was holy! Praise be to the ball! Right, now Dommy's poisoned. Fuck's sake. Oh, hang on, why is this not working? Can't see who the most recent death is. Maybe. You might be dead. Yeah, sorry about that. Fuck you, Waterbud, that wasn't even that bad! No balls for you. You can't say that here! This is PG-13! Alright, who got summoned? I am seeing... Hang on. No dying while I'm trying to move people around. I see Zetherin. Alright, now. Fire type, right. Sonic might be in trouble. Don't talk about testicles! You keep getting autobotted! Hey, I didn't summon you? What the fuck? I swear I did! Did you get put away again with a beacon? Sorry, going through auto mod. Only still they can talk about offing an old dude and getting his one testicled horse. The singular testicle. He sacrificed the other one to bring his owner back to life. Also, I heard. I don't know for sure, but that's just what I was told. Chabra. Chabra. Wanna fight my Chabra? No, we're not learning Sandstorm. Okay. Here we go. It is time. Time to split up. King Prawn, you go this way. I go that way. Go this way this time.
Let's meet at the end.
My glasses are poking me in the fucking eye! Ah! I didn't mean to go that way. My bad. Balls.
Ball! It's a great ball!
Let's go find this guy. Stealthy has changed her fate. Alright, but in a good way or a bad way?
I feel like my level might need to be a little bit higher.
I'm just hoping I'm paranoid. Alright, you need to get swapped out.
Do I have anyone with
Dark moves? No, he's fucking dead, mate. God damn it. Dummy. You're very cute there, Miss Skin, but please die. Thank you. Last time she went right. Almost lost her entirety. I thought I did really well against Giovanni that time around. Hang on a minute. Can't remember. I'm pretty certain everyone survived, didn't they? Against Giovanni. Am I misremembering? My teeth are fluffy from the matcha. It's raining! Turn away. Turn away. Oh, it's raining good! Oh, I'm scared. I want that ball! Yay! Don't know why it's there. It was never there before, but it was there this time. Oh, some good rain. Fuck yeah! This is a very wet spring. Almost summer. Not gonna lie. Very damp, very wet. Oh, actually, that's coming in the window. Hang on. I don't want to wash my PC. The rain just been. Alright, we good. I got this. Bring the dishes upstairs? What? Wrong chat. You two-timing son of a busted. Yes, Sybil, the little spot that you want to stand is wet. What was I doing? Moving my Pokemon around. I'm gonna use soft-boiled. No, you can't use it on yourself. We'll use it on dummy. Oh, right, I forgot that is how it works. You harlot! Sorry, other streamer I watch makes us roll to lurk. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, wait, I have questions for him when he comes back. If you roll a poor number, does that mean you're not allowed to lurk? Oh, he's seen better days, this poor fella. I mean, I too have another stream open. Another Aussies. What the fuck? Another Aussie V. What the fuck? Disgusting. Disgusting. Should be the only Australian VTuber in your heart. This is bullshit. I saved because I'm scared. That's it. I want to show of hands. How many other people in here have more than just me up right now? I definitely won't take it personally. Definitely won't resent you for it. Speaking of Aussie VTubers, there has been one that hasn't streamed for a while. I do believe you know them, Stealth Mouse, since made their froggy model. Are you talking about oh my god. I'm having a mental blank. Why the Froggy Hoppin'? Measy, yeah, she was traveling for a bit. She did one stream. She's having a bit of a mental health break at this second, yes. Not Aussie though. I have Shemaya right now. She's not Australian. Alright, you get a free pass for that. Shemaya gets a free pass because she's friend.
I like Shemaya. I'll give you a free pass for that one.
And she's not Australian, so I don't have to compete with her. I love the epic battle music, and it's just a fucking Cyper. You watch the Cyper immediately kill me because I made fun of it.
I need healer.
Oh, apparently I don't. I need Scared Gamer. This music is kind of loud in my ears. Why is this song so much louder than everything else? What the fuck? It's so loud.
Guys under your chest as well, yes sir! Damaya, Damaya. Why is this song so loud? What the fuck?
All the pastel colors under my yitties. Perfect. That's the way I like it. I have 4 of Karen! What the fuck? I'm gonna be spreading diseases, dude. Calm down. Their other streamer isn't a horse girl. Ha! You're missing out. What was I doing? I wasn't paying attention. Ah! Okay. The fuck? Why he kind of look like a... Oh, he's like that on purpose. He's a power... fucking... You know, one of the big power tower things. Well then. I mean, I got my fairy. No, Mila's HP not good. Ow, fuck, he hits like a tank. Ow. You dodged, you bastard! Doo-doo. this music is good. Maybe I should just heal Nags. That's cheating! Only I'm allowed to heal! Ow. Oh god, his evasiveness just keeps going up. At least I poisoned him before he started doing that. God damn it. I will not die to the death centipede! Fuck you! Freedom Giratina, you ow! His shockwaves are getting worse each time. Fuck hell. Hit Trio! And Pidgey, no Trio? Maybe? Maybe? I'm gonna send out Jackal. Why do you keep having to fight gods? I would like to fight with a god, but no. I don't think Ironhead's gonna do anything. Nothing else has best pro shop. Shemaya has horses curse. What? Wait, what? Have I been missing redeems? It's because she always streams when I'm streaming. I miss them. Fucking arena trap, you pain in my ass. It's his new bit system. One of the options is to summon horses. What? New bit system? I'm guessing this is beta and it's only released on some channels because I ain't seen nothing. I like that it healed and not fully restored. Can you imagine if it did a full restore? I would mold out. Fuck you, lobster. King Prawn, you should have done better. Don't act like you weakened him a little bit, buddy. I got a scope. No, I don't want to wear it. All right. Time to look like very unsuspicious looking. Yes. Super non-sus. Wow, the slap scope! What a funny place to find it! Doomed to mediocrity. Hey. I mean, I had a death centipede mommy at one point. It was a great time. Loved it. Alright, you. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Give me. Alright, hang on. At least level 20. It says 4, but I'm pretty certain it was 3 in the end. It fucking lies. Always lying. Hello, you're starting. Oh, look, buddy. Good enough, I say. Alright, let me out of here. This way. Oh, it's nighttime again. I can go get ripped off again. Let's go. No. Oh, I can sell. Wait, I can sell him Pokemon. Hang on a minute. I can sell him Pokemon when I'm in. I can sell him Pokemon when I'm in this outfit. Yo. Wait. I want my goth outfit back. There it is. Perfecto. All right. I want to see if it's broken and it makes me buy something again. Who tuna? Oh, it's some tuna. Oh my god. That was a fair proof. want the Feebas, but you can keep the fucking Jigglypuff. Alright. Very carefully. Cancel. Okay, he didn't force me to buy anything this time. Praise the Lord. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, I gotta get that other free Pokemon too. Time to sell it. Bullshit. Get a partial refund. I don't know. Maybe it'll be a case of I'll have to find out. Attention, streamer. What, Kingtron? Maybe I could try sell bullshit back to him. It'll probably get almost nothing for it, mind you. Oh, I need to heal first. Wait. Okay. We're fine. Everything's okay. I just need a little bit of healing. Bulbaji! Yo.
Ding dong. Frank think a ding dong.
Oh, hello. Pokemon that evolves on friendship. Let me sell you. Let me sell you! I figured that out. There we go. Give you the Team Rocket. Yeah, take this. Yeah, I didn't think it'd be easy to catch. Get you down to Dark Red. Alright. Oh, no! Ooh, yeah. Oh, don't be a wank. Get in the ball. I might just have to let this guy go and catch something else because his catch rate is too ass. Last try. Ugh, alright. I ain't dealing with you, Peckle. Try someone else. I'm surprised there isn't a mod of Pokemon only evolving on hatred. You have to lose 50 plus battles with them to evolve. Oh my God. Why another one? Go away! Oh, for fuck's sake. Close we've gotten is the move Frustration. I can feel it now. But I think that'd be cool if they had, like, there's Team Rocket games, like fan games. Maybe it's a function in one of them. Maybe? Ow. Ain't nothing very effective. Sonic, you're useless. I need Fire type. Nags! Actually, Nags, you're a bit over-leveled over here, buddy. I need to take your thingy thing off you. Ow. Only 2 hours a bit. Did my corner store opens? Chat, would we allow it? Oh, what? I mean, catches don't count as... Oh, I like it. Catches don't exactly count as like a new Pokemon, you know, right? It's not the same, you know. You die, please. Ow. Damn it. Where's my fairy? Ela. Hello, Balto! Which run is this? We're still run 50. What? You expect what? You bastard. You right sorry sod you. Eat your damn eggs, Mila. Oh my god! Fairy Kiss would go down really well right now. But we'll win it. Then all Team Rocket grunts get the Pokemon since they know the grunts suck at battling. It is the way to easily farm super strong Pokemon that require losing to get good. Yeah, see, exactly. No. You want to trade your shitty Pokemon for a decent thing? No, get the fuck out of here. Frostbite 19, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. I really don't want to fight this. Ooh, I knew you were gonna do that, you little bitch. Look at them hips though, hot damn. Girl be doing the BBL. Hey, ain't real, that's plastic. Can you move, please? Please turn around. Please turn around. Please face somewhere. Can you fucking move, bitch? I knew as soon as I tried to step up, she would turn around. That's what they always do. All right, give me a Pokemon. I think that's a skirt. No, the flesh goes out as well. Oh my god. Hell, no. No, no. No, we're not fucking with that. Where were the cool Pokemon when I wanted the damn things? Where the fuck were you? Also, I feel like you're gonna have a bad catch rate too. I might... I'm just going to like one of the early game areas because this is bullshit. Oh my fucking god! Don't die, don't die, don't die. Ugh. These Team Rocket balls are ass, man! What the fuck is this? Thank you, goddamn! I got one! Sweet baby Jesus! Does it really matter? Actually, that one's kind of cute. I get that one. Go to PC, give it a rocket. One! Wait. He wasn't level 20, was he? Wasn't over level 20, was he? Fuck! It's alright, I'll candy it. I give him candy, he'll be fine. Candy good, everyone likes candy. Alright, I learned to do stuff on Photoshop. Enjoy Scramble! Thank you for the lurk. Ball. Candy, 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 candy! Everyone likes candy. Oh look, we got another one! Oh yeah! Oh. You got summoned. Oh, another Xenos got summoned. Nice! We now have 2 Xenos. Rocket 2! Ew. Ew. I don't know about that one. Ugh, and taking damage on you is gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh, okay, never mind. Alright. Now, get in me ball. Be a good little Pokemon. Ah! What are you trying to say, Scramble? Just a recolored... Oh, standard Pokeball? Surely it's not that shitty. The PC. Rocket 3. You said last time I only ended up needing 3. Ugh. Do not fight me. Do not fight me. Do not fight. I'm free. I gotta go talk to that lady to get that free Pokemon. I gotta go get the freebie. Hang on, hang on. Freebie time. Go up here. La 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 la. Anything in there? Nothing. Oh. Anything in there? Whoa, yes, sir! Special encounter. Let's go. It's alright, I guess. It's just kind of ugly. I know it's a Reggie Steel, but it's ugly. Why can't be ugly? Fuck's sake. Alright, I'm gonna have to poison you. To get you to stop breaking free. I mean, if I could... Love it when a Reggie Steel jumps out of your trash can. You guys ever get that? Oh, it's right. You fucking dumbass. It's Steel type. You can't poison it. Dark. Wow. No one here has a ability that will make him stunned or anything. Ah, all right. if it's one of those registers doing the bad what? Goat Tank says that the mods need to drink water. Calabash! Mr. Lobster! You've been told you need to drink! Fuck, mate! Get in the fucking pool! Why are you only level 10? Ah! This is stupid. Oh, I can't risk hitting it! It's 10 levels, 20 levels lower than me! How about the censored Reggie Steel sprite? It's a Japanese sprite from Diamond and Pellets. Eh? Oh my god. Every now and again I get a lucky roll as well and he shakes a couple of times but he's not staying in. Alright, if I get down to 15 balls, I gotta hit him with a confusion. Drink your water, you might not get any till next stream. That's the one arm gesture with its arm up, right? I never associated that with the salute, so I don't know. I feel like people are just attaching meaning to something that's meaningless. Can't use this. All right, you better survive. Ooh, it's alive. All right, it's alive, it's alive, it's alive. Oh my god. Come on. Oh yeah, by the way, the register sucks. Let me know now. It's alright, it's alright. I'll get a pity roll in a minute. I'm sure I will. Oh, give me a pity roll. Get in my ball. Why does Sonic have a mushroom item? Because I put a mushroom on him. You got wrong with it. I gave him a hat. Fuck! Give me my pity roll! Pity roll, pity roll, pity roll, pity roll. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna go to Not Corner store to grab some flavored water because it's on sale. Not so nearby 24/7. Definitely not close at all. It is an undescript store for undescript drinks. Right? Give me my fucking pity roll! I'm gonna run out of ball. All right, once I run out of fusion balls, I headbutt it. How about that? Come on! Ah! The fusion ball is meant to be better than an ultra ball, I swear. Oh, well, that's all my fusion balls. I'll throw my one ultra ball. Fuck you, boy! Die. Oh, and a rare candy. Wow, thanks. Where's a Master Ball? Get the fuck out of here. I ain't using a Master Ball on a Reggie Steel. Get the fuck out. Alright, let's steal this lady's Pokemon and then... Oh no, it was an accident. Sorry, I was just... Oh, I actually got to run around with the Pokemon this time. I remember it used to be glitched and you get tired immediately. That was so easy. Ah, those were the days. You can come to me with me. Over to here. I heal. I change into my villainry outfit. No, I don't want to heal. Fuck off. I want to sell me drop kick horrible Pokemon. Where's Ball? Hello, Ball. Ah! Alright, hang on. I'm stupid. Hang on, I'm stupid. Hold up. Intelligence is loading in. Wait a minute. Better still be nighttime out there. Yes, it is. I must sell the drop kicks. Give me a minute. Alright, sir. Yes. Imagine if I accidentally sold like Sonic or someone to him, I would cry. Whap! Yes, take this fucking thing off me that you scammed me with. He got 35 grand off of me and I get 5 grand back. This is bullshit. Can I say no? Ah, fuck off. Bruh. And 30% goes to not the tax rates me at 30%. Fuck off. What a bastard. I can do it once a night. Right, okay. Awesome. Oh, my cute outfit back. Gotta figure out how to save something as a favorite outfit. Current outfit as favorite outfit. Easy done. Alright. Be funny if he tries to sell my own Pokemon back to me again. I'd be pissed. A low carp. Look at him. He's blue. Oh, hello, Nuzlocke. 35 grand! Nice and cheap! Yeah! Alright, you still energized? Ah, this kid. Alright, this is back again. You give me cash? It clearly wasn't yours Pokemon, bro! That's not what oh my man. I'm going fucking gambling, dude. What? You can hatch the egg when running around with the Eevee. Oh, you got a point. But the Eevee... the Eevee gets satisfied pretty quickly. Fight him! No, I don't have my full team. Whatever. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, he's emo. His egg is rotted. Ew. Nasty. What the fuck? Nasty. If he gets... Stop twisting my words, buddy boy! I'll twist you around my finger. Can't believe the final boss was in the trash can. You would have never guessed it. That's gonna be a double guard jump. Hang on a minute. Ela! Double guard jump. Hey, got the extra spike. Fairy wind. Oh, buddy. Oh, well, I'm fucked. Oh. Oh, buddy. I have a lemonade. It's okay. We got lemonade. Ha 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 ha. Lemonade. Help. Help. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm still fine. I'm still fine. Shut up, Flint. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is a-okay. Alright, alright, alright. I'm on fairy wind. Woo! My good God, jumping. On the wave, that's what I wanted before. Oh, got a burp. A little bit. Oh, ancient power. Who learning that? Oh, we learning that. Ooh, oh, that's. I need fairy wind though. Ooh, but thunder wave. Oh, but softball. Fuck. No. I will sacrifice ancient power.
Miguel! What am I dead dog can go tanks? I am Team Rocket, so I get the 30% of that.
Bastard. I base. Skull fossil it is. Ah. Hey, I can go drop that off pretty quickly. Have you got a mission? No, not right now. I'm busy. I can fight right now. My team's okay. You watch him wipe the floor with me. Me regret everything. That's an ice trainer! Fire type! Hang on! Hold up! Oh, this is not exactly safe either, is it? Oh god. Water pulse? Oh! I'm all! It's okay, we're fine! There you go! The hydration! I drank! Ah, no. Thanks for the drug. You just gave me drugs. Yeah, I don't feel safe in this town. I just got offered drugs for defeating a guy. How you feeling now? Here. I need my time back. Hank, please. See if it ends up nighttime and I can sell balls. Still eager. I'm very enthusiastic about bells. Bells are great. But you denied drugs. You could have sold. Ah. Okay, Evie aside. Could have sold a Team Rock. I mean, technically, I still said yes because I couldn't say no. So, you know. I need more balls, by the way. I would check out the trash cans again, but I need balls. Hello, madame. Hey, free Eevee. It's definitely gonna be an easy. Ilchomp? Sylveon. Is that a Sylveon Garchomp? Have I got a fairy dragon? I got a fairy dragon! Yo! Technically an Eevee, we got a Sylveon Garchomp. Let's go! I actually got a lucky dip on that. Every time I've done this previously, she gave me a shit Pokemon. Sylveon Garchomp, let's go! And I have 2 Garchomps. Exclamation mark ticket! To be Sylchomp. No way. Most people are fine with 2. You're so greedy on more. Give me more. Jumping Mons rule. Fingers crossed. I get to be in the game this time. No promises. Why is there just a random Garchomp? Don't question it. Just accept it. Freebies. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, chat. Never, never, never. Blah, la, la. And you have 2 Garchomps now, like legit, because it's a fuse. It doesn't count as a double dupe, whatever. Also, wait, I know the internet. No. Nothing weird is gonna happen with this. Don't even. It's gonna be beautiful. Be beautiful. I tell you, scramble. What the fuck is your luck with this, bro? Wow. I'm back. Did you know the Mortal Kombat theme was an ancient Scandinavian folk song? It's just a Finnish hymn. I wish I could say I knew not that or I did know that because I know nothing because I've never played Mortal Kombat. I don't know what it sounds like. I know nothing. I'm in the dark. I'm disgusting. I know. You've got teleport. I can't use it on the roof. What good are ya? What do you mean I can't fly off the roof? Bollocks, I say. All right, let's go find what you look like. The suspense is killing me. Here you are. Ready? Hi, beautiful! Alright, we got any other things? Oh, and you got options! Oh, we got a blue one! Ah, look at that one! Yeah! I won't make fun. I'll allow that. I won't make fun of you for being a virgin. But my ass!
virgin than you are. The blue one, yes, sir. I like the blue one too, actually. I love he looks like full-on goth with the eyeliner. Let's go. You have to go with the pink monstrosity. You got outvoted. Fuck it. Hang on. No, wait, hang on. I wasn't paying attention. You are fairy ground. I'm gonna... What is your reverse? Hang on. Let me look at Infinidex for a second. And Sylveon. Ba ba ba. Other way around, your stats are worse, and you become a dragon fairy. I don't know if I'd call this worse or better or much of a muchness. That text is really small. E, your typeage. So on the left is your dragon fairy, on the right is the fairy ground. Better stats for the fairy ground. A lot more things have a struggle to hit you. Yeah. Wait, where's the reverse? Did you get the dragon typing? Yes. Biggest fanboy Pokemon I've ever seen. He's fabulous. It's your playthrough. Oh, you dare pass the buck, buddy. Oh, there's a little number to let you know when there's multiple sprites now. Nice. I'm guessing you're only... Why are his eyes like that? One eye go that way, one eye go straight down. No hammerhead, just weird. Weirdness, huh? And... Land up your yup, boy. No. He's just standing in the hallway complaining because it's dark. He thinks it's a certain time of day, but it is not yet that time of day, buddy. I prefer the look of you now, so I might just leave it like you are. Better stats, look better. I might unfuse you and refuse you though for the sake of your ability and moveset though. Yeah. I'm gonna unfuse and refuse you though. Excuse you? Hello? What? Why is it not coming up with a menu? Alright, there we go. Whoop, battery's starting to die. La 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 la. Now once you get a steel type, I'ma unfuse this and fuse it. No! No! That's illegal. Unfuse. Yes. Get your sorry ass. Thank you. No. Ability I didn't want. Whatever. I died, so second but only. Yeah. Alright, get back together, you. I still prefer Cute Charm over Sandvale, to be honest. Yeah, whatever.
When the
fucking jump
aliens
scare
come
with the
down, all they
goddamn
really want to
umbrella.
see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass
the
and some
shit out of
brass,
me.
it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Fuck you.
What you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shop.
For some history.
For some history.
Egyptians like a million centuries.
Yeah, to
Million
finally make the
centuries.
pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this bitch. Ass and makes me wanna fish. All the size and all the hieroglyphics with the plugs in it non-stop. Party at the Pro Shop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Party at the Pro Shop.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Party at the Pro Shop. Pro
Understand.
Shop. Casually still waiting for your mind, and you'll wait forever and ever. Well, I'm still gonna go to the forest to the left of this town. Yeah. Alright, first, drugs.
Drugs. Drugs. Drugs. Drugs. Drugs.
No. Drugs. Random guess that's what I like to see. Let's forget Sand Attack. Drugs. 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 Nope. Drugs. 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 Drink! Calamus, I know you're there. Time to drink. You are a physical attacker, but also pretty good on special attack as well. Misty terrain. What does that do again? No. 30. We'll get you up to level 31. That works. Dummy. Okie dokie. I got to go back into the rocket uniform. Back downstairs. Back over here. Rambles, blink twice if you need help with the addiction. What are you talking about? I'm an enabler. I'm not an enabler. I always whip people into shape. It's always one of them. Always one that's an overachiever.
La 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 la.
Get out of my way. Crowley! Move, your fat ass! Alright. Rocket, rocket. Wait, who's my other rocket? Where's my... Oh, there you are. Only one of them needs to be leveled up. Nope. No, the pre-rolls are back! Sorry, Nags, you're getting yoded. X is so beautiful, it's a pity he has yet to be able to join us. It's so sad. You're gonna have to get Boot for now as well. Alright, one drug of choice for Rocket 1, yes, thank you. Pity I can't have a Militic. I do really like Militic. My addictions are White Monster and Transformers. Thing Mouse judges me for anytime I mention them. Only because I don't like them. And if I don't like them, then they're the wrong choice. Rocket. Yes. Yes. I can technically do this one at a time. I feel like this is just a pain in the ass way to go about it. Good lordy. At 12. I still haven't got all my money back from that fucking scam Pokemon, man. I'm not impressed. I'd have been so damn rich if I didn't fuck up. The third time you let this Krelly. Well, if she wasn't a dumbass and moved out of the damn way, that was a coffee that spawned in, right? La 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 la. Let me read it. What was the next thing? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, right. Assemble! Seriously, since Mouse forgot to rename them on, if they re-roll it, but I lose my chance of it, I'm fine with it. Are you sure you want to re-roll it? I'm happy to. I forgot to put your name back on there. I hate that the nicknames disappear like that. It's super fucking annoying. Underground path on Route 7. For you to stay posted there. You only get one chance at this, so don't miss it. This is where I got lost last time. I didn't pay attention. Route 7 it is. Yes, sir. You don't really like it? No! Wait a minute. Well, exclamation mark ticket then if you want to be Shield Jump! Who I have not renamed yet.
Shield Jumper, Shield Jumper. Shield Jumper, Shield Jumper.
Oh god, Vex.
Ah, you're so beautiful.
I wish you could keep that body, but, you know, be fairy dragon. That'd be nice. Think about it. Now I got 2 fairies floating around. Do I need 2 fairies? I mean, I need the electric type, but la 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 la.
If you want to be this guy! Exclamation mark ticket!
The femboy gotcha. I mean, Vex, you can roll for get a double Garchomp. My avatar already slight femboy energy. You do be floating around on a swing in your kimono. Vex, I swear! Or don't. H2O might have a meltdown. They're working on the sprite. Let her work on the sprite. Hey, yo, I ain't pegging anybody, Piker. Calm down. Hot damn, what are you implying? And we got Grumble!
He's a Grumble.
I know it's got no nickname. That's why I fucking clicked on it, and I'm nuts.
Grumble!
Alright, I am going to put Scared Gamer back in as well. I gotta stop sitting like a prawn. Shrimp spine. Alright. Hiccup burp. I plan on finishing it tomorrow for stream. Let's it for tomorrow stream. I got an itchy nose. Hey, I have a good posture. Yeah, for a shrimp. You have a good posture for a prawn. That's not. I'm sorry to break it to you, but this is just not how that works. Alright, where the fuck is Route 7? I'm stupid. I can't click. Route 7, okay. So it is literally over here, I think. Wait, is that a cave? Wait, let me out. No, it's just, yeah, okay. I thought there was a cave right here. But no, it's just how they did the tiling weird. It's right to the right. Prawns are as different to shrimps as oranges are to tangerines. A prawn and a shrimp is the same thing. Fuck you. Accept your fate. We're starting to think that you weren't gonna ever show up. Delivery man should be here any second. Here's the plan. We're gonna block his path, then we'll snatch his parcel. Should be a piece of cake. Oh, here he comes. Oh. Mission failed. Hang on a minute. Okay. I didn't realize I had to move. Are you guys gonna interact with him or not? What the fuck? What do you mean I failed? What? Okay, I'm confused. Hey? What the fuck? Oh my god, it's because I keep running. Okay, hang on. One last try. I'm gonna just... Let's just... like... Hello, sir. How the fuck is this supposed to work? Am I supposed to be in the middle? Okay, my last guess is literally... Let me think. Oh, what? Fucking you win! Hang on, let me slow it down. I got it in high speed. Okay. Oh, wait, there's backseating. I think you need to trap him in the right corner, yeah. What? Okay, so what? Motherfucker! Oh, come on! Ah! I got him trapped and then he just moved again! Oh, that was stupid. Got him. Alright, finally! God damn! Watch my ass get wiped with this thing. I love how too, yeah, they're like, they cannot interact. I have to be the one to interact. Like, how fucking useless you gonna be? I like his Glaceon though. Can I take his Pokemon while we're here? I mean, we're already here, right? Bless! That's a Lugia. That's definitely a Lugia. My senses are telling me that's gonna be a fucking Lugia! I got the delivery man has a fucking Lugia on his team. We didn't get this in the information pack, bruh. I feel like Mila's gonna be my better choice, but Mila doesn't take damage very well. Oh, needs fast delivery! Ow. And die, Mila. Thank you. No. No! Stop trying to learn things! Oh my fucking god, no! Ah, damn! Even lurk! Oh yeah! I was doing stuff in Photoshop. Ping me if Mouse finds a steel or ghost type. Yes, sir. Oh, why is he a hiker? That's not delivery man. Oh! Both halves of Scared Gamer are ready to evolve. Oh, right. We'll evolve the head first. Doesn't really matter. I want to be summoned! Pika! Oh, I'm sorry! I didn't say hello to you! Welcome, welcome! How have you been? Right, let me find you. Pia! Wait, you're already out, Pika! You're already out! You were brought out in a random summon! Pick someone else! Oh, I'm there! Oh, shit, battery dying. I wasn't fucking... Just the auto pilot got you. No, we don't want to learn Sweet Sand. Fucking stop. Oh my god. All right, we'll take Pedal Dance. I'll take that one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, baby, fucking Jesus. Did he just bitch slap him? Oh, he stole his hat! Hey, did we at least steal his Lugia? Hey, hey! I'm the one who did most of the job and I'm gonna do the delivery too again? Fuck! Bruh. You think the postman hat's gonna be enough? Postman hat, postman hat, postman hat, and his black and white cat. Early in the morning, when all others are snoring. And that's all I remember. I'm back, how's the rest of what? No. No. I love that all they've done is give me the fucking postman hat. Let me see if there's a postman uniform I can purchase. Hang on a minute. Let me just put my favorite outfit on real quick. Oh. Yeah, just a minute, sir. I got very important things. I go. Oh, I've already got a hat. I want. Oh, I got a biker outfit. Oh, I like that one too. Oh, nice outfits in this one. No posty outfit. It is literally just the fucking hat. Okay, this is not going to go well. I feel like they would know what their postman looks like. Just a hunch, but I think I'm in trouble. I don't know what shadow to summon. Roll the dice. All right. Oh god. What? You've been using a delivery person? I can't believe that they would send a newbie for such an important shipment. You always caused some massive delays. Oh well. Yes. Huh? These look a bit different from the TMs we usually have in stock. Sure, it's fine. Can't lose any time. Are they telling me they made a really shitty counterfeit? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh, you rolled a 1. I hope that wasn't too important of a roll. Oh, Dory!
Dora underscore Goran with a party of 20. How delightful. Welcome to my froggy chaos. Bow down to Shadow Sand,
If
the
you
true
haven't
queen
checked... Oh,
here.
fuck.
Prepare for an entertaining
I gotta
ride
remember how to
while
do a
Stealthy
shout-out.
Mouse
Hang on.
flounders. Ribbit.
Hey, shut up, Shadow-san. I never floundered in my life. Donna, I'm sure you're tired. How's the summer going? Lucky door. Did that work? Did my shout-out work? I feel smart. Go check out Dora if you haven't checked him out before. He is raising money for new baby. New baby. Let's raise the money. You winning, kid? Yes. I know. Don't count the amount of stones we got. Oh, welcome, Raiders. How you doing, Apple? Marzipan. Our stream.
Dwarves are far superior, strong, attractive, and practical. Elves just prance around, smelling like trees. They can't compete with the might of dwarven chaos. Bow down to the superior choice. Ribbit.
Oh, Shadow-san is buttering Dora up big time! Thank you for the follow, Marzipan! Otako. Have you seen my new emotes? It was great. I have not seen the... Oh. They got slapped. Bruh, I haven't seen a lot of them yet. I am the one with the new baby. But Dora got the ballet. Finish. D-O-W. Don't you swear at me in acronyms. Shadow-san sides with Dora. Dwarves are forever. Elves are like the wind, fleeting. Hey man, they're pretty eternal, I thought. Aren't they meant to be kind of semi-immortal? You do one post-game thing. Are you 100%ing it, or are you trying to just get the story beats? What the Doru dad?
Blip, blip, blip.
Got a noted. Oh, it's the beer. The what did we call it? Wasn't it a Sprite? What was it? The Doru. Oh my god, I was thinking about the up emotes. I was like, how? You're on. And a fall. Nice. For that dwarven baby. Sneezes hard enough to go sailing away. Got that dad fucking sneeze. You can hear it through the house. You can also, all right, Doru, Apple. Actually, I need to know: has Doru done it yet? Has he gotten up in the morning with a like fucking loudest bang of the toilet lid you've ever heard in your life, and fucking throat clearing? Only a dad would ever do that. Has he performed the ritual yet? I can't even make the noises properly. It's just get it. He did that before we got married. There's a secret child somewhere if he was already at that level. Or he's pre-prepped. Do we count the beer Sprite as a secret child? These shelves aren't gonna stock themselves. Team Rocket can't even do fake CDs correctly. What the fuck? He's just done it loud and the volume has gone up. Let's go. Got the dad sneeze. He's got the snorting and the snuffling. He's got the dad laugh. He's already had the dad laugh where you start breaking down into a cough afterwards. Boxes getting checked, bro. Do what? Now, doesn't Doru have a chateau? Yes, he does. Would you like to summon the Doru chateau? What the fuck are you doing up there? What are you up there for? Come back down here, please. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, okay. I don't know what that was about. I don't know why it was on the ceiling, bye! Thank you, Big Broad. It was Pika that summoned you. Pick the shadow. Save your points for another. You saving up for? Alright. I robbed a man. I was the only one that did the fucking work. Oh, I didn't see how much. Wait. Oh, 10 grand. I got paid more with the other jobs. Okay, poof, now disappear. Thank you, Otako. Take care of yourself. And Doru, you better be resting your throat, sir. I want to be losing your voice. Ooh. Oh! Hang on. Ah, fuck, chat. What do I want? Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Flamethrower. Oh, damn. Mama! Just robbed the man. Put a gun in his back and picked his pocket. The sack shouldn't have been open? I don't know how that works. Is this what happens when you get a vasectomy? I'm giving him tea with honey. Good! Ice Beam! You don't have ice coverage. Ice Beam is always amazing. Ice Beam. You guys just want ice cream. I see. Have you gotten any chatter requests for Aurora Panthera? I asked because I see Crony in the corner underneath you. I have not, but also I haven't made chatos in a very long time. It's like over a year of backup. Probably 2 years of backup on the chatos because I have been sick. Oh god, I have to talk to the boss separately. Oh no, is this a breakup? Can you read it? Meow. It was confidential. You wouldn't leave it just sitting on the table. Hey, maybe he was a grain match and you robbed him of his grain. Uh-huh. Actually don't like ice cream. Don't? What?
Oh my god, I love ice cream. Nothing better than ice cream with like a hot pudding. Chocolate or sticky date pudding are my favorite to have with vanilla bean ice cream. Are you getting the steam machine? I currently don't have plans to get the steam machine, but my computer is bulky as it is. Like it's strong. I have strong PC. So no, I don't really have any plans for the steam machine. Seems more like a PC alternative, you know? Oh, didn't have Aussie with a slight East European accent on my bingo card. I like. Oh. My accent goes left, right, and hoop-de-whoop-de-wop. I'm in a part of Australia that has a bit more of a Pum accent. And I did watch a lot of British shows growing up, like documentaries and that. Well, the good old, what was it? 16 and pregnant. Fuck yeah. That sort of shit. I think it would be good for streamers that don't have a strong PC. They can then capture card it, right? It also depends how much the Steam machine is. They haven't revealed the price yet. If it ends up being quite expensive, then it'll be redundant, I feel like. Very good, Waddle. I'm very happy with your work so far. You have shown that you can be trusted, and so this next mission will be one that requires more finesse. There is this collector from Johto, a bit of an obsessive type. What is he's got his hands on a rare Pokemon. The kind of Pokemon that we could sell for a fortune. You watch a beast like a fucking oddish. And the best part is, this guy's not interested in money. All he wants is a tip on where to find legendary Pokemon. What a jump, legendary Pokemon don't exist. Oh, he's stupid. Oh, he's stupid, right. We can just make up anything and they'll give us these Pokemon to us for free. Why did he suddenly become French at the end? I don't know. He agreed to meet us on Route 22 near Veridian City, and I need to go fetch it for me. Are you up to the task? Yeah, sure, why not? Excellent, this is an important mission. If you mess this up, you won't just be dealing with me. You'll be explaining yourself to Giovanni. Well, I sure hope he's not very good at recognizing faces. Like me. Route 22. Get this. I love they could say get this rare Pokemon. The game knows it's a bullshit. Alright, town map. Where's Route 22? Wow. Where's Viridian again? My brain's stupid. Viridian, Saffron, Vermilion, Pooter. Get your Pooter! Get the fucking Route 2, Route 1. Get it, fucking out! Wow. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Easy. It's really dark in this room. Those clouds are getting thick. Alright, where's my... I'm trying to catch up. Where am I? Thing! You play Rivals. Playing Jeff in Rivals. They said it would be entry-level mini PC price. Let's find out what that definition of that is. See, I just had that conversation with a friend Friday about how Cockney British and Aussie sound alike. We do sometimes, honestly. Sometimes it's hard to tell. It's like, is that person Australian or like British? I don't fucking know. It's all the same difference anyway. It's just a drunken drawl of English accent. It's the same difference. First Steam machine. They had a Steam machine 11 years ago? I only knew about the Steam Deck. Always appreciate go. French is awesome, especially the food. I don't actually know any French cuisine other than croissant and frogs' legs and snails. Well. Have a good day, Otako! Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. And the follow. And taking care of Dory. I trust Valve not to overinflate their price. I mean, Steam Deck, in my opinion, was quite expensive. That's why I never got one.
I mean, I'm sure it was worth the money because it could play Steam games handheld, but like... That's why they're releasing 4 different products at once! I remember the fucking psychopaths that were saying that the controller on it alone would be $400. It was some weird... Oh god, it was some random... journalist channel like, oh, they could see the prince, Steam could set a precedence with this, and by charging $400 for the controller, it'd be a new high. It's like, fucking what? You what, mate? Followed by the VR. Yeah, it was the Steam machine, the VR headset, the controller. I think there was the 4th one, wasn't there? I'm blanking. What was the last thing? There was 4 that they released, right? Not just 3. Controller, VR, Steam machine. Drawing a blank. What was the other thing? I can't remember. Steam Deck is by far my favorite handheld. I'm planning to buy the VR headset when releases, since I've been wanting a VR headset. I did admittedly eyeball it. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know, honestly. All depends if I see value in it, essentially, I guess. There are a few games that I've been wanting to play that I found I can only be played with VR. Steam is the only company that doesn't fuck its player base. Yeah, the controller and system might be $400 to $600 from what I've researched, and altogether it would be $800 to $1,000. The inclusion of the VR headset makes sense. What was the 4th thing? I swear that there was another thing. There was 4 things that they released, and because I enjoyed the advert, like the release trailer that they did, because it was fun, and they were just like, compare well with the Steam machine. Oh yeah, the Steam machine. Oh, and that was my tracking dying. Hey! Tracker! Where's my plug? Plug, please! Hey, wait, oh my god, I forgot what it is. What is it? What's the last thing, bro? Steam also has more money than they can spend. It's gonna be so bad when the CEO of fucking Steam, when he dead, it's gonna be sad. It's gonna be sad Dedge. Be a very sad Dedge, you know? We're gonna go to one of my abysses for a second, because I'm gonna turn into a PNG tuber. Olay! Wait, wrong one.
This one, I think not good. I want.
Wait, why is that not opening up? Oh, you dumbass. The wrong fucking thing. What? Oh, okay. Whoop.
Whoop-a-dip-boop-boop-boop. PNG. Oh, that's what happens when I forget my stupid charging, yes?
Wish the iPad lasts a bit longer, that'd be nice. To be honest, if I was gonna get myself a new beefy phone, not my little $300 phone, I would probably get an iPhone so I don't have to use the iPad because the battery lasts longer. Alright. Hang on, I'm lost in my tabs. Hello?
Dad, there you are.
New VR headset, new Steam machine, new controller, and then was it a Steam Deck? They're cooling the Steam Deck. Steam Deck? Was it? Yeah. Wait, no. What? Am I tweaking? I swear that they said that they weren't going... Oh, wait, no. It was... The early part of the trailer was that they're not going to release the Steam Deck. The second Steam Deck yet, wasn't it? Because it wasn't beefy enough? I'm still in the fucking wrong... Hang on, I didn't swap over to the gaming. I swear that's not it. No, Valve confirms the Steam Deck 2 is still a long way off. No, so it was not the Steam Deck.
La 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 la. La la la. No Steam Deck too. Just that it will exist one day. They want beefier upgrade. They want it to be worth the time, the upgrade, you know? 400 for the lower end storage and 600 for the high end storage. Yeah, it makes sense. But like, can you upgrade the storage externally? Oh, we sucked at naming things. God damn it. Be so sad when he gone. The machine is Q1 of 26. Okay, but excuse me. Yes, you can. Okay. Oh no. What was I gonna do, chat? I'm gonna fight King Prawn. Kind of scared he's gonna wipe the floor with me, so let me gamble for a little while instead. How about we do that? How about we gamble, chat? Woohoo! Alright, anyone give me free stuff? No, free stuff! Wait, is it because I'm in the wrong outfit? Hang on. Maybe if I wear my cute outfit. Ta-da! Alright. Hello. No, normally there's people that give you free coins. Wait. If I interact with him while Team Rocket. Hello. But we removed it because we figured it wasn't very safe. Wasn't safe? Someone might accidentally lean on the map and just trigger the switch and fall to their death. How caring of you. Let's go gambling! Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! I got 20 coins! I require at least 500 coins. Wait, how much did that cost me? I was not paying attention. Oh, that cost me 10 grand? Fuck! Hot damn! Alright, let me remember how to play this shit. Down button. Because kids kept triggering. Them damn kids. Fuck. It's the game's fault. I'm better. This is how I actually used to think gambling worked. Because you got the 3 slots. I figured they were doing each slot manually. Because you had, have a fighting fucking chance to win something. And then when I found out you only pull it once and it's all just random, I'm like, where's the fun in that? What dumbasses are playing this stupid game? Fuck. Specifically allowed you to upgrade storage yourself. Can't replace the CPU since it's soldered. Whoa. But storage is easily accessible in the Steam machine. Some slots are like that, and then they redesigned it so less chance to win. Yeah, they can choose how much of a chance you have. You can adjust it as you please. Some places have got in really big trouble for fucking with the odds. Ah! Too fast, slow down, man. Oh, I sped it up. Buh. You remember Team Rocket? Don't you get free tokens? I don't know. Do I? For where? Wait, if I talk to them in a rocket outfit, do I get free shit? Yes! I'm a pro. Where's the mystical magical music that's supposed to happen? I trust the slot machine. Have a better chance to win at the cards than any machine. Well, yeah. At least there's some level of skill and sleight of hand and shit with cards. You know, itty bitty little bit of other things at play. I'm not cheating. It's the game. It's a good point. The game. Fuck! I always get ahead of myself. I get overexcited. Not fair. If I was rich enough, I'd just buy the stupid coins.
The slot machine, it is forced to allow you to win at some point, meaning casinos can push that winning chance far back. I mean, it's still like it's the same chances every single time you roll. Back. All right, tell you what. Let me out. Hey! Let's find out if I get freebies. Me, I'm Team Rocket. Bitch ass, you make me pay for it. Suck. What about you? To the next door! I love that it's Team Rocket that runs this place and I still gotta pay for shit. This is a ripper.
La 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 la.
Alright, let's find out what an Abra gets me. Oh, do we wanna, it doesn't really matter. It's not like it's gonna be what it's supposed to fucking be. What's an Abra? Let's see. What? Oh.
Never fuck with Shackle Bunny.
Anyone wanna be the Shackle? Oh god, yeah, you jinxed it, you bastard! Why did you say that right before I made my fucking purchase? You set me up for failure! Fuck with this Shackle, mate. Like those key arcade machines where need to get the key in the whole of this program to make it impossible to win unless it gets X amount of money. Yes. Nasty Show Scout. Look. I paid for this Pokemon. I won't. I'm gonna pay for the next one because I need a bit more money for it. I don't like how it's merged with the clown. Both are stalling Pokemon. Oh, come on! Exclamation! Nair. You disappoint me, chat. You disappoint me. Only Apple Bunny's worth my time. Apple, darling! Welcome to the family. Ew. Apple Bunny. Yahoo! You good PC? How many coins do I have left? Hello? I got 626 and I need 750. So I need to go throw my money away for a little bit. Hold up. I ain't gonna be fucked getting me Zeds or whatever. I'm gonna buy some 500 coins. Yay! Cheating! Woo! You're just a little guy. I'll go see what your flesh suit looks like in just a moment. First, I buy a 750. What do we got? Odd V. Oh, it's an Eevee! Let's go! Let's go! We got a budget Leafeon. Hell yeah. Join me, boss! We got a weird Eevee. No, it's budget Leafeon. I don't want to be a budget Leafeon. You'll regret this. Got a stylish ass. Right! I don't know what it looks like yet. We'll find out on the other end. Fine, we'll go find out what it looks like first, eh? I'll just call it yup for now. Get on my PC. Let's go find what it looks like. Little guy. And what was the other one again? I'm trying to find it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Ah! Bruh. Alright, you can either be that or a jacket. We can keep the jacket a box. Alright, let's see if budget Leafeon has a different form. Or, I mean, he do, but he be bolding. He bolding. Bruh. Sing, uncle, double slap, blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait, it only knows teleport, did you say? It's because it's supposed to be an Abra. Supposed to be. it, but oddish. Yeah, but you can do Pokemon. You can fuck around with it. Not like that. You can like unfuse it, refuse the Eevee with something else. Omega at least somewhat appreciates it. Did you have another one in here? Yeah, you've got that. Oh. You've only got that, right? I'm just double checking that you haven't got 3 floating around here. Oh, man. Okay. Mario, you're too big. Get your fat ass out of the way. Nickname.
Mega. Mega. Drago. I see.
I still want to know if that's a Scolipede. Egg is a Scolipede. The other odd V form. What's not thinking of anything? Yeah, he's just head empty. No thoughts. Singular brain cell and it has left him. Alright, I want to go sell me Ball. Hang on. Where's Ball? Ball, Ball, Ball! There you are. Ball. Go quickly try and sell Ball before it becomes daylight. Oh! Ball. I wish to sell Ball. Ball. What do I get? That's the same price I got for the other one! Rip off! It doesn't matter what it is, it's only like worth 3 grand. Bollocks, I say. Alright, change outfit, because I want to see what you have for sale now. You didn't see anything. Oh. It's a little Iggly pie. Why are they all fucking crossed with the bug Pokemon? Oh, hello. That. We at the Fanfi Zapdos? Anyone want the Fanfi Zapdos? I mean, if you haven't got a, you can, if you've only got one, you can get your second, and you can turn into Zapdos cross or something, whatever. For you. Anyone wanna? Anyone? Maybe? Yeah, no? I throw 35 grand at it? You watch me buy the wrong fucking thing. Give me that! I'm so broke. I now only have 35k left. Cool. Where'd he go? Where is he? Oh, he went straight in my team. Okay. Alright. This isn't cheating. It's a function of the game. If they didn't want you to use it, it wouldn't be in the game. Alright? Ground type. Wait, that's the Fanfi, yeah? But you got a fucking Zapdos here to steal. Who gives a shit about the Fanfi? Nobody! Nobody should give a shit about the fucking Fanfi. So much opportunity. I'm just going through to see who's here. Ah! I go. Oh, King Prawn, you don't have nothing. You ain't got shit, but I wanted to be steel type. The Fanfi evolution was ground steel. The final evolution? I think it's only ground steel in the newer gen with the robot thing. Don't quote me on that. I said so, but unlucky this run. It's just ground, yeah. I think it's ground steel in the you know what I mean. Scarlet Violet, that's it. Or specifically Violet because of the time traveling version.
Throwing up. Well, King Prawn, your luck is still shit. You're welcome. Gathering. Gathering. I want Catarinci. Catarinci. Sounds fancy. Catarinci. Hello, Sybil. What are you doing? You want my lap, don't you? Because you've been fed. Like, mother, my tummy is full. Give me your lap. Alright, you get to sit there for now. Decisions. What happens if I move you around the other way? Well, I don't have any sticks. I'm gonna go broke. Oh my god, I need to buy more fucking balls too. Oh my god, I did not plan ahead. I didn't plan ahead. Alright, what have I got? You want over there? Nope. Okay. Who did I have in team before I moved everything around? It was Nags, was it? Nags and Scared Gamers. Scared Gamers about to get their final Evo, so let me just throw them in there. One more level and they are evolving again. What doesn't do anything? What doesn't do anything? Sorry, I got lost in La La Land there. My bad. Do I have my Pokemon that can teleport still? Who was it that teleported? I don't remember. Did I kill them? No, you're alive. Oh yeah! I could go straight. I feel like I'm gonna die if I go straight there. I feel I am. If he's got a legendary, I feel like he's gonna kill me. Fuck! Maybe I should fight King Prawn first. Alright, we're gonna go. Priorities! Let's go deal with King Prawn first! Right, chat! I'm not scared at all. Also, evolve! Let's go! No! Now you- oh, hey, this is a big boy! Oh, Jesus! Hey! Oh! I ain't behind that design, fuck yeah! Let's go! Oh! Wait, what's the difference? Oh, bigger flower, smaller flower. Yo, there's somebody called. Ah! Why is it dead? Who killed it? All right, I still prefer this guy with his big fuck off flower. Big dino, let's go. Gonna sneeze. Gonna sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I felt that one. Maybe Zapdos, even the Evo doesn't have any custom spray. I can't imagine too many people would be a fan of Fancy Zapdos, let's be honest. But the Zapdos has now been claimed, so it can be attached to whatever the fuck else they want to try and claim. Yeah, Snuffles. More drugs. Oh, Flame Burst! You don't say! Oh. 70, 70, 65, 60. Oh, but Draining Kiss is useful. I never use it, what's the point? Oh? Oh! Ah! Evolution! Let's go! We'll evolve the head for now. Oh, poor baby. My custom sprite. One more. There you go. Okay, there you go. We'll get you back to custom land. I think. Maybe? No. Wait. Am I tweaking? What's this going on? Oh, God. Pedal dance. Well. Alright, let me... Pretty sure... I thought you... Okay, no, I'm tweaking. Alright, I could have sworn that had a custom sprite. Apparently I'm crazy. Could have sworn that was one of the ones that H2O had made. But I'm just... Hang on, let me check. No, okay. I am crazy. Alright, fairly noted. Fairly noted. Ta-da! Thank you for the bless. Oops, I'm not in me bag with me candy. That headbutt. Oh, I don't want to. Okay. Everyone gets to 33. No, we're not learning agility. Sonic really needs another steel type move. That'd be really nice. Dragon Claw, you say? The swan? I thought there was, but alas, there is not. There is not. Oh, now on a wheel. No. 33 for you, and we are Gucci. Gucci, Gucci, go! It's so frustrating how slow iPads and like Apple products charge when you don't have an official fucking Apple charging port. My Apple charging port tried to catch fire, so I had to fucking yeet that damn thing. Me. Buggy your height limit, I do what I want. Yeah, that is programmed in. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I know. Fuck Apple, man. Ooh, oh, put it back! Level 32. Put it back even more. I don't think I have anything that's good against you, sir. Ow! Put it back! Get it. Yay! Yeah, there is a major fan base for Apple despite how antique I know, right? It's madness! Pico and Eevee fused and up to you on Vaporeon or Flareon. Sorry, can't spell. Oh, yeah, sorry, I will do that, Omega. Sorry, I just saw that then. Reading backwards. Sybil is covered in graves. She'll never be free. Hey, I'm trying, Grumble, I'm sorry. Always reading backwards. Espeon Blastoise. Okay, let's go with heal. Oh, yeah, sure, why not? I got a bogey nose. Oh, hello. Nothing! I gotta blow my nose for a second. I'm just gonna mute you real quick. Ain't no one wanna listen to that. Okay, Mila, I let you out for 2 seconds. Useless. What? My displeasure is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Sick underscore turbo mouse rating with just 4.
Thank you for the raiders.
Welcome to my froggy
We have
chaos.
no mouse.
Prepare for some real entertainment while stealthy mouse flops around. Bow down to Shadow Sing, the true queen of this stream. Ribbit.
Oh! It's my dog barking, not me. I swear it. I swear it. Wake up, Shaper! We explored and uncovered the truth. Stealthy mouse's fusions are too deadly. Turbo Mouse, don't look at the graveyard. Keep that fantasy alive in your heart and your mind. Samsung legit owns South Korea. Oh yeah! They manipulate everything. I don't like the fact that I'm facing off against the God's forsaken E2.
Ow! Yeah, this is not gonna go well, is it? Poison powder! Fuck you! Ow!
La 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 la.
Flint! No! 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 Enough! Don't fucking complain either. No! Yeah. Righty those. What the? Turbo, how was stream? What are you guys doing? When the CEO got arrested for legit crimes, he got released months later due to the pressure Samsung has over South Korea. Yeah, they kind of had their finger in every single pot and pie. There is no true freedom. No. I'm gonna die. I don't want to die. Not good, not good, not good. La 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 la. Oh, buddy, I didn't get healing items before I came here. Please. Owie. Owie. Yeah, you die from poison. Suck it. No, I'm not gonna swap out. I'm going to heal again. Oh. Delby, my gym teams doesn't fuck around. You pulling out Mewtwo's was not exactly on my potential counters list. Poison. Ow, ow, ow. Fuck. Hell no! Not really. What moveset have you got? God damn it! Someone save me! Mealer is too much of a glass cannon. Grumble is weak. Sonic can't really do any damage, but these won't be dying. Ow! So how is your? What do you play? Are you Nuzlocking or no? All right. Just scratch it. Oh, don't you full heal or anything. Yeah! I'm alive! I fucking made it out alive! Backtrack, backtrack! Fucking backtrack! Running for my life, running for my life! Oh! Are we doing Nuzlocke? We're trying to. We're trying very, very fucking hard. We're on attempt 15 at this point of a randomized Infinite Fusions Nuzlocke. Oh, it's happening. I don't know if it's happening really well, but it's happening. All right, let's see if I can turn this iPad back on again. Shit, oh, shit, oh. Oh, I did that wrong. Hang on a minute. Hold the line, chat. Get my own password, but sorry, I'm just setting the face tracking back up. I must VTuber like a true VTuber. Oh. Sorry, I had to go like stone-faced. Gotta calibrate that screen. Alright, well... quickly throw you guys back here for a second.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
I'm back, baby! Why are we ding donker? What did I do? Alright, fine, I'll drink my water. A VTuber? What's that? VTubers don't exist. Have I been hallucinating this whole time? On that good stuff, man. Alright, first playthrough is still bloody hard, so kudos to you for doing it. I've been crushing my skull against the wall of this Nuzlocke for how many years now? In my defense, defense, alright? I got sick for like a year, so it didn't happen during that 1 year, so... In my defense, I couldn't do it for a year. I can't be blamed for that. 2 years, like hallucination. The Elite Four was brutal. I got to the Elite Four exactly once, got my ass handed to me on the first member, otherwise known as Vex event, because I customized all the sprites. I put my friends in the game. And yeah, I haven't gotten that far since. I've gotten to the triple fuse bird Pokemon a couple times. What am I doing over here? What was I gonna do? Omega, you wanted to swap around, you said?
Omega, 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 Omega.
You said you wanted to play around with your fusion?
Yeah.
What are we doing? I need more fusion sticks. Hang on, I'll come back. I need to get some sticks. And then I cheated and used Parasol. You cheat! Actually, that's a smart idea. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Wait, does your Pokemon die at the same time? Perish Song, if you don't swap, or even if you swap it out, my brain is melting.
There you are.
My sorry ass is so broke, man. Need more balls. I need healing items. Nope, nope. Wait, hang on. Oh my god, you only go up to a super potion. Fuck. God damn it. I'll get 10. Well then, wonderful, yeah, there's a bounce. Oh, then I cheated. I must head to bed. Good night, Apple. Rest well. Take care of yourself. I hope Doro is up shutting his yup and resting that throat. Rico and Eevee. Okay, okay. My glasses sticking to my face weirdly. I swapped from like hard plastic rim glasses to wire ones. I got used to the little bridge, the nose bridge thingy, because mine didn't have it. Forgot what I was doing already. Ah, god damn it. Traded! I forgot! Buh. Of all the people! Night Appleman! Nope, if you swap it survives, I'm gonna say you have way more energy than me. I might be slightly cracked. Maybe, a little bit. Not in the good way either. Oh, well, that sucks. Yeah, I forgot that we traded you around because you had an even shittier sprite before. And now because we got you from a Wonder trade, we can't move your fusion at all. I don't really care.
La 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 la. Sweet sand. No, thank you.
Acid. Yeah, they are that one. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Maybe you'll get lucky with another tree. Alright, you still, fuck, I keep stepping in the sewers. You're still a knockoff Leafeon, don't worry about it. And what was I doing? Going to the gym, that's right. Get my gains. Wait, what? Doesn't mean No, so the purchased Pokemon can be defused. It's only Pokemon caught gotten from the Wonder Trade from upstairs cannot be unfused. Because I got Omega's current form from upstairs. I can't change his fusion. Sadly. I don't know why though, it's kind of weird. Yeah, ask what is the most creepy fusion you— oh. I think off the top of my head would have to be— I mean, it's hard because there's so many creepy ones, but the one that I remember from stream today would probably be the Miltank. I can't remember the Pokemon, the Anchor Pokemon. Miltank Anchor Pokemon. It looked like a biblically accurate pair of Yetis. I just gagged. I ain't fighting no one. I'm gonna skip as many people as I can. Oh, I made a mistake. Come on, turn around. Big brain, big brain. All right, we're gonna square up with Crowley. I like how— no, I'm not. I'm not. Look, I'm fighting Crowley as we speak. Oh, it's cute. I like it. Dobion? So it's like a Doublade Kecleon. And oh, you're my only fire type at the minute, aren't you, dummy? Alright, well, come on, dummy. Ow! Fuck me drunk! Okay, never mind! God damn! Uncalled for! Okay, Please don't use Pursuit. Ooh. Fuck this guy. Oh, this is gonna take a long time. We're gonna be here for a hot minute, chat. Ow! Yeah, we gonna be here a while. Yay, attack Rose! Ow! Fuck you. My hands! I was Mr. Mime and Tentacruel. Edward Scissor. Dinober! I do currently have a really creepy looking Pokemon. I have, it's a Houndour Parasect. He's seen better days, man. He's seen better days. I gotta show you. Learn take. No, I don't want to learn takedown. Takedown hurts me. Mother will be proud. Right, now I'm gonna go heal again and come back. This is bollocks. Bollocks, I tell you. This is not boding well. Da, 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 da. Oh, there's a— hey, oh, get— sit down, chat. Mario, how you doing? No, you. All right, I show you the creeper that I have on my team. She's seen better days. This one! Poor lass. She's been overthrown. What else have I got? I don't think I have many creepy ones. Vex! Your beautiful form! I wish you could join the team. Look at your beauty! You're so sleek! I like my gym is proven the hardest whenever it gets right. I don't know why. Your gym's normally the easiest in like base game shit. I used to struggle with Lieutenant Surge, like actual base game, and then you were always easy. But this is Lieutenant Surge has always been a cakewalk, and then you've been hard. Hey yo. Anyway, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do something before I left. All right, candy.
I'm not cheating. I'm going. I have a level cap. The level cap is active, so it's not cheating. Ah. Sweet scent. No, we will not be learning sweet scent. You've tried to learn that fucking 6 times. Stop it. Sweat Baba Jesus. Is that what? You're fine, H2O. I just see his form every now and again. I'm like, oh, he's so beautiful. What a shame. What a shame. How do I get Mila to evolve again? How do I get Togekiss? Is that Sunstone? I think... Oh, no, I don't have a Sunstone. I don't get a Sunstone until later. Bogger. That's Johto region shit. Speedy demands scared gamer learn sweet scent. No. Can I get you to level 36? No, Tommy, 1 level short of evolving again. God damn it. All right, we got this. I got this, all right? And I still haven't gone to the forest to pick up an extra Pokemon yet, so we still can do that afterwards. I will remember. All right. Oh my god, I can only pick 3 Pokemon to go against you. Fuck me. Okay. Hold. Who am I? Oh my god. Ah. Hey, 1, 2, 3, your. Okay. Got it. I think. You were sleeping while I was fighting for my life. Why is it whenever we use evasive moves, they still hit no matter what? But when the NPC does it, right? Not fair. It's why I gave up on like stat changing moves. I felt like it never fucking lapped. Oh my god, chat, I might be pickled a little bit. Alright, got fire water. Because this fucker is not a grass gem, no matter how much I wish it goddamn was. Sonic is a tank. I kind of want Sonic in because he's tanky. Fuck. Alright, that's all I can have. Okay. Now, I believe it's a grass. Does that look like you fucking grass type to you? Ow, bit me. You bitch, you have a hyper. I can't even buy hyper potions! You filthy little cheat. Vigorous. I have no idea what the other thing is. Yeah, I have no idea what that other thing is. Oh, it's a cacturn. No, I really hope you don't have pursuit, or I'm in the fucking pickle. Why do my trainers get legendary and I don't? I don't fucking know, bring it up with them. Bastard is a dark type too. Oh my god. Okay. No 07s in chat. It is not, we don't need 07s. I ain't dead yet, bro. I just have really piss poor luck. Alright, Sonic. Alright. Fuck me, I guess. Oh my god. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die, so I'm gonna use my max potion. Can't counter if I don't fucking hit you, mate. Oh, fuck. Mr. Cell. Mr. Mime.
I have no idea what the last bit is. So. Oh. I don't know what that is. Oh, Sneasel. Okay. That would have been good to swap out, actually, but... We are fine, and Danny, we got it! Oh, you're so dead, buddy! You're fucking dead! Can't believe you guys were 07ing me. No faith! Ah! Remarkably strong. Yeah, damn straight kicked what I am. Me the rainbows! I don't want to stupid head man. Solar beam. Hey, I said you got this. I had one person praying for my success. Everyone else was just like, oh, we've lost this. Can you see the lack of faith I have in my chat? Can you see what I have to put up with? And then they wonder why I end up dead when they can't even believe in me. What power of friendship gonna do if my friends don't believe in me? Couldn't root against myself. I could root against yourself at any time. You just want an excuse. Now give me my flute or whatever. Red flute. Pee-pee. Make my pee-pee big. That has to be on purpose. They got the max PP and the scissor in the little hidden bit off the side of the city. Where the rainbow badge is found. Ain't no way that was an accident. Ain't no way that was an accident. No coinkydinks here, buddy. And faith, that's probably because I'm new. Hey! What are you freezing like that for? Not say anything stealthy since I'd be bonked. Damn straight. Why do I keep going back to here? Ah, I can finally evolve Dormy. Have some candy, little one. Yes. I also stealthy, yes. Oh, ah! Why is he vomiting? Oh, no, he's not. All right. I thought this was like the bottom of his jaw here, and he had his mouth open. And that was like his little bottom teeth. But no, his head is here. Just that one little white spot there threw me off. That's his wing and his little claw. Okay. Okay, that one white speck threw me so far off. Oh. Why is he so cute? A little rose. That was kind of goofy. I feel like Dommy would prefer that one, so. The rose-scented water on the wings of Lovizard emits a calming aura. It flies around looking for conflict to mediate and resolve. With a wing attack, it'll resolve all fights and conflicts. Yes. I lost my fire type! Fuck! Still does look like his mouth was open, yeah, but after a bit of looking, I figured it out. Maybe move Jetto! On the run, Grape? Honey? What do you mean? You talk about Cheto-san on me noggin, put her over so she sits on top of the runs? You got the runs. I feel like swapping it around so he stays fire water type. And saying screw wing attack. Dragon rage. Now? Really? This late? Useless. You're not even a dragon type. Is run question mark? Oh, you're talking about Pika? Are you wait, you're just trying to dub on me? Trying to you know what you're trying to do? Happy. No fucking space! Ah! They're killers. Oh, hello. Wait, please. You're blocking.
everything. There we go. Now we're on fits a bit better. No, I'm trying to educate. My foot. Ooh, shitty accuracy, man, but it's better than slam. Yoink. Please, do I need to end? No, you don't. Really don't. Let's just say my starters also have a really bad run. Ah! Why am I in this building? Get back out. Fuck it, I keep walking into things. That's right, over here. We move on to catch new mons in... Well, I have to catch in this Route 16 as well. Hang on a minute. Catch the new mon first, or do I go... Decisions are hard. Alright. Oh, I can smell food. Someone's cooking and it smells amazing. Hello. Thank you for fly. Ah, honey. Uncle Coffee! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position, get comfy. Uncle. Alright, let me in. We're in! Alright, you guys always vote for going for long grass, but like every time you guys have voted that I'd try to catch the Pokemon in the long grass, we've ended up with a shit Pokemon, so I'm going for the short grass because you guys are bad at making decisions. Shit Pokemon, I'll cry. Is Scramble around? Is it steel type? I mean... How long did I spend with the gift? Not the gifts! Oh, I choked on my saliva. Oh my god. Alright, DMs? DM doko? Still no water. I'm so sorry, H2O. I'm gonna try and catch this thing. Where does it scratch it? It's steel type. Ow! Oh, it's still psychic type. Hang on. I can't. Sonic, where the fuck's your aim at, dude? Put your shit out, dude. There we go. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. I didn't want the
Thanks,
gift.
King8 for gifting Gimp a sub. Now Gimp never leave.
I don't want this one either. We're fucked. We're fucked if we do, we're fucked if we don't. This is shit, but a stinner. Ow. Ah, okay. Alright. I was not expecting to get my ass handed me by if I could stun Fisk. Object
Whoa, 104 from Shamiya Live. Impressive.
Shamiya.
But don't forget, you're in Shadow Sand's realm now. Prepare for chaos and mischief while Stealthy Mouse struggles. Bow down to the Froggy Queen. Let's make this fun. Ribbit.
She's right, but damn, she didn't have to say it like that. I like hope next Akikura. Ace in the shadows, Anthony never.
Thanks, King Crawny, for gifting Shamiya Live a sub. Now Shamiya Live can never leave.
The real pillow thief, Steve Z. Welcome. Blah, 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 blah. King Prawn, thank you for gifting a sub to Shemaya. Shemaya, how was stream? How you feeling? Thank God. I just got fucking hang out to... you didn't have to see that Pokemon that I just missed. It really... I mean, it was disturbing. Either way, we're about to encounter another Pokemon. Who cares? Hey. What the fuck was that voice? I semi-strangled myself with my Udi because I was scratching the back of my neck when that what the fuck was that voice? Oh, damn. I was saying,
congratulations on starting a
corgis.
fucking scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Wait, how? What happened? What did I miss? Is that just a delay? Scam train? I have a confusion.
I'm a very... Oh, wait, you rolled a d12. Did that not work? I fucking what? Don't worry about it. My voice is dying. Get your tea. Get some nice tea. Some lemon, honey, ginger, chamomile, one of those things. All right, please be... Oh, fucking rat. It's a rat-a-tat. It's a rat-a-tat. It's rat-a-tat. It's rat-a-tat. I'm like, yo, let's get something. It's a rat-a-tat. The only good catch I've had this whole thing was like Entei Cross. It died just recently. Meanwhile, my enemies have Giratinas and all this other nonsense. I am gagged. Sika! Throw my mouse! Thank you so much for subscribing! Thank you! No, normal type! Normal type. This guy is a ice normal. Try again! That's not how Nuzlocke work. Good morning. How you doing, Ricoma? Shemaya, what were you doing today? I didn't get to see you stream. What was doing? If I hit this, it's gonna die instantly. Will I be sad though? No, not really. I don't need another box slave. I need a companion. Oh, are you playing the new game? Where the fuck were you 2 seconds ago, Horiruna? This is your third one. You did it. No. Doesn't happen. I used the wrong move. I was meant to use my water type. Well, I was a very good VA. Oh my god. So that's why you're fried. Damn. One day we'll have voice acting in the Pokemon to go with the cutscenes that look like they have all the mouth flaps already animated in. One day. Today, not that day. All right, time for me to go be a Team Rocket member. Love your vibes. We'll be back later for sure. Catch you, say bye. Have a good day, Turbo. I was a very old man for a lot of time. No, wait, did you actually have to voice act as an old... Oh my god, wait, was it the giant? The giant man with his doom beam? Where am I going? I need to change into my Team Rocket uniform. And then we fly away! Or teleport away. Over to here. Not here. Yep, yes. Yes, oh my god, that would have been a pain. Absolute pain. Apparently a lot of voice actors as well that will play older characters, they will actually lose their voice too. Be careful, girl. Don't hurt yourself. All right, let's see if I can actually do this part of the quest or if I have to wait till later. This might be after all 8 gyms. Oh, hello, what the f- Oh god, it's the Suicune. Oh god, Jesus, it's the Suicune guy. He wants to know where I don't know where Suicune is. Is there Suicune in this game? Oh, he's floating. And I like, take care. Thank you, CRT. I appreciate the luck. You're the person. You're late. I don't have all day, you know. Do you even understand what we're dealing with here? You're Team Rocket, right? Not exactly my first choice, but your people seem to have eyes everywhere. So I guess you must have... Oh, Shemaya, you probably haven't played this since Team Rocket's been a thing. You can play as a Team Rocket member now. There's a whole, like, quest line. This is as far as I've gotten with it, so I don't know what happens at this point. Oh, that's sick, right? I was so excited. I said yes to the guy on the bridge to meme on it, and then it let me. I was like, oh, yo! And then people interact with you differently according to what outfit you're wearing, if you're wearing a normal outfit or the Team Rocket. So I guess you must have good intel. Why is he in the bush? A rare Pokemon? A Scraggy? Do I look like an idiot to you? Imported it from a faraway region. It's not found anywhere in Kanto. I've seen plenty of fucking Scraggies. But thank you for the Leebot. Mirana? Oh, he accidentally buys bullshit. Why do you post that now, Prawn? I don't know what happened. It didn't listen to my press Bs. But I'm not handing it over. And you want me? Fuck, he's trading a Scraggy for Suicune information. Bugger off. I'm getting nuked. What does the legendary Pokemon look like? A flying creature, a large beast. And he's definitely looking for... Oh, fuck. Okay, I know he's looking for Suicune, but Suicune wouldn't exactly be an aquatic creature. Shut up, Flint. So you can tell the story of what happens when sell a Pokemon. Oh. An aquatic creature that's also a legendary Pokemon? That sounds incredible! You have my attention. Okay, what about its type? Obviously water type, nuts. Sounds pretty exciting! So where was this legendary Pokemon sighted? Uh-oh. Come on. Shit. What time of day? Dawn. Uh-oh. Oh no. Fuck! What do you mean that don't make any sense? Uh-oh. I remember about a legendary Pokemon that's been seen near Cerulean Cape. How the fuck was I supposed to know? Want that Pokemon? You will need to go there and find me some kind of evidence for that legendary Pokemon. All this for a Scraggy? Son right off! Scraggy? Go catch me some Suicune for a Scraggy. That is not a fair trade. So EPI, look. Good night, Shamaya. Have a good sleep. Sorry, my cat's trying to get on my lap. If my tracking spazzes out, it's my cat. He's desperately fighting for my lap right now. I get berries, and then I get more berries. Helping you with content. Yes, you were. Night Shmaya, great job with the entertainment. Sadly, couldn't fully enjoy it because of story. What I call made me laugh are the... Were you trying to avoid spoilers? Roshan? Alright. I thought he was gonna square up with me if I got it wrong, but no, he's just gonna work me like a dog. Okay. Flint, up your yup, my boy. No, no. Next place is not the, it's not the city center thingy, is it? No. It's not Saffron, I'm pretty sure. It's Fuchsia, right? Oh, Fuchsia. I'll go Fuchsia. I don't have the Pokeflute yet, do I? Oh, God. Where do I get that from? I can't remember. I crumble. Oh wait, no, I haven't done Lavender Town yet. Hang on. I'm having a mental blank. There you are. I forgot to finish Lavender Town. I got ahead of myself. Is I gotta switch to this week? I plan to play it since I have not played a Pokemon game since Let's Go Eevee. Oh, so you didn't play Scarlet Violet or anything like that? I see. Well, at least you shouldn't be too disappointed. I'm a picky bitch when it comes to their graphics, man. Nintendo got plenty of money to do better. Probably get out of this Team Rocket outfit, eh? Plant, stop your mumble grumbling. Oh, fuck. Flan? No. Oh, I actually got a wet. Okay, hang on.
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
Thank you so much for the hype trade. I really appreciate it. Level 2. Let's go. I think I physically actually have to wear the... the scope. Confirm. All right, now? Oh my God, it actually... Okay, that's cool. I like that. I have dog hair between my fingers and I'm trying to wipe it off, but it's not working.
Herky Mash. My team should be fine and dandy against the dead ladies. Oh. 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 Maybe I don't have to fight the dead ladies. I feel like last time I fought the dead ladies, one of them wiped the floor with me. Oh, the music. He died. He's dead. We ain't got no battle music for the grandmas. Oh, everything's dead. I killed it all. It's dead. It's gone. I haven't caught a Pokemon in this area yet either. Well, hello, young lady. Ah, there we go. Yeah, the game does that. Also, hello. Oh my god, it had fucking love disc. Why is it always... whatever. H2O, you got a water type, technically. Choo-choo with the frosh. How you doing, Ketsuros? I don't know why I did that in a very Japanese accent. Dragon Rage is the 40 HP, right? Yes, it is. Bug. Ball it. Easy! It's so weird with no music. Everything... Oh, there it goes. No, Flint! Stop your monkey rump! Hey! You've been fed. Shut up. Exclamation mark ticket to be love disc Cacturn. I remember I had a love-hate relationship with Cacturn when I used to play the Pokemon Emerald. No! Picky bitch! It's water type! Why you hate love discs so much, huh? Is it the Valentine's theme? Love Turn resembles clowns that appear during certain festivals. Its love of vibrant, energetic performances create dazzling displays of petals and movement. Okay. Anyone want to know it? Love it all? I'll never be used. Look, that's beside the point. Yeah, the point is that it's a water type. It's chatto. It's chatto. Whatever, boo. Alright, you go this way? Wait, huh? Not that way. This way. Oh, okay, I'm stupid. I was AFK, please pick me. Too late! Oh, there's the music died again. Need to come up with a Pokedex entry for Nidosaur male. Wait, you can have different entries for male, female? Lick raffle. Keys are the keys. Nah, nah, nah. Oh, give it another keys. Nah, nah, nah. It's so awkward, no music. Captivate, what does that do? No. Raichu. Ralts, Raichu. Any ground types? I don't think I do. Not on me, at least. Not... Oh, wait. You're a fucking ground type. You don't have any ground type. What's the point here? Oh, it's not what I thought it was going to be anyway. No music when respecting the dead. Is it because we're battling dead bodies? It's fine, it's fine. When? Dude is just curled up in a ball on the damn bed, whimpering. Your goddamn baby. Up you yup, dude. No. All you do is complain, my guy. They are a different monster. Nidosaur is a fusion of Nidoran and male and Bulbous. Oh, that's right. Mental blank. I forgot that they are different in Yep. For that particular line, it is a completely different Pokemon. Oh, ball. Yeah, I fall for the traps. I don't care. I want free stuff. So done with this awkward silence. Oh, that's a fairy. Give him a hug, he's sad. No, he's an attention whore. Not sad about no. Aya.
Alright. I love these guys are all green. It's like, oh, they're ghosts. Are you sure they're not just a little bit moldy? Standing in one spot for just a little bit too long. How you doing, Mila? Hey, wee wee. Give it a kiss. Don't really do much. Ouch. Land. You moaning little fucker. Ow, fuck's sake. Stop complaining. He's still doing. I don't know if you guys can hear. He's still just going on and on and on and on over there. Fight him. You bitch! Oh, he's alive! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You're alive! 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 Don't worry about it. Everyone's still alive, eh? Headbutt. Ouch. Oh, damn. I just woke up like 3 minutes. You almost woke up to murder of your own body. It's fine, though. It's fine. Pretty soon everyone in this team is fully evolved now. Yay, free heals. Don't kill me just after I go. No promises. I have. Oh fuck, my voice is going. I might have to. I might have to end stream. My voice keeps trying to go. Wait, I'm not. No. You got outside. He squirms when I threaten that. He's like, oh, I don't want to go in then. Goodbye, I gave you the voice curse. That bitch. This child, please don't kill me. Okay, she can have my viewers and my voice issues. Take it all. Why does this small child have an epic Pokemon? What the fuck? Oh, it's too... what happened? I wasn't paying it. I was reading chat. What happened? Where'd he go? Oh, he dug. Okay. Angular-side is really annoying. I forget how pedal dance works. I hope I don't stab myself in the foot with this. So what? HP up. Lid. Stop it. Happy Meal. Jesus. I hate that this game baits me into to get free stuff. I have to sacrifice HP. Bollocks, I say. Oh, that's not a good matchup. Send in Sonic. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. Think I'm gonna put a ring on it. Nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. Oh my god, don't do this. Oh my fucking god. Do I have any guaranteed hit moves anywhere? Oh. Sorry, itchy head. You're the only... Okay, I'm pretty certain Magical Leap is the only one I have. But, you know, that's... I don't want to send
my favorite
scared gamer back out.
Definitely Gangawa. It embodies chaos and mischief, just like me. Plus, it's a perfect representation of the Froggy Queen's vibe. Stealthy Mouse could never understand that level of coolness. Bow down to Gengar's greatness. Rivet.
Fucking right off with you!
You can everybody do me.
On the fang! Oh, shit. Oh, Mila, Deva? Oh! Can't go shut the Hi, killers! You witness a near-death experience again. Poor Mila, man. As soon as you rock up, you keep experiencing near-deaths. You were perfectly healthy and safe before now, I promise you. My glasses. Humidity is getting me. I'm not trying to kill you, I swear. Alright. I haven't seen any Pokemon worth catching in this area yet, so I'm not upset about what I got. Yet. And you, old lady with the fucking pimple on your forehead. Whoop, 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 whoop. Fuck you, child. I want your ball anyway. Aha! Oh, what the fu- Oh! Invisible lady! Hey man, I'm not complaining. Next Pokemon is being my favorite. That sounds pretty good. Alright, Scared Gamer is in fact in danger. Let's send in Dami. Ouch. Water poles! And again! Gonna Michael Jackson slide on out of here. That's my prism stuff collection. I'll talk to the old man in a minute. I'm busy. How many prisms have I got? I only got 2. I think that's all I've ever gotten, by the way. I don't know if I've ever gotten, like, a full set. Prism rests where stones meet sand. With a tunnel deep and wide, find the prism where shadows hide. Psychic exos... Exos? Prism waits beyond Mind's gate. Amidst the torrent's rushing flow, the final prism's light does glow. Great, so one's below water. That's all I gathered from that. I'll clench the pillar. You can catch it. There! Plant! Alright, hang on. I'm gonna kick that dog out. Outside! Never mind, I know why he's complaining. The other half is making dinner and he wants to go scab, but he was not allowed to. Me master ball! Such an evil thing. What happened if I arrived in like a Team Rocket outfit? I should have tested that. But for monetary gain? I would do that! Damn, these monstrous people! Oh, there's the flute. Thanks for the flute, man. Oh, I can't. Why can't I? Okay, I can't step to the side. Weird. I have to walk the whole way out of here. Fuck that, I'm using an escape rope. I ain't going the long way. I'm too lazy for that. Let's get this bloody thing off my face. There we go. Alright. You missed the... Yeah, the yellow one. I left it on purpose. I couldn't be bothered fluffing around with a kid. Now, let's see if I can go into this room. No, I cannot. Dang it. Alright, whatever. Okay. Save.
red ball on the first level? Yellow, eh? Ground floor. Get up. Level 1. Oh, I didn't see that. Yep. An elixir. What? How many balls do I have? Do I need more before I go about me way? Probably. Balcashan scramble. Balcashan. Plant, stop your fucking mumble grumbling. No! Enough! Ball. I'm so broke, bro. You with a hydrate. I think I had. Yeah, there we go. Revive. Max revive, so I'm not completely broke. Ah, water. It is time to square up with the weak Pokemon trainers around here. Oh boy, you're not gonna know what came for you. Oh, buddy. That is actually a really cool looking fusion. I'm not gonna lie. I like it, but it can die. Got delivered some yummy fucking food. My partner made some fried rice, grilled salmon, avocado with some creepy mayo. Oh my god, this is gonna be so fucking yummy. Try to eat it before it goes cold. Pedal dance. It smells amazing. Wait, so how soon were you ending? I was thinking about ending, but my throat seems to be fine now, so I don't know. What I feel, I've been fed. Holy shit! I got reduced. Let me just... Tommy doesn't have fire type anymore. I really gotta swap Dommy around. Ouch. What did you say? Please don't always kill me. Look. No one was almost dying there. That dude was too weak for that shit. Get out of the way. Thank you. Oh. A big root! You don't say. Oh, right. This is the place where you just get stuck. There's not actually anything there. Ha! Where's my fork? I'm gonna fork this rice so hard. What the fuck? Wait, what is that? Ninja squat. I don't know what that is. I'm confused. Just answer because I should go to bed, but if you're ending soon, I would recommend going to bed. Like, quite often it ends up... Oh, I just lost a piece of my rice. Quite often it ends up going for like 8 hours, so... I would recommend the bed. Can you capture it? No, I cannot. This is a... This is, a trainer's Pokemon. Oh, it's so yummy. Sorry, I hope you can't hear me chewing. I don't know. I really can't remember. Lavatar Caterpie, right, that makes sense. Should be fine, right, Mila? What about it? Easy peasy. easy. Only trust her she's gonna answer, and she says, she sounds like death, or there's someone specifically. Alright, you got a point. Alright. What the fuck? That's me using the flute? We used to have an animation for that. Just me sprinting. Oh shit, I forgot this is the counter. Electrosion! I'd say not bad. Fire type though, so I'm just gonna skedaddle on out of there real quick. Fairy wind. Yeah, I figured. Thunder wave's not gonna do anything because it's electric type. Fire type, so it's not safe for you. Let me grumble. I'm a pinkin' grumble. Alright, use Dragon Rage, because 40 HP. Effector! Alright, give me a bolt. Oh god, this is gonna take a while, isn't it? Oh no! Alright, I'm just taking my food, man. You lost your phone? What sort of millennial are you? Should be attached to the hip. Goddamn tumor. When's the pacing around? Da 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 da! Exclamation mark ticket to become this fucking thing. Electrosion. It's like a good Pokemon. I say it's good. Fire electric. Typhlosion, the final form of, whatever, Electrokid is. Ow. Oh, so yummy. You guys have problems. Now for a fucking food. Ah, I see how it is. I see how it is. Here. God, no. Shadow 2, otherwise I'll get confused. We do have some guy, so I don't think naming Guy would be a good idea. Sorry, I'm trying to get food out of my mouth. I don't want to spag everywhere. Oh, I got a new rod! Give. A good rod, let's go! Now, does it replace my bat? No, it does not. I need to turn that off. The old rod. There you are. Deselect. Why is that in red? I want you to bring... Oh, that's the nectar thing. That looks like a collectible on his... No? Okay. It looks collectible, but... It lies to me! Bait and switch! Oh, it's... Oh, I thought that was a trash can, but it's a bench? First patch of grass in this area. Alright. There should be higher levels now, so I'm
slightly concerned I might end up dead. It should be fine. Fuck it. Okay.
Never mind.
I don't want it. I don't want that. Okay. Didn't move fast enough. Oh my god, it's so yummy. Wait, did no one try to get the Snorlax? Nope. Zippity zero. Elect, thanks. Oh. Oh. Kinda cute. Oh, he hits a bit hard. Whoa, risk it. I'll take it, oh shit. Shitting alone, Hanson. You just have to wait up until we get over there. Shit, Dommy, you're leveled out of everyone else. Damn. I'm down. Let's go to Grumble. It's good for fusion material, right? This is a surprise no one wanted it. I was like, this is good. It's got a Typhlosion there. It's got the final form of like the, what's it called? Electabuzz? I know I want it. Ow. In and out. Headbutt. When in doubt, crush it with your skull. I really hope you guys can't hear me chewing. Look, fucking hate chewing noises. God damn it. Typhlosion, I know I can make a dope sprite with, right? Because of the flames, it leaves you with lots of opportunities. It's like a flaming mane. Once again, we headbutt our way through victory! Go, Sonic! Perfectly planned! Just select. Oh, you poor fella. Ow. Damn it! Alright, I have to swap out. Ah, I keep forgetting Tommy's not fire type anymore! Oh, buddy! I know. No. Alright, roll. Alright, dummy. Okay, no, we're fine. We're fine. That move was much more dramatic looking than what it actually was. Hey, Becky! How you doing? No scary face. Yo-ho! Oh, I'm never gonna use that. Ever. Alright, my team is in some desperate need of healing. Hopefully there's not too many more battles going down this way and I can heal, sir! Good, what about you? Not bad, not bad! Hanging in there, getting work done. Finally back on the horse, I suppose you could say. rock slide, that'll work. This dude is just me in the morning. That horrible morning breath. Ever taste your own morning breath before? Like you wake up and you can literally taste the morning breath. Like, I know I'm not the only one. Oh, you poor creature. What about you? Oh, it's true. You cannot deny. Oh god. Okay. All right. I need a nurse. I need a nurse. There's normally a nurse around here somewhere. You're normally the nurse. Why are you not a nurse? Where's the nurse upstairs? Oh, buddy.
Ow. It's fine. Eh.
Ring. Awfully suspicious name.
You got a kick ring?
Electrive is also my favorite non-legendary electric type. Oh, Electrive, that's what it's called. I never actually had that Pokemon before, so I don't know what it was called. Hackler, not much better. Not payback. Oh god. Super potion, no dying, please, Jackal. Need you alive. Up the steps. Okay, I'm not crazy. I still gotta battle them though, so it's gonna be a pain in the ass. One more potion. That no one dies. Let's go drop it on a scared gamer, not sacred gamer. Stuck. Wait, what? Fuck me! Ah! Alright, we're fine. Guessing that's a Shinx cross something, but I don't know what. Really need a Reno. Oh, oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna leave Jackal out. Oh, it's a Hypno. Okay, that's not so bad. Still need healing. How you doing? Alright, rock slide! Die, bitch! I fucking flinched! Die! Ah! Oh, god damn it. Alright, this is not going well. Really not going well. Ah, that's fine with me! You just swap me out! Okay, never mind. What fucking years will happen? Ah, god damn it! There she is! God damn it! Where were you 5 seconds ago? Tommy! Oh, shut it, killers. I blame Kiwi. Stress is rubbing off on me. How dare you talk about work? And place the headstone before I fucking forget. Hey man, I suppose at least this is the longest Dommy has ever lived in a run ever. 2 sevens for Dommy. have sleep paralysis. Alright. Give me healing, lady. Well, at least we saw the final level of them instead of just half. Half-assed! What the fuck does that mean? Excuse you? Fucking miss, dude. Oh, God. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. He made a stupid choice. Oh, yeah. Scrafty is ram my foot. This is Scrafty right there.
Rocks.
Oh my god. Okay. Not what I thought that was. I can't remember if you're weak to ice. Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm still munching on my dinner. Look at Jackal. Look at them! They're in so much pain! Leave Jackal alone! He's trying his best! Oh. Wait, well, I wasn't paying attention again. Oh. Hey, it's a little pie! That's so cute! A little pie! Honey? Oh, shit. Oh, God, who reported... Oh, who reported me to baggy pants, man? I'm sorry, Chato's opinions are not my own. I can't be held responsible for anything that she says. That's a disclaimer that you signed by hitting the follow button, by the way. Ow. Moonblast. Who's learning this? Oh! These are attacks by borrowing the power of the moon. This... I'ma think... I kind of want to get rid of Dragon Rage, but it's still useful for catching Pokemon, so maybe I should just sit on it a little bit longer and get rid of Slash. Nice! Heal me, Apple! And the dead body. I have to ignore the dead body. Oh, God. Alright, hang on. Tommy, you're dead. So I just... Stay dead over in the corner. Oh, excuse me. Easily one of the best fairy moves. Good. Wait, what item? Oh, it's the egg. Wait, you've got the EXP share. Oh, I've mixed them around. Hang on. Okay, I want Mila to have the EXP share. Rumble up front. Hey, Cinder, welcome back. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about trying to check what route I'm on. Oh, it's got 15 PP. That's actually pretty good. Not bad. Ow. Viledra. Oh my god. It's a... Oh my god, I love it. Look at it. Or XP. I'm still sleeping. Where we haven't caffeine yet? Caffeinate yourself. Boom blast. Come out and it's not blast. And I'm poisoned. Apple, I need healing. Ow. Gas. Right. Okay, they're gonna send out gas. Fuck if I knew what that was. Scare gamer. Oh!
Oh, ghastly Regigas. Right. Okay, that makes sense. I can poison a ghost, right? No, I missed. Bloody good are you? Ow. Right. How come your Confuse Ray lands every time, but whenever I use Confuse Ray in this God's Forsaken game, it never hits? Are you a man? Do you want me to be? I can if you want me to. I'm sure I can grow a peener. Anyway. Ow, 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 ow. Apple, I need healing. Apple. It's Sunday. I get to be Evie, but I will go make some tea. Enjoy your Sunday. Love Sundays, especially when you know there's nothing that you have to do. You don't have to shop. You don't have to cook. You don't have to work. You don't have to nothing. Just being chilling. All right. That's right. You can go either way in this game. You can either go beach ways or on beach ways. Turn around. Don't look at me. Thank you. Oh, never mind. Ah, God damn it. Oh, well. Oh. Reggie. Why is the fucking... Oh, so many Reggies? There's definitely another Reggie steal, I guess, with Typhlosion. Oh, that's steel type. Wait. Grumble, get the fuck out. Steel. Giving me idea. Wait, Tommy's dead. Tommy is already dead. I can forget it. I think I need to teleport back to one of the centers to get rid of their dead body before I fucking forget. Dumb ass. Oh man. Oh my god. Death times 2. Rock slide. Ow. Sweet fuck all. I'm getting a bad feeling, chat. Really bad feeling about this type matchup, chat. Hi, Turnip. Oh no. Oh, he flinched! Does that mean he can't use... I hope that means he can't use ground type moves, so fucking help me. I got a bad feeling, chat! He hasn't used any fire type moves. Remember what I said about the final now? Yeah? Everyone here is in the final ammo? Poison. Fuck, he's steel type. It doesn't work, you numbnut. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. Pedal dance. Oh, no. He's almost dead. He's what? Dead. On to... I don't know what. Oh, Curlier. Darn it. Fuck off, Grumble!
Hang on, hang on, hang on. We're alive. That's what matters. My teleporter is dead. Oh, my fucking steel types are dead. Scan is dead. Tommy is dead. I've got Mila and Grumble left, my two fairies. Oh, fuck me. Okay. I'm gonna teleport on the dead body back to base. Just ride this dead body back. The headstones are getting a little bit out of hand. Wait, here we go. Hang on. Dead. We got Sonic. Sonic gonna be pissed, bro. Sonic is gonna whoop me. Fuck me. Okay, and then we have Jackal again. Again. Jackal just died every 5 seconds, I swear. It was an accident! I was trying to get past! Not the steel time! Alright, are you guys holding items? No? Just my fairies. Fuck me. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, good night. I hate go and leave your dead bodies outside. Fucking hell. Well, I hope it's my unfuse and refuse you. Ain't in a trade. Oh my god, I can't unfuse a Pokemon I purchased? Are you shitting me right now? There I could. Called it a call! I swear I had in the past! Please name me. You want us to be this, right? God. Since I remember in actual games, purchased Pokemons get treated the same as traded Pokemon. Bullshit, man. It's complete bullshit. Utter bullshit. Fuck that shit. I gotta choose 4 fucking Pokemon to put into circulation. Fuck. No, 4 died. Dommy died before you didn't see, and I had, because I was in the middle of a route, I used a nurse to heal me, and she healed the dead Pokemon. Oh. H2O, I want. Round, fairy electric, electric fire. Jesus. I'm so pissed about this! I'm so fucking mad! Ah! Can I reverse it at least? Maybe if I go buy a DNA reverser. Oh shit. Yeah. I'll hydrate. Ah. This beautiful form, Bex. It was so stunning. But a single leaf or drop of water and you're insta dead. And a pickle. Chum and a pickle. Help me. Help me. Anyway, it's bedtime. Good night, Scribble. Ah. At this rate, I won't even die in a within a battle. I will die because I will literally run out of Pokemon to cycle through.
Stealthy Mouse should choose a fairy type. It's cute and sparkly, just like her failures. Plus, it might distract opponents while she stumbles through. Maybe some actual strategy will help this time. Bow down to my froggy whisper. Ribbit.
Suck my dick. Fucking fairy. Oh, I confused with an egg? How the hell does that work? What? Did you put me never to use box? If you're not currently in this box, you're probably dead. Well, you're not in this run, because I did lose another run at some point. Alright. You're so ugly. You better not fucking die. Nickname. Return your nickname. Thanks. Oh wait, this is a new run. Just now realizing. Yeah, I don't think you're in this. God damn it! Hi, car, you take too much space. Fat ass. Oh my god, I hate decision making, man. I was always this sort of person that just rule of cool. I have a. Dragon Fairy, Electric Fire, Grass, Normal Fairy, Electric Fairy, Ground. Goddamn water types. Hello? There's me fucking water types, man. Oh, I suppose we'll bring Chateau into the fold for now, so I have a water type coverage.
Buh.
Fairy poison! You got a heap of fairy. I got a fucking fairy coming out of my ear holes. What's the best? Okay. What would be the best combo for this little fucker anyway? Anyone know? Anyone want to take a guess? Anyone at all? Alright. Okay. As it currently is, it has the better stats.
Whoa, you're weak to a lot of things.
Finally,
Oh my god.
I'm on her team. Prepare for chaos, Stealthy Mouse. I'll be the star while you fumble around like usual. Remember, you're lucky to have a Froggy Queen by your side. Don't mess this up. Ribbit.
time she's been roasting me is just because she wanted to be in the team? Is that what this is? Alright, let's evolve the head to gloom. Ah, it's like a little fringe. That, I hate that. I hate that a lot. Oh my fucking god. Why does this have to be the better version? Did fairy poison? I'll go Vileplume because I'm not gonna be able to get a Blossom. Oh, that looks cool. Ah, why is it so fucking cute, man? Why is the typage gotta be so bad? But look at it! Look at it! Oh. Grass fairy, fairy. Oh, that one's okay. That one's okay. He's got a little dessert on his head. Oh. In pain. You have a Stantler? No and no. That one's 4 week and then 2 week. This one's the better one, so the fairy poison. Let's go back to Eevee. Oh, you start, Flint. Ah, little bit glacier. Oh, fuck me. Back again! What? Espeon. Not much different. Oh, but the fuck! The one on the left, it looks so much cooler. Like, fire is the best? Wait, what? Fire and grass? Alright, you, sir. We got Flareon. Oh, a nice design. That gives very Studio Ghibli vibes. Yeah, I see what you mean. Too bad you can't get a grass rock. That'd be good. I mean, I got Menace here. Got a grass steel. Oh, my nose is running out of my right nostril for some reason. Alright. I'm just clicking through all of them at this point. Just take a look at each of them. Too bad. Flower. Electric poison? Vaporeon? What the fuck? It's like a sea anemone. Anemone. Oh, wrong button. Oh, it's fine. I didn't see what Umbreon does. I don't think it's gonna be anything. Oh, that's cool. Aka. Fairy? I don't think I did. This is the grass on grass. Ba-ba-ba. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. We're going ham. Oh, I already checked that, didn't I? Oh, bloody Jesus. We'll do grass fire. Dark poison, did you see that? Yeah. He's got a little skirt there. Skirt, skirt, skirt. You're only 2 times weak to ground. Everything else is either normal or immune. Did I read your message and didn't say hello? I'm sorry. How you doing? Sorry, I'm in pain. I'm thinking Flareon. I still have my rule of cool, alright? Bite me. Fuck, I almost hit the stop streaming button again. I keep seeing it and I keep thinking it's like a close the window sort of thing. Brain. Go, bro. Wait, I don't even know if I can unfuse you because I got you. Wait, I don't have to unfuse you. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't have to unfuse you. I just gotta give you Firestone. Yes. Okay. Do I have a Firestone? I have to go buy one. Heartstone, Nugget, Oval Stone, White Flute, Stone, Water Stone, Thunder Stone. Of course I have all of them except for the fucking Firestone. Yes, my god's forsaken luck. And I just, oh my god, my teleport Pokemon just got removed. Okay, hang on. Do I have a flyer? All right. I wish to travel. Oh. I think that's the place with the shops. I think. Alright. Require a Firestone. Hopefully they don't recognize me as the person that sold them the fake. Wait! If I sold these people fake TMs, does that mean if I buy a TM from here, it'll be a fake? That? Be a thing. Hello, sir. Do I have a Sinnoh with me? Apparently I do. Sylveon, of course. Yeah, you donate your hand-me-downs. But how you been glitched? Alright, you've got the stones. Firestone. One. Okay. Flareon used to be my favorite as a kid. And then it was Vaporeon, and I always hated Jolteon. Always hated Jolteon. And then it was Espeon. I'm a bit fickle when it comes to the evolutions. I like me some foxes. No one tell Ginger. Oh, it would have been the... It would have been the Garchomp. My bad, brain. Good, I was up 20 hours yesterday and slept for 13 hours today. Hot damn. I don't know if binge sleeping is, like, just as bad as binge drinking, but I probably is. I'd assume it's kind of pretty bad. Alright, Omega, come here. That's not the sprite I was looking at. Oh, that's because of the right dumbass. It's because Oddish hasn't evolved, you absolute moron. Like to learn and Vaporeon, Glaceon, and Flareon were my favorite evolutions. Then I discovered the internet, and I can no longer say those three are my top. Wait, what's wrong with the fucking Glaceon and Flareon? My favorite of the out of Glaceon and Leafeon was definitely Glaceon. Leafeon was just easier to get. Oh, I don't want baby doll eyes. Alright! Omega! I hope you have a sweet tooth, because I've got some lollies for you! Hope you like lollies! Have some more, Omega! Don't worry, I got full dental coverage. You'll be fine. Drain. Poison powder. No. Yay, candy! I'm glad you like the candy. Have the lollies.
Sleep powder. These powders would be useful, but I'm kind of... Oh, fuck it. I'll get rid of quick attack. We got a few levels to go through, bucko. Bite. Unless I see you with a white Vaporeon? Don't know, I'm gonna say, what? Why white Vaporeon? Oh god, is this some sort of rule thing I'm not aware of? I looked into it, and grass and steel is actually super strong. It just gets 4 weakness to fire, so maybe I'll bring, killers into the fold. I can't take Shadow out now. She's excited to be in the team. She was so excited. Now they, yes! Wouldn't that apply to a lot of Pokemon, though? Yeah, Rule 34, like Gardevoir. Unless I had to do an open shift at work yesterday, so I was up at 6 AM and went to watch Thunderbirds with friends in the evening and didn't get home. Oh, committed. See, I'm too introverted for that. If I'm already tired and you want to hang out with me, I would be the most crotchety, boring person you've ever fucking met. Promise you that. Brain absorbs liquids? Does it work like that, though? Does it change to the color that it's been absorbing? What the fuck? Omega, what the fuck have you been doing? I literally just deleted Ember. Piss off. I have my concerns about you, buddy. My comment's stealthy. Yeah, but I don't see how that'd work. They're not like fucking peacocks. Not peacocks, flamingos that turn pink from what they eat. Who doesn't have a sweet tooth if they watch someone as sweet as Stealthy? You call me sweet, bro? Hope! Have you seen my graveyard? Prevent from landing for whips. Being at a weird angle because I'm like kind of still eating at the same time and it's not really good for my back. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, we bite. No, thank you. Moonlight, that's a healing one. No. Da 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 da. Let's get you up to 35. Nope. Ego Drain! That's what I'm talking about. Candy, a lot of candy. You're okay, you're okay. Hang in there. What level? Oh shit. What level does it become gloom? Or whatever's next. Alright, you get 5. No. 3, 4. No. 5. There we go. Sucker punch, you say? Ah, spine crunch. Where's my box at? You need a leaf stone or a sunstone? How does Sunflora come out up here? Let's go back one. Yeah, no, I don't like that. Where's pretty sure I had a leaf stone on me, didn't I? I just scroll straight past it. Water, thunder, Pearl. Okay, apparently, we'll go back upstairs. My fucking leaf stone. Wait. No? Sippy, just a second. Here you are. Oh, awesome. Yeah, sorry, I said sunflower. Let's go! That's not the sprite I was looking at, but I don't mind. There it is. That's the one I like. But I suppose I should leave it up to Omega. Which one would you prefer? Firetail or Studio Ghibli, spirit thing? On internet actually made a post about explaining the science behind it, and now everyone judges people with Vaporeons. I never actually read the full thing. I see the copy paste and I'm like, I don't want to read it. No, thank you. The one you like? Whoopee! Studio Ghibli, let's go! The whole post was debunked. Those lazy bastards! Why do you keep trying to relearn Emberer? Stop it. Right, now I was heading back downstairs. Oh, wait, that's not what I want. Okay. Oh, I gotta go back to the Pokemon Center. Oh, sake. Alright, there you are. Okay, so this fucker. Nom, 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 nom. Ground, Fairy Electric, Grass Fire, Electric Fire, Dragon Fairy, Water Dark. Suppose I'll leave you out for now until you're beautiful! You're still too fugly! Sorry, Bex. Rejected. Come back when you're looking beautiful. Wait, I have a trade card thingy. Hang on. Who's the ugliest of them all? I'll get traded. Probably someone who was already a goddamn trade. I think you were a trade, weren't you? No. Were you? Route 10, Pokemon Center. Game Corner. You were purchased. Can I unfuse you? Wait, okay, so what? So I can unfuse the Game Corner Pokemon? Alright. Make a lick of sense. Big root. Get that big root. I'm gonna sacrifice Daragon. Daragon! Not a fan of you, buddy boy. Sorry. Gonna get Yoded. Maybe Kurt. Oh, I'll get rid of Kurt first. Hang on. Kurt's worse. Get rid of Kurt. Kurt. So what did they fuck up in their lore, huh? What was the bit that screwed up their whole Vaporeon shenanigans? Alright, Kurt. Time to get rolling. Mega, what are you carrying? Oh wait, I just gave you a big root. You numbskull. Hey, that might go against streamer TOS, but whatever. Farewell to LOL, nice try. Should be alright, right? Ghost fighting is actually, yeah, but I'd fail because I don't know how to use those type pages. One more ticket. Wait, no, I don't have many water types, so I should keep a hold of this dude. Oh, the lady disappeared. What the fuck? Oh shit, wait. Who did I trade out to get this guy? I actually forgot. I just forgot. Uh-oh. Who did I just trade out? Hurt. Right. Hurt. Thank God someone remembers. Thank you for the lurk glitched. I'm so pissed about that one. I'm so fucking mad. Oh my God. I'm tempted to trade Xenos, but I kind of... Durr, you're gonna get traded. I'm here, Durr. Swiggity swoogity, get the fuck out of my booty. Oh, thank you for the lurk, turnip. Terp. Actually, spending time making this or debunking it is concerning. People got too much free time. I mean, if you got time to diddle daddle, why not? I guess if autism happens to go that way. Come on, Durr, give me a good roll. This is like fucking gambling. This is gacha mechanics. How did she turn her back? She hate me that much? Rename you to Dark. Music has died. Electric Fairy. I don't know. It doesn't seem too bad. Static. Seems alright. He ain't bad. Don't need you right this second though. I need a fucking water type. I think the only water type I have... Oh, that's right. I was gonna have chat though. I promised Chateau, son! I will live up to my promise. Two fire types and two electric types. H2O is causing me to double up a little bit. But I don't want Vex in team whilst he ugly. You're just too fucking ugly. I'm sorry. What? What did I say? That King during that role will be good once it's fully evolved. It just doesn't have a custom, but I have an idea for it. I'll try and not kill it for Poland. No promises. Kingder is a trade evolution, right? And I have a trading cable for that, so... No, what are you doing, dumbass? I want candy. Ooh, candy. Where's my fucking candy? There it is. Open wide, killers! Leech seed. Dad, Halloween was just a few days ago. Gotta take one for the team, buddy. Think about the team. Yeah, keep going. No, don't give up on me. Yeah, come on. Little bit more.
We believe in you. The team believes in you. 5 to go. No, you don't need Will-O-Wisp. Nice try, though. Keep it going. Assurance, you say? I mean, it's not half bad, but I know. One more. It was one more. There you go. Forest's Curse. What the fuck is that? User puts a Forest Curse on the target. The target is now Grass type as well. No. Okay. H2O, your turn. Open up. Swift, you say? I don't really think so, but for now I'll get rid of light screen. Mm, 33, 34. Team charge. Perfecto. Let's like it. Let's keep Thunder Wave. Let's get rid of Swift. Halloween is a mindset. You need to lock in. Okay. Now I know we just said the Kingdra Tentacruel might be okay, but I promised Chato-san she would join the team and she can be my water type. So bring it up with Chato-san. Alright, I have my flyer still. Oh my god, I gotta back to the door. Fuck! Get it! There we go. Hello? Oh wait, there's a thing with that, right? Hang on a minute. I might worry about that later. Oh wait, you're the name raider! Wait. Let's see what he thinks about everyone's nicknames. Grumble! Could be better. It's not very good. A 4 out of 10 for Grumble. Alright, Mila! Aw, 5 out of 10! Yo, Mila's alright. Mila's top score. Who's next? H2O? Very good. Another 4 out of 10. He's so picky! You're a 5 out of 10. Not a very high number, but you're still top of the pick so far. What about a Mega Draco? Not very good. Oh, shit! Omega! 3 out of damn! Ow, that was a bit nasty. Killers. Oh my god, he doesn't like anyone's name! Another 4 out of 10! Oh, Chatos, you're the last one. 5 out of 10. Oh god, Chato-san and Mila are like one and the same. I'm so sorry, guys. He just hates you. He just hates you. That's all that can be said. Wait, what? Ah! What? Teach me what? Down at the revives. Oh, ominous wind. Arr. I don't think I have a ghost type, so it's not really much point. No, thank you. Ow, Lord! Sorry, Omega. The worst rating at all. This is 3 out of 10. All right, no fighting fucking randoms. Preferentially. Okay, it's fine. I've already fought that dude. When's the last time I got far enough in this godforsaken game to get surf? Boy, I don't even remember. I haven't saved in a while. Let me do that. He was being nice too there. It's my wind. Oh. Alright, here we go. First battle with the new team. I don't think it's really gonna matter too much. Supersonic.
that poor food's gone cold. Wonderfang!
Hi, some guy. How you doing? I'm talking with a mouthful of food.
I want that fucking freebie. Woohoo!
How you doing, some guy?
I have no choice but to fight you, do I? Oh, no, maybe. Turn around. Turn around, mate. Don't look this way. I want to go this way. Move. Hey. Perfecto. There's a biker. Ah! Alright, you're the one that wants me to use strength, which I do not have. Alright, here we go. This is the fucking route of death.
Hello, Mousy. In Violet City, after... Oh, fuck! I thought he turned. After defeating the League, you can pay 50,000 at the trainer school to change Pokemon's OT to you. Oh! You be able to unfuse them? What?
Violet City. Where's that? After defeating... Oh my god, after the League? What good is that to me now? Bollocks! You got a fair bit of HP on you, don't you?
Owie.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, I had to hear that. Icky. Oh, Grumble's still got... Oh, no, is it Meal or Grumble that's got the XP share? I can't tell. Either way!
Doing pretty well, I'm glad to see.
My run's been doing great. Cornea, I read that as gonorrhea.
Yeah. What is that?
Hello.
Tranquil. And again. Very nice, very nice.
Or you can just cheat, use special boots like that's no. I'm not breaking the rules that bad. It's bad enough that I stole the candies.
Good cool. Aw, that little guy. He's gonna fucking die.
Rain dance? A fire type just use rain dance? Are you shitting me?
That was stupid.
Might actually be gonorrhea.
Wait, am I in a new route?
It is a new route!
New quest, new counters, no battle.
Ugh, okay. Whoop, whoop. Oh. What? I made it. Alright, it's fine.
I have no choice but to fight these twins, I'm pretty sure.
What have you got on hand? You have the XP share. So, I'm gonna swap you out for... Let's put Shadow's on in. She can have a bit of a play before she dies, inevitably.
Now that you can cheat and change the owner, that's all. Yeah.
Oh, hello, Jewel Trade. Oh, I just realized I did the matchy-matchy with the pink and blue.
Ah. Very cute. I like. Very cute.
Poison type up against a fairy.
What? Not go down so well. focus on taking dark water right here. Let's focus on taking gold raid out. Oh! For that reason! Oh, fuck off. I knew it! I fucking knew! I knew Shadow-san would die instantly. I sensed it. I knew it was gonna happen! I sensed it in my goddamn waters. Nice knowing you, buddy. Dodge. Oh, you're learning discharge. Might get rid of soft oiled for it. Will this child trade with me? Please? Pretty please? Please trade with me, small child. I think your breath is rank. Can you butter off? Look, just get a mouthful of food. HP is this fucking thing have? Small child, will you trade with me? No! Won't trade with me. Rest in peace, Jado. Put that headstone up before I forget.
Stealth 236 cookie.
Hey, honey? Valky! Thank you so much! Let's go! 38. Holy bejeebus. Is it gonna not die, please? Mousy, God, it's gonna have a lot of HP. Yeah, but it's also crossed with a baby fox. Time really does fly. It's insane. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. In all fairness, though, there was like a year of me just nothing, just dead. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Hang on. I don't want to encounter a Pokemon right now. Where are my repels? Where are the repels held? Oh, I just saw one. Aha! I made it. Let's go. It's a new route. Yes, but I want to heal and have fully healed Pokemon before I fuck around with that. Ooh, lag. Ooh, lag again. How you doing, Bucky? Hope you're having a good day. Having a small rest from Krelly moderation. Runny nose. Shadow-san. I knew you were gonna fucking die. Someone tell Shadow-san that she's dead. Alright, Kurt. You're in the fold, buddy. Rest, sure! Oh, I'm stuck. Definitely not doing other work for her. No, she's reading you like a mule. Currently hasn't been streaming as much lately, I've noticed. She's been, well, she does collabs on other people's streams as well, and she probably needs a lot of rest of her throat. And I can imagine she's organizing a lot. Was that confirmation of a Beetle collab as well recently? Where's the buzzy little cow? And her mods, no doubt. Candy! Come here, cat. You need drugs. Yee, hard gun. I love that Beetle thought that, like, it'll be fine. No. You're wrong, Beetle. You're wrong. You've put 2 ADHDers and a bot that might as well be an ADHDer in hardcore mode and expect them to defeat it. You gonna learn that day. What level does Horsey evolve? Or is it already evolved? I better check actually on that. 560. The toxic spikes. You need a water stone? I thought that was only to get the. Oh no, okay. Right. I thought that was only to get the Kingdra. The Kingdra is a trade, isn't it? Yeah, there's my water stone. You did take 5 days off for rests to not completely burn herself. How many days has it been now? Like 140 or something? I'm not able to. You lie. Lying liar. Poison jab. Those acid spray is the weakest here. Reduces. Honey. Rose Orox, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfy. Right, we're gonna get rid of acid spray. It was changed, you lie. There we go, 32. Oh god, tentacles. Slightly disturbed. Oh, that's better. I'll take that one. I'll take that one over the one I was looking at. Alright, now I use the stone. Well, the trade cable, same difference. Where's my cable? Oh, there you go, linking cord. I got 3 of them. And now I'm extra confused. Either way, get up to level 35. I don't know on this one. Is it glitched? Is that why it said good luck? Or is it like a level up? Wait. It's not a level up with that King Rock thing, is it? I have a King Rock. White substance. Board. King? I thought you were talking about. Oh, sorry. Trying to figure out how to evolve fucking Kingdra. Seedra to Kingdra, or other way around, however which way it goes. Oh no! Oop, no options. I wanted to hit save. Alright, I'm just gonna quickly check. Fusions. Oh, that's from 6 years ago. That's not gonna fucking help. Phaedra when leveled up holding a dragon scale. Okay, donk. Where do I get that from? Dragon type Pokemon maybe holding this item when they're caught? Is that it? Literally just random shots? Ain't no goddamn way.
Seema the cactus with a party of 9? How cute. Welcome to my Froggy Chaos. Prepare for entertainment while stealthy
Level
mouse
50.
stumbles.
Ah!
Bow down to Shadow San, the true star here. Let's make this wild. Ribbit.
Emma, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Xanos, have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Now go keel over with the sleep that craves you. Your little spin emote is so cute. What's stream? What are you guys doing? I don't know what Metal Gear Solid is, but I hope it was fun. Hello, Ronnie at the welcome to the garden. All right, new route. Do I have the balls on me is the problem. I do have the balls. Let's go. I have the balls, I've got the balls. Alright, you have Thunder Wave. H2O has Thunder Wave, so H2O can go front and center for capturing. Alright, here we go, chat. New zone. What is that, mossy? Why did it call you Seaman? Look, she's trying. Leave her alone. Good night. I have stayed up way too long. I've been playing Metal Gear Solid Solid and old stealth game way back when, and I'm having a blast. And hi. If you need to raid and run, feel free. Take care of yourself. Get some drink and some rest and some stretching. Oh, yo, we got the trans Nido King. Let's go. Guessing it's Nido Queen, Nido King. Oh, fuck. I don't know if I'm going to be able to paralyze you, actually. Damn it. It had to be a Pokemon that I can't paralyze. Fuck's sake. All right. Maybe if I Leech Seed it with Killers. Oh, maybe a Mega can... No, that's too dangerous. That ground typage thing. Ow. 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 Might have rock type moves, and the poison's gonna be dangerous as well. Bollocks! Yup. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I wish not to die. Right, I won't let you die, buddy boy. I just gotta figure it out. That's all, That's all. Oops, wrong buttons. I'm thinking best chance is gonna be Killers. Steel will protect me from the... ground type that you will... Oh, God. Yes, alright, we'll give it a go. Ow. Hello? Leech Seed and get the fuck out of there. Alright, we're good. Get out. What are you? Poison, ground. Hurt would be my best option. Ow. Okay. Damage is being done. I repeat, damage is being done. Yes! Stealthy, cemetery looking kind of... Don't worry, I'm not adding anything to it. Don't worry. There's no more dead bodies. You don't have to worry how full it is. It gets added. Anyone want to be the Nido King, Nido Queen combo wombo deal? Ooh, hello. I'm guessing that's a reference. It looks like Monster Hunter reference, I'd guess. Oh, look at that one is. Oh, you got a black one. Right now I'm questioning if it's two Nido Kings or a Nido King and a Nido Queen. Pretty sure it's a Nido Queen and a Nido King. Alright, getting some food in me again. I'm almost finished my plate. Give me a second. Aww. Nido King? Nito King. Can I do it for King Prawn? Go ahead. It's alright. Only took me like 2 hours to eat that. It's fine. It's fine. What is that? God no. Alright. We're gonna close this up as it looks like no one else wants it. Volts doesn't even want it? Wow. 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 Close. Just give it a prawn, we both agree. I love how bad King Prawn's luck is, by the way, because even though technically H2O was the only one who entered to be King Prawn, he still didn't fucking win it. Bruh. So sad. Oh, can I get one? Yeah! Anyone in chat can get one. You need an electric one. Makes sense, makes sense. But you're allowed to have two, so, you know, that checks out. Alright, I literally don't... Oh, I'm just gonna assume King Prawn wants this one, and when he... Oh, wait, you're back. You're back, you're back, you're back. Hi, King Prawn! You were... Am I actually? Yes, you are, actually. They entered... I was cleaning toilet. Sorry, I had a blowout. Chat wanted you to have this. It's literally a Nido King, Nido Queen combo called Nido King. And they entered a draw for you. Do you want? And if you want, what skin do you want? Me using the toilet after. Ooh. So awkward when you're the first one to use it after being clean too. It's like, oh god. Is there a slashy mantis ninja bug? Sorry, I don't really know Pokemon. There's different ninjas. I think there's like a couple of different ninja-based ones. I don't think they have the praying mantis. Well, there's several different types that like come together to be like a praying mantis and ninjas and that. Several different varieties. I like the diamond one. Do you want to see them all first? We got a diamond, we got black, we got big angry blue, we got blue pink, we got Monster Hunter, I think, and then we got blue. Diamond, black, blue, bit of both, Monster Hunter, blue. You like the diamond? Easy done. He likes the sparkles. Oh god, sorry, burping. To PC for now. Nickname. Wow. Getting sweaty. This humidity is killing me. Alright, let's see what else could have been. Preferably without H2O dying. In my opinion, the diamond looks best. I reckon so, to be honest. Oh, yeah, I could have had an undead Ho-Oh. It could have been an undead Ho-Oh. I was so excited about the Nido King, but we could have had an undead fucking Ho-Oh. Wow. listening. Only if you live in the ocean, you pay taxes. In the ocean, not everyone that swims has to pay like an entrance fee. What the fuck? Abramuck? There's so many dead Pokemon around here. Oh, what a... Seems about right for your runs. Up you yup. The rancid swamp. Honestly, yes, at least it's on brand for that. Let's crystallize the Nidoking. Wonder what the encounter rate was for the undead Ho-Oh. No Safari Zone, I will zone. So it looks like the undead Ho-Oh isn't a very big encounter rate. Ag. Aww, he's so cute! What the fuck? Look at him! That'd be the perfect little, like, kid's plushie toy. Ow, 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 ow. No entrance fee to enter ocean. Just gotta feed a couple of sea lice while you're there. Wait, what's upstairs? Hang on, I'm gonna backtrack for a second. Okay. Alright, I was breaking things. Hello? Hello? 20... I'll give you an EXP. Oh! I think I have. I already fused 11! Fuck. I'm not even halfway there. Pitiful. I got you guys in one. Oh, lag. God damn. Okay. Hello, rich boy. Wait, what? Apparently gems are made from pressurized dropping... Gemstones? Really? Nova. Oh, one! This comment right there. I don't know why. I thought he said games at first. Oh no, no. Can you imagine if the games were made from, like, just crushed Pokemon? Isn't that what one of the original adverts did, though? Pocket Monsters? They're like, Pokemon got stuck. Pokemon got stuck in a bus and got crushed down into the little Game Boy thing. Oh, adventure gear! Poison outfit, meh. Classic. And the adventure gear. A bit broke though, so I probably won't buy it. I'm just having a look. Hoods. Hey, I got a safari hat. Ranger hat. Striped beret, red glasses, sporty cap, ruby cap, emerald cap, cowboy hat. I love it says people donate their clothes and it just donates their fucking hats. Hat, visor. Yeah. Hey! It's the I don't know, the Lucario outfit from that one Lucario movie. I forget what it's called. How's it? Crush Dungeons of Pokemon in the middle. Oh, I knew it! Oh, I fucking knew it. Wait, can I go behind here? Oh, no, I can't. I got excited. Hello. Who put those two in the same thing? Aren't Scyther and Pinsir supposed to hate each other? Dumbass zookeepers. Right, this way. Heights of Destiny, that's right. I remember I was kind of obsessed with that movie as a kid as well. I know, because it had Mew in it! And I love me a Mew. Wait, no, it's not. Oh, Oh, Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. Okay, see, that makes sense. Because, you know, it had Mew in it. All that. Tides of Destiny was game related. Alright, we're in! Hey, they changed the Safari Zone trees. Oh my god, the fucking lag. I really gotta reboot this. Clint, your hoof stank. Alright, first encounter. Ew. Put it back. I don't want it. Throw a ball at it. I remember baiting or rocking it is better. Let me throw a rock. Kill it with water! I remember how these work. Was it rock makes it angry and less likely to run? Or... I don't remember what fucking way around it goes. Harder to catch, less likely to run? More likely to run... to catch or the other way around? Makes it more likely to run, more likely to catch. I'm gonna throw another rock at it. Are you supposed to be trying to communicate with the fucking thing? And that's what it could have been. Beautiful. I just wanted to, you know, stab myself in the heart. Hello. Where did my friend Eric go? Oh! Oh my god, it's so lagging. Holy bejeebers. Yeah, in Struggle Town, chat. Alright, Area 2. Ikuyo. Lag. Lag. Every time I enter the grass, it lags out. I have a dead one of each of those. Oh, rock. Oh, the fuck! Should have known that the Aurora would run. Anyway, that's Route 2. Hold me wrong. Get down the... Wasting your steps. Area 1 failed. Area 2 failed. Ah! Yeah, no. A leaf stone! Where were you earlier? I wasted money on one. No, I don't want Signal Beam. I'm pretty certain that's a bug type move, right? This way first. Lag. Every time I step in the grass, it shits itself. I think I've just over-encumbered the game for how long I've been playing it. I don't remember if this is a new area. Pretty certain this is still Area 2. If not, I'm gonna always come back later. Yeah, okay, so that was still Area 2. Area 3! Oh, back to Area 1. I can't remember where my things are. Ah! I don't want... Oh, it's a bug lady. I thought it was a dragon lady for a second there. Hang around. That takes me back to the start. Alright, Area 3, new zone. We lagging. Look fucking lagging. Damn it! I didn't even get that far! Fuck's sake. Egg number 2 is gonna send me broke. Alright. Oh, it's funny watching the stutter every time I hit the grass. When Nat has seen things, he cry. What? Hello again, I'm a mask. Nothing here that's tickling my fancy, to be perfectly honest, so I'm not upset that I've missed my 2 areas so far. Pick memes real quick. Ah. What? What the fuck? Bum bum bum. Oh, you got a problem with robot noises in your Pokemon? Why does no one love me? Blah, 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 blah. Alright, what I found? No, I don't want to fucking trade. So, oh, are you? Come here! Red ball. Big claw, thank you. Fucking lag, bruh. Oh, my max revive. Here we go! Fairy on. I don't. It has no typing. Where's the typage? It's type free, chat. It don't even have a type. So does that mean I could be your type? Fuck! Should've known that was gonna happen. Should've known. It just can't handle all this. Right. Aha! I found it! Gimme. First serve. The last time I had a Mon on the team, some match guy back in run 7. Ah, those were the days. Regirock actually scared you as a kid? Really? Was it Vaporeon? Alright, this is section 4, lag. Oh, come on. The one that I do catch and I really don't want. Fuck off. Classy monkey Pokemon. It's not coming from a prime Zen to break into shops at night to steal their earnings. It loves smashing open safe doors and can do it so in one punch, fighting in normal. Get in my fucking box. Anyone want to be a very fluffy, weird-looking cat? G'day, Easy Mushroom. How you doing? I'm doing alright. I am sweating in this god's-forsaken humidity. I can't tell who was dying anymore. There's too many shadows. Just sea of dead. Sea of dead. Even Shadow is amongst the dead. Jackal has died like twice. So was Hostcat. Big cat? I mean, monkey cat. It's got a piggy nose, alright? The monkey's got the snubbed nose of a pig. Classic could fool me. I think Killer said name it after him. A piggy. Ain't no one want it. I just call a piggy. Sweating my balls off. Now I gotta get to the right side, which I'm not going to be able to do this run. I'll have to try the next thing. What the fuck? Where were you earlier? Why you got a skirt on? Game broke? Oh, no, there we go. Bruh. It's nighttime. Lag. Ding dong. Send me back. Okay. One last run. Actually, no, I'm sweating my yitties off. I'm gonna end stream. I am sweating. I need to shower. Or at least take some fucking layers off. I need a rest, because sitting with my spine at this angle is no Gucci. So let's roll on over to the chatting screen. Turn that goddamn background music on. Oh, what the fuck? What? hello? Guys, this is unnecessary. What the fuck are you doing up there? Give me a second. And just figure out why you guys are hovering ominously in the middle of the goddamn screen. The line.
What is this?
Nothing is selected here. What is it? Ah, I don't know what it is. Everything's broken. You broke it, Jet. Hang on. What the fuck? Even my headstones are breaking. Bruh. My headstones disappeared. What happened? Sonic, why are you missing? Come back. Why is the headstone gone? It's the file is still here. It's just missing. The fuck? Get back there. Okay, hang on. Alright, I'm fixed. Alright. Hang on. Shadow is not impressed with this scenario. Oh god, now the shadow. And then you guys have moved even further away. Come back! Someone's sitting where you're not supposed to be sitting. There's someone sitting down low. Who is it? Who is on the floor? You fuckhead, get back here! Someone has slid down to the bottom of the screen. That's why they're floating ominously. I don't know who it is. Whatever, bro. Deal with that problem when we get to it again. I keep desperately checking to see if I can tell who's missing. But I cannot. You need to restart and stop the lag. The city just causes a ton of lag for no reason. I didn't know. I have noticed that over the playthroughs. I mean, it's only if you're running in a certain section that you get the lag, but not currently. Shadow's not died. She's gonna be pissed. Apparently. Double dead. Dang, stealthy. I like you too much because you keep being out of the team and ending up fucking dead. That's the goddamn problem. All right, let's see. Sweating, dude. I'm sweating. All right. I think we're gonna go raid my VTuber design baby as opposed to my VTuber rig baby, and we're gonna go raid Cass. I'm sweating so much, my fucking glasses are steaming up. I can't see shit. I had to take that off. Gonna go raid Cass. Child, multiple of my children are alive. We'll raid the design baby today. I don't get to raid her very often. I think this is the second raid message. Yeah. No, you are not copy pasting that one because you'll get yourself all timed out because you'll think she's been attacked. Don't do it. Get a rolling raid if you're subscribed. Get a creepy smiling raid if you're not. If you want to risk the timeout, potentially being flagged as a bot, grab H2O's raid message. If you want to play that game, I can't stop you. Fuck, I'm sweating. This is gross. Oh god, you guys are all gonna pick that one. I know you are. I can see through you people like goddamn fly screen. I'm not likely to stream tomorrow. I think I had something that I had to do tomorrow, actually. I should probably figure out what that was. So yeah, not likely to be any stream tomorrow, but I'll see you suckers same time again next week as per bloody usual. Hey yo, 69 viewers. Nice. See you at the other side. Man, I made it further than I have been, alright? You gotta give me kudos for getting as far as I go, alright? Fuck you, bye. Love you. Fuck you. End screen. Oh my god, you guys are still fucking hovering.